Yes, guys. Yes. Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, my God. Today, we have got the Fortnite Reload Elite Series Qualifiers 1 Finals NIC. So, just as a warning, by the way, just as a warning, wait, just as a warning, by the way, yeah, just as a warning, by the way, just as a warning. Just as a warning, by the way, my internet might go out due to maintenance. My internet might go out. Maintenance. But yeah, yeah, guys, we have got we have got 25 minutes until the Fortnite Reload Elite Series Qualifier 1 Finals NAC starts. Let's get a round of applause. By the way, I will be right back. Okay guys, I am back. But yeah, I'm back. I am back. So okay. Looking good. We are looking good. We're looking good right now. Just while we wait, I guess we play some Roblox ping pong. Oh man, just fell. But yeah, while we wait, I guess we just play some Roblox ping pong. Yeah, I'm getting so much lag. Easy. Easy. Wait, give me a sec, chat. Give me a sec. chat and back. Oh god, this kid's too easy to play against. What? Shut. Shut. 15 minutes, shut. Bill, honestly, shut. I think we got this. Shut. Shut. It's either Clips' duo or it's either Clips and Higgs or Peter Button Polo winning this whole thing. I have a feeling it will be Peter Button Polo though. I honestly don't know. It depends on if Peter Button Polo have if Peter Button Polo aren't like really ready for this tournament, Clips will be winning it. But if they are, either Clips or Peter Button. Oh yeah, Belle. Oh, go shut. 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 Let's go. Give me a sec, Bubble Eye Chat. I know I'm telling you to give me a sec so many times, but it's for a valid reason. Play chat. Play chat. Play chat. By the way, we have 10 minutes. And we just put up my Discord here. Yeah. Yeah. just unplugging most of the things that I couldn't unplug right now because this PC has been on all day almost, and then because of my time zone, because of my time zone, this tournament does end around 5.
Elite Series is finally underway. New duos are fighting for a share of the $2.5 million prize pool and their place at the Reload Elite Series Championship being held at the Esports World Cup in Riyadh later this year. With the first set of heats wrapped up, the top duos from around the world are locked in. So, let's take a look at some of the teams you should look out for during this weekend's Qualifier Finals. Starting off in Europe, two competitive powerhouses have formed a duo, Vico and Malabuka. Them joining forces have paid off big time, earning them an impressive 3 victory royales in 69 eliminations across their 8 games. They finished a massive 82 points clear of second place King and Hero, instantly marking themselves as one of the strongest contenders to be among the first duos to lock in a spot in Riyadh. The long-lasting synergy of Danish duo Sky and Scroll took the top spot in their group. No small feat, considering other powerful duos stood in their way. Their ability to execute mid to late game rotations to perfection and claiming crucial placement points while doing so meant they placed inside of the top 3 in 5 of their 8 games, showing that consistency really pays off, even against elite competition. EU Heat 3 was razor thin, with just 6 points separating first and second place, but it was Momsy and Sato who ultimately came out on top. Averaging just under 7 eliminations per game and securing 2 victory royales, they proved that they can thrive in high-pressure lobbies where every fight and every point matters. Lastly, the top 5 in EU Heat 4 was packed with familiar names, but it was iDrop and Marius who rose their way to the top. Utilizing their central map drop spot at Slurpy Swamp allowed them to rotate to all corners of the map with ease. That, along with their years of combined experience, meant they were able to clear second place Darman Demas by 45 points. With fellow first place finishers Vico and Malabuka landing at the same spot at the Qualifier Finals, it's going to take more than just experience to secure their place in Riyadh. Over in NA Central, the competition was just as fierce. Heat 1 was stacked, but it was the combination of Acord's unparalleled in-game leadership and the fragging power of Bolts that secured them the first place in their group. Their ability to consistently place well through the heat, finishing inside the top 3 in 6 of their 8 games, made them one of the most reliable duos heading into the Qualifier Finals. Following an explosive year in 2025, for Arc, now pairing up with Kanata, one of the most decorated players in competitive Fortnite's history, was always going to lead to some pop-off moments. And the Reload Elite Series heats were no different. Their aggressive and loud playstyle led to high elimination games across the heat, securing them valuable points. Who needs a VR when you can just rack up elims the way they do? The lobby in NAC Heat 3 was filled with big names, but only 5 duos could make it through to this weekend's Qualifier Finals. While Clix and Higgs impressed with a 3rd place finish, it was actually former trio teammate Iamzo and his new duo partner Josh who ultimately claimed 1st place. With Iamzo bringing years of experience and Josh providing the firepower, now the question is whether they can carry that momentum into the Qualifier Finals. To no one's surprise, the kings of NAC, Peterbot and Pollo, are back together again. But they had their work cut out for them to make sure they took the top spot in NAC Heat 4. Hold and Rapid really put the pressure on, earning themselves over 500 points in the leaderboard. But this is Peterbot and Pollo we're talking about. With 84 eliminations in 8 games and 3 victory royales, they soared their way to first in the group. A truly dominating performance and something I'm sure they'll want to repeat again this weekend. These are just some of the duos you'll see fighting for their spot at the Reload Elite Series Championship. The competition is stacked, so make sure to tune in February 7th to see who will earn their place.
think it's small. If I put my headset like that, basically that, lets you find the headset. Chat.
Fortnite fam, I missed y'all so much. Welcome to the Reload Elite series. Not that long ago, we watched EU wrap things up, but now it's NAC's time. What do we have to show? It's going to be incredible. But of course, it's not just me that has missed you, because we've got some other of our friends as well that have missed you too. They'll be on in just a moment, but man, oh man. The Reload Elite series is so unique and special and different. It's not the FNCS, but it's going to be similar levels of hype without a doubt. Of course, we'll get into all of that and so much more in just a moment. But of course, I do want to let you guys know this is Reload. So if you're expecting the FNCS or BR or anything like that, it's going to be a little bit different. Now, of course, let's get our friends in here. It's Kelly Link, it's Vivid. Our friends are standing by. Guys, I've missed the Fortnite fam, and I know y'all have too.
Oh, absolutely, Zeke. Very, very excited to jump into all things Fortnite competitive this year. Kicking things off this time around with something a little bit different. You already talked about it. Reload being the different game mode. Very, very excited to see how this pans out over the course of this year. Just very, very excited to jump in all the action alongside my two best friends, Zeke and Kelly Link.
Oh my gosh, I thought Levin was going to be on the show for a second, but I'm here, guys. So excited to be back. Of course, since the Global Championships, I've just been so worried. Talking about Major 1, April, that's how long I have to wait until we get some competitive Fortnite? Well, of course not. Fortnite's got you covered. We already had the solo series, absolutely incredible. And now it's all about the Reload Elite series. So much more to come. Zeke, I cannot wait to get started.
Yeah, I mean, if you're a fan of Fortnite, now is the time to jump in and play FNCS, Reload Elite Series, mobile series. There's so many things, Div Cups, all the things in the world. Now, you're probably asking, okay, Zeke, so this is Reload. I've got that. How did we get here? Timmy, I've got you covered. Don't even worry about it. We got a graphic lined up. So I know this may overwhelm you, Timmy. Zeke, help, please. Don't worry, Timmy. Just look on the right side of your screen. Right now, we're at the finals. We're playing 8 games, and all we really have to follow is the top 2 NAC teams. We'll be moving on to the Esports World Cup later on this year. Now, of course, there is also money to play for as well. But guys, 8 games in Reload, and only the top 2 can qualify. Now, there is, of course, 3 more qualifiers. But to go through right now and to lock in that spot, I'm sure it's going to feel amazing.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about locking in a spot, seemingly so. Even locking in a spot for the finals today is definitely a little bit harder, right? When we talk about the competitive circuits that, you know, are around Fortnite, we're used to those 100-player lobbies. You know, we always see all of the pros jumping into them because there are always just so many spots available. But Reload, man, only 40 players in a lobby, dwindle those teams down very, very quickly. Playing duos, right? Only 20 can qualify. It's very, very tough. And then when you talk about qualifying even further down the year, only 2 spots available today, 8 total across the entire year with those other qualifiers coming up. Reload is just crazy competitive.
It really is. So much is on the line, and our players really haven't had the experience of these set lobbies like I'm sure they're kind of used to when they do practice for the FNCS. So there isn't just a question mark of us coming into the competition. Kind of everyone is excited to see how exactly is this lobby going to play out, because there is some huge names competing here today, and only 4 are going to find their ticket to EWC later on.
Crazy stuff. Now, it's not just us. We've got casters who'll be calling all of the action. It's Monster D-Face and Jacob PR. And Jacob, in particular, is very excited to talk about Shockwaves.
Excited, Zeke? I think that's just a little bit of an understatement. All of you guys know that you can use them to rotate, use them defensively to get out of some tight positions, but I love how aggressive players get with these Shockwave grenades. Not only can you break into boxes, you can steal away the high ground. They cause for such great moments, Monster.
Yeah, I mean, look, looking back over the heats, you know, we thought we were going to get quite the battle, a little bit of action, but no, it was much more than that. And the fact that we're, of course, bringing the focus to the chaos that's going to be involved in a game here, you got to look at one duo, of course, Jacob. It's one of our NA's best.
Yeah, Peterbot and Poyo, you know, going together under the Falcons banner. This is a team that you have to watch out for. They were just in a little bit of a slumber during the offseason, but look, he takes down Oliver OG. He picks up the newly acquired Shockwave, pulls out the mythic Goldfish and takes down Kanata. Another Shockwave, the hand cannon onto Arc, and then he finishes off that elimination quickly. One of the most insane plays we have seen in Fortnite history, but funny enough, a few seconds later, he gets Shockwave out of zone and goes down around top 7.
Big plays. It was a highlight moment for the entire community. I think we've all seen that clip once or twice, but Zeke, that's just the tip of the iceberg here.
Guys, it is, right? I think what has excited me the most about Reload is the fact that we have access to so much more mobility, way more mobility, Vivid, than we are used to at any given moment.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It goes absolutely crazy over here in Reload. Obviously, kicking things off there with the Shockwaves, but the fact that there are just so many more items available than just the Shockwaves means that this meta can get a little bit crazy, right? We've got the Grappler that's going to be available throughout. You're going to have the launch pads that are going to be available as well. And then to boot, Kelly, right? To make things all that much better, you have the Flowberry Fizz that is also going to be in the game. Now, we've seen metas like this before where there is a lot of mobility kind of in the game, and it just gets absolutely crazy the later and later you go into the game, because high ground, it starts to get messy.
Oh yeah, if you're not building yourself up 7 layers high, that high ground is just up for contention regardless of how well you're holding it. Anyone with a shockwave grenade is going to try and steal that away from you. On top of the heals that are added to this as well, the in-game is just absolute chaos, and that is what I am here for, Zeke. And I know some of our players are here for that as well.
Yeah, I mean, Kelly, where should we even start? What kind of duos should we talk about? I think Jacob PR and MDF kind of gave it away. It's Peterbot and Pollo. That's right. As we look at this lobby list, take a look at them. We are back together once again. Vivid. I cannot believe it. And of course, shout out to Pollo, who recently got picked up by Falcons. Oh boy, are we in for it.
Yeah, right. Peterbot and Pollo. Remember how jarring it was to not say Peterbot and then follow that up with Pollo, right? When they split up just last year, it was like, oh my gosh, like how are we going to kind of adjust to this? But the big question was, after Globals 2025, after they had cleared that, the instant announcement kind of came up. Hey, listen, Peterbot X Pollo for 2026. All right, cool. How is this duo going to look? Because last time they were together, they literally won a global championship in 2024. So it's like, okay, yeah, they used to be good. Are they going to return back to how good they were before? And listen, we're going to see here today to put the final stamp on it. But leading into this one, it looks like the answer to that question is absolutely yes.
84 eliminations for this duo in the Heat's absolutely crazy, and honestly, Reload is just the perfect spot for Peterbot. I'm sure he's not the biggest fan of Storm Surge, and that is not an issue in this game mode right now. Peterbot is able to do everything he wants, but for me, the big shining light on this duo is the evolution that we've seen them from individual players back to being a duo again over the last year and a half. I feel like Peterbot has matured a lot. Pollo has been stepping up into that fragging role as well, and honestly, I feel like this is kind of a newer duo that we're seeing, even though it's still the same old classic Pete and Pollo. Don't get me wrong, we can still watch their streams and watch them pop off, but I love the evolution that we're seeing from them as well.
Yeah, and I mean, even Peterbot himself has said, right, like, hey, I like PR, I like FNCS, but there's something about this reload thing that I really like. I guess, hey, put several targets in front of Peterbot all at once, and he's just gonna thrive. Now, of course, his old trio mate, Cold, is also in this lobby, but he's paired up with Rapid. Vivid, this is kind of crazy.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you have Cold on one side of this duo who constantly find themselves in the conversation of who is the best player over here in NA, who's one of the best players in the world, right? Cold is just one of those players that is always talked about. Then you have Rapid, who is definitely not going to get as much of the highlight on this duo just because of how prominent Cold is in the scene. But if you actually take a look at it, right, Rapid is an incredible player. Over the course of his last 7 FNCS appearances, he has not placed outside of the top 10. So an incredible track record there as well. Obviously, this duo is going to storm through the competition today, and it's going to be on the back of all of the eliminations they can find. If you take a look at the elimination leaderboard, I mean, Cold was in second place there throughout the heats with 43 total, and then Rapid quickly following up, just 5 less at 38 total for him as well. And you can see the total eliminations there, 81. There's an absolutely fragger duo here.
You know, back when Higgs was Batman Booga and was playing with Rapid, a lot of eyes were on Rapid there. A lot of people knew that he had a lot of potential, but not really given the opportunity to kind of shine, especially when you're teamed up with someone like Batman Booga. And you would think that would be a similar case for someone like Cold, who, regardless of how little or how much he's playing, he's still able to perform at the top level. I'm really excited to see how much effort and time Rapid is putting in. I swear every time I'm watching his stream, he's playing Reload. And I'm hopefully that kind of momentum and that excitement from Rapid can spill into Cold a little bit as well.
Hey, look, Cole's got a lot of things going on, okay? He recently got a haircut. That is a lot. Okay, let's talk about another duo here. It's Clicks and Higgs. Now, obviously, these guys, we talk about them as well all the time, right? Clicks putting on a show, putting up numbers. Higgs recently coming out first in a competition. Now, my question becomes, can we carry that momentum into a Reload lobby and qualify in one of those top 2 spots?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. I think they can. Right, they kind of came into this year, and a lot of eyes were on them as kind of like the duo to do it this year. They just like one of the strongest duos coming into the year, and we kind of just talked about it, Kelly. Right, 2 duos that are kind of technically forming this year, but this is actually on the opposite side of things, where Clicks and Higgs, they've got this thing going where they're just sticking together. They're riding this out, and there's really no reason for them to split, right? They've been performing so well together, and I feel like the longer that they stick together and continue to go ahead and develop their relationship together, they're just going to continue to get better and better.
100%. And just like what Zeke was saying, Higgs coming off of the solo series win, so to be one of the best players, one of the best solo players in Fortnite right now, definitely has to give him a bit of a confidence boost. And honestly, Xset Clicks, he has been showing up and putting in the time and putting in the effort. You can tell that he really wants to make sure that Higgs has the duo mate that he deserves. And even during the heats, we saw some times where Higgs went down and Clicks was able to pull out an amazing solo clutch. But one of the stats that I love about Higgs, and something that we consistently see, is he is the #1 builds placed almost every single tournament we see. And I think a lot of that is due to the aggressive low ground control that Higgs loves to play. And I think that's something that we're going to be seeing again today, but we know that low ground is just going to be so crazy. So I'm wondering if Higgs is going to go for that kind of aggressive building in the low ground we like to see him do.
I hope so. Please. Let's get Clicks a win. Let's get the big Clicks a nice little W. Okay, now obviously these are some bigger names. Let's look at that lobby list. Okay, let's maybe try and piece together some of maybe the dark horse trios we expect to maybe see in the competition. Wanted to highlight 2 here for you. First is King and Jargu. Can you guys maybe talk to us about this duo? What can we expect from them?
I mean, first and foremost, I think dark horses in a competition like this is so important because we're so used to the FNCS circuit, and kind of comparing all the stats coming into this one and comparing the names, that's what we're kind of using as a basis. But this is a completely different game mode where it would not be a surprise to see some new names kind of find themselves in the limelight here, especially when we watched EU earlier on here today, Kelly, where, you know, the first 2 games were actually won by what I would consider to be a dark horse team. But for King and Jargu, this is just an incredible opportunity because if you take a look at their FNCS total appearances between the duo, they just have 3 there, right? So not a lot of experience in a finals lobby like this, but coming into things today, I have high hopes for all of the dark horse duos today.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many players that I got to watch actually recently during a PlayStation Cup, and players that have kind of watched in a lot of third-party events kind of have this opportunity now where maybe they only get to shine during these third-party events. But now with the Reload Elite Series, they're kind of on the main stage right now. You got players like Scare, Aloe, Enough, Flex, Jargu, Osid. There's so many players competing right now that I've seen climb up those leaderboards, been competing for the last few years, and finally this might be their moment. And that, I think, is part of the amazing thing about the Reload Elite Series, is that we might have some new names that kind of have this meta down that are going to be able to take down some of our big FNCS contenders.
Okay, Kelly, I like that. With just about a minute left, I wanted to come to both of you now. Reload, what are our expectations coming into today? What are we hoping to see?
Yeah, I just want to see something cool throughout there. I want to see some good Fortnite. We saw some cool little strategies being implemented over on EU. I want to see the NA side of things pan out the exact same way.
Yeah, it'd be cool to see like Twek, how his performances earlier on, a newer team getting some victory royales, to see some newer players getting a win off of our bigger names like Peterbot and Cold and Acorn. That would be pretty amazing. But for me, I want to see the chaos. I want to see these end games where everyone's running around, the shockwaves are going off, people are stealing med mists from each other. That I want to see chaos, and that's what Reload brings, Zeke.
Yeah, I mean, we got to see a kind of a sneak peek, right, over in EU. You guys called that out earlier, the fact that maybe these Dark Horse teams come out and get Victory Royale. So this Reload game mode is going to be something very different than what we expect, right? Viv, the last time we saw this was the Pro-Am, right? And that was chaotic, but that was a 50-50 split, right? We had some pros with some quote-unquote amateurs, not really amateurs, some really good people at the game. But now we're looking at pros, right? This lobby is stacked to the brim with talent. This has got to be on a whole new level, right?
I mean, I love the fact that you bring up the Pro-Am, right? Kind of like our reigning Reload champion here in Peterbot, teamed up with Aussie back then, you know what I mean? So it would be cool to see Peterbot kind of come out and perform very, very well again. But yeah, I mean, just all of the strategies that you can kind of do with the fact that you can reload back into the game before the 7th zone. Absolutely incredible stuff. I would not be surprised if we saw some of our duos early on in the game kind of split up and look for some opportunities elsewhere.
I'm not saying anyone's going to land on Peterbot and Pollo, because that would be absolutely insane. But watching them play Slurpy Swamp, the split that they do, and then watching EU where we have 3 teams, potentially 4, potentially 5 landing over there, I'm not saying anyone's going to land on them, because that would be crazy, but maybe.
But maybe. Well, listen, we heard the battle bus. It is that time. Let's kick off the Reload Elite Series.
Here we have it, game number 1, Jacob. Oh boy, we got ourselves some action in front of us here today.
Yeah, if you didn't hear me during that pre-show, first off, where were you? Where was your sound? But I am excited. The games haven't even started, but as we jump in, a much-awaited contested fight. Josh and Iamso, they've been getting their flowers as a team. Jargo and King, they've been building up that reputation. So even though we could end up with a clash early on, I think both of them realize 8 games, that's a marathon. It's not a race. Going down early could cause a little bit of troubles and maybe some desperation in the back of minds.
I mean, hey, we're talking about teams that have performed very well coming out of heats. Peterbot, Boyo, of course, dominating their situation. And as we all know, the eyes have been on them ever since, what, at least the last 2 years or so. They've continued to do so well. But there's a different dynamic when we start looking at the reload as a game mode, right? This is such a different type of playstyle. You can play faster. You can do crazy things like split up and actually push one another. And I might dare to say that NA is off to a crazy start as Boyo actually gets straight off first.
Yeah, that's one of the things that we're going to see here in Reload. You see Poyo immediately using that mobility to rotate to the north part of the map, knowing that Peterbot is going to continue to farm up. He's going to get the materials. I didn't think it would be Poyo on the hunt, but this is 2026. This is how this team is evolving. But with Poyo going down, you're seeing more and more players. You see it on the mini-map here, rotating in and around Slurpy Swamp. This has become a dangerous situation for both Peterbot and Poyo because it means that players might be lacking a little respect where they deserve all the respect in the game.
Listen, at the end of the day, sometimes Fortnite is just a game of inches. Take every advantage you can get and steamroll your way into a powerful endgame. So we'll see how that ends up holding back potentially. Peterbot and Poyo here as Clicks and Higgs, as we all know, is contesting just that northern side, now starting to inch their way down southwards, trying to see if they can get in on the action here.
Yeah, a lot of time, a lot of space, just kind of looking around the map, seeing some of our teams that qualified for this event have been doing. Cold and Rapid. Interesting for Steamy Stacks. Leading up into this tournament, I saw it was triple contested. I was a little worried. And then it was just a regular contested. I was like, okay, maybe this is manageable. Game day starts. Cold and Rapid now uncontested at their draw spot. There might be some players near or around, but this is where you see the respect that they've gained. And they won 2 games in the same heat as Peterbot and Poyo. So it goes to show, hey, it doesn't matter who is in their path, they're ready to take them out.
You might be seeing some new faces possibly on your screen as you see there. Some of these folks are looking to just work their way towards their first ever potential land coming up. But first, you got to win your way through these fights here. Just north of lockdown, we have enough in text, just trying to see what they can make happen. But Osid's hot on the hunt here. On the other side, it's Cold and Rapid getting absolutely active. Man, Cold is one of those hyper impressive players. You just give him an inch, he'll take a mile, and he's already pushing his way straight through this team, determining all types of action here, cutting off the sides as well. Jacob, how do you think this is going to fare?
I mean, this is looking good already for Rapid and Cold. They got the confidence. They know they're isolated on the side of the map. They get that first elimination. No worries. Medmiss Smoke, Siphon, Medkits, the dropping of the minis as well. It's going to take them no time at all to get back up to tip-top shape. So you're seeing how the action on the north side of the map is faring out. Poyo's down. Peterbot having to be the hero in this situation. He does get the knock on to Flex to save the day. So already, Poyo going down twice here in game number 1.
Yeah, someone call a doctor. He might need a little temperature check there. Not the usual Poyo, losing some of these fights here. But first, let's jump in with the recently signed Acorn, hopping on over to Twisted Minds here. Alongside Bolts right now. Looking good so far here. There are 9 FNCS champions in the lobby here. Reload really bringing the action. Continue to, of course, give the pros something to look forward to as we're out of the main season.
You're seeing already, you got exotic weapons, you got the slurp juice as well, and you know the season pass how powerful and game-changing those slurp juices can be at any given moment. But again, a lot of these uncontested teams that we're seeing around the map faring very well, as Josh and Iamso maybe stepping a little far. That's a boost in their loadout.
Look at the dynamic at play here. Josh Riley falls to the hands of Boyo. Finally, he gets his hands dirty there. Manages to put up a point. Iamso on the other side, just trying to continue to gather himself here, staying out of the action. Doesn't want to, of course, catch himself out of whack there and catch himself eliminated. Jumping back onto the storm, though. Or just safe over here to the south. Fight that I think everyone was hoping would happen here.
Yeah, there are so many barrels here, both big and small. There's slurp trucks, even though it's not in the zone now. You know a lot of players will rotate back here to try to get the extra HP and shields that they might have missed. But a little bit of a slow play coming out this time around. Peterbot making sure to take a more calculated approach to this one, trying to play for that piece control. Here's Pollo in a fight towards the outside against Higgs. And you see him immediately change direction to try to lend a helping hand.
Gotta be careful here. Now we're talking about the upper echelon of what NA has to offer here. Peterbot and Pollo already playing the side angle clicks, opting to stay tucked away inside, just complete control of this low ground domain here. And they know who is exactly pushing on the outside of the walls here. You have to guess that Clicks and Higgs are just looking to maintain composure and hopefully push him back out.
Good shot by Clicks. Peterbot having that slurp chuck right behind him. 100 of heals, whether if it's HP or shield, so he's gonna be back up like he never took that shot in the first place. And you got to take a mention right here of Clicks and his loadout. He has all the shield in the world, but you got to imagine that building farmed free of all the slurp barrels, so getting HP back for Clicks is not going to be easy. So huge advantage on over to Peterbot on the side. Flank coming in from Higgs. Good opportunity there to cause a little bit of confusion onto Peterbot, getting him to reposition, but Pollo doing the same thing, taking that extra angle, trying to force them to make a mistake.
I gotta say, this is absolutely impressive play by Clicks. Look at that. Makes his way to the vending machine as well. Gets a couple medkits, but notice he takes no damage in this exchange right now. Clicks playing at an absolute elite level here in this series. Higgs now forced to go toe-to-toe with Pollo, back and forth. Looking for the piece control for the high ground wall there, but nothing just yet. Somewhat of a stalemate on all sides here.
Yeah, and you can kind of see all of them thinking long haul, all of them going to farm and re-farm where they can. Even though they have about 200, 300 extra builds, they know this fight has already taken a little bit longer than they'd hope, and that's why you see the disengagements coming out. I talked about the extra barrels, the extra utility that you can gain, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They've wasted a lot of materials and some of their heals in that fight, so they realize, hey, is the 3 points worth it? 6 if we get the wipe? Probably not this early in the game.
Yeah, definitely not when you have Clicks playing that well, but for Arc and Kanata, another team we expect to do exceptionally well here, getting into the release, or this Reload Elite Series here. Looking pretty solid right now, just finding their way into the edge of the zone, and again, the pacing really does start to pick up. You really don't catch a break when it comes to the reload mode. It is non-stop action, whether you're fighting for your drop or fighting for some new key positioning. Everyone is going to be pushing further and further, and they're going to be more willing to, of course, take risk here.
It's kind of been their plan all along. I think it's kind of why they like steamy stacks. If it goes over to their side of the map, they got free high ground thanks to the stacks. If it pulls away, they have launch pads, they have the actual steamy stacks. You mix that with the Flowberry Fizz, which means they get a free rotation just like this to the slower side of the zone. It hasn't even opened up yet, and in theory, there could be 1 or 2 players, maybe a team nearby, but most chances are they're going to have an uncontested side of the map, Rapid and Cold playing 2, 3 steps ahead of the game at this point.
Yeah, I like what we're seeing right here. On the other side, Yell's just sitting pretty. Not the greatest loadout, but med miss is, of course, the name of the game here. Still full 20 team standing, as we all know. There will be a cutoff point coming up here shortly where teams will not be able to spawn back in, essentially. So notice how the pacing really starting to slow down now. You cannot afford to make any more mistakes here.
Yeah, I like the way you said that. Reboots are about to shut off, and they know exactly that. That's exactly why. You don't want to get eliminated here, even if you can come back, because, Monster, where are you going to land? And let's just say, hypothetically, you do find a spot on the ground to call safe. What loot are you going to get? And that's why you're seeing a lot of precautions being taken very, very early on. Acorn and Bolts, they know they got a far rotation to go, but Acorn's sitting and waiting for these teams to rotate out. They're going to land some shots, and then they're going to combine the Flowberry Fizz with their crash pad to try to get as close to the zone in one hop as possible.
One of my favorite up-and-coming teams here, now veterans in the space. I think it's fair to say we could put the tag on Shadows, as he's made his way through his 3rd year as he continues to approach his way final to final. And hey, look, it was a hard road, a hard journey for most teams to even get this far. We saw some major upsets as we went through the heats and the qualifiers. So all of these teams here, of course, are the exceptional. But zone ending towards Dirty Docks. This is going to be some very interesting dynamic at play here, as half of it's inside the water. So if the map wasn't small enough already, now you have some water to contend with.
Yeah, that's just a blessing right there. You couldn't ask for a better zone if you're Paper and Rezi. They land over towards Dirty Dogs, haven't had to move far. The battle continues with Peterbot Poyo probably rotating close by Clicks and Higgs. They're going to get the damage, probably push them off. You can see Peterbot and Poyo place 468 in open, the lowest of any duo in finals. That just goes to show when it comes to 2026, we know how good Peterbot and Poyo can actually be. It's just the slow start that for some reason put doubts in people's minds. But when you saw them play in heats, back to back wins, I was even thinking they could win all 8. They are back and ready to qualify today.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, you want to just get it out the way, get that qual locked in. One less thing to worry about. But back on over to Higgs and Clicks. So let's just go ahead and assess the situation. How much damage was that extended fight as far as it put on their loadout stress here? Doesn't seem like too much. They seem to be faring relatively solid here overall, Jacob. So Higgs does have plenty to play with here coming into the end game. I was a bit concerned, right? You start looking at how long those fights start to take, really puts a question mark on whether or not a team has enough in the gas tank to go ahead and make it to the finish line. So far so good on high ground. See Cold and Rapid here, the first to go ahead and take a little gander off to the highs.
And this is where we're going to start rotating back and forth with these moving zones. You're seeing it move over to Dirty Docks. We're going to take a move towards the south, a little bit towards the west. And it's not going to be too drastic of elevation changes, but with the shockwaves and how much chaos they can bring into the game, it is definitely something you got to watch out for. Peterbot and Poyo, you see them going from a max pull all the way in. King and Jargu got to make that same rotation along with Curve and Craze.
Yeah, here's the thing, when Med Mist in play, you can do a lot of, or you have a lot of optionality, I should say, right? You could play deep in the zone, wait for it to kind of come towards you. You can stay even back if you really want to, and then go ahead and utilize shockwaves to make an ambush and a fight for high ground. But for now, folks are trying to get to this first zone. Pay attention, guys. It's going to end before you know it. Things start to move really quickly here. One duo or player eliminated already. Bolts and Acorn trying to gather their footing here as they find themselves in the new zone. Playing the ultimate low, still max material Bolts. Nice little side angle here. That mythic rifle putting in absolute pressure there.
Yeah, it has that added bonus effect where you keep landing shots. It deals more and more damage. So for Bolts, that's going to allow them to control a side of the zone. Not all 4 sides by any means, but they can pressure teams, push them out, get them to waste the materials. Acorn thinking ahead. Again, constantly moving forward, staying ahead of the zone. Look at the minimap, how far ahead they are away from everybody else. But from one side in the front, Peterbot and Poyo got that max pull in the back side of the zone. You see them peeking through, looking up, possibly spotting out both Cold and Rapid, waiting for a couple other players to rotate before they make one of their own.
Absolutely clean tech right there. Quick, easy, fast rotate, not even overexposing themselves, and now looking to turn on the pressure here. And this is really interesting if you think about it. The early game is, of course, reload. The end game is like back to high-level competition. Don't fall. No mistakes can be made here. Drum gun from Cold Hands. Just putting absolute pressure here from up top. And you already know, once you're kind of situated here, all you got to do is spray and pray. But shockwaving teams are, of course, going to be the biggest threat to anyone right now.
Yeah, Cole just watching that team shockwave up with the Flowberry Fizz. Doesn't worry about them. And that's the thing, like you were saying, you could put a lot of pressure down with the drum gun. It's just the accuracy and actually hitting the shots you're going to find a little issues. As Bolt and Acorn, it wasn't a shockwave. They combined that Flowberry Fizz with the launch pads to try to get out of render distance. Hopefully players go down below, but they realized as they close the distance in Cold and Rapid on the high ground, they got to beeline it to try to find some safety. Cold and Rapid are keeping their head on the swivel. They've been playing. They know the shockwaves. They know the threats around every one of these corners down below.
Listen, and this one thing that we know is that they're going to be able to put that pressure down here from up top, and I see MedMist, and they see, of course, an opportunity to put the targets on the limelight here. But look, Peterbot Boyo opting to the ultimate low. This is not what we expected of them, and that's because they don't have any shockwaves here to mess with at the moment. So instead, they're going to play the low ground here, looking to rack up some points. And remember, every elimination now is going to be worth a full set of 3+ placement here just around the corner.
It looks like Teeks it up, tried to take on Cold and Rapid at the high ground, and it does not work. They tried to chop him down. They've got themselves a few seconds, but Teeks just got separated. Cold and Rapid 2v1 took him down, and now look at them maintain their position up above. Reconnect while they can, but you see they're drastically running out of those hard materials. Down to the wood. Anybody's going to know they're weak as Acorn does the same thing. Him and Bolts go flying by, but Cold and Rapid once again defend their high ground.
They're doing excellent work here, managing to maintain this position here, and Cold still finds his footing here. Meanwhile, Clicks and Higgs just starting to turn online. Finally, they find themselves elimination and some placing points to come with it. This is going to go ahead and be probably the beginning of the end for some. Out in the high ground, though, Peterbot finally goes up top. He finds a way through and just finds his way onto the pressure here, putting themselves inside the med miss there as Cold. No HP here, Jacob. It's not looking too hot.
You want my high ground, you're gonna have to pry it from my fingers, is what he's saying. Oh my! He takes down Peterbot, Corner's down as well, but out of nowhere, he comes crashing for the elimination, and he's gonna get the revive! Somehow, some way, they once again do the impossible!
And he picks him up, and Pollo, Peterbot back in the game now. 3 eliminations for each of them here.
God.
All of a
What
sudden
am
now,
I
what looked
looking
like the end is an opportunity for life for this duo up top. Pollo now jumps down. He sees some extra HP, tries to grab the mats there. That was a desperate attempt to put them back in the game. And who has a med miss? Their health is so low here. What are they going to do? They do have the Flowberry Fizz. This is their last opportunity to cap off and try to close this game out.
Yeah, there's a bunch of duos still alive, but some of them getting ripped apart from their team. Higgs falls, Clicks falls shortly after. You got Drew and Chris, that's a duo. You got Josh and Yamzo, that's another duo, but it's Peterbot and High Ground, the last remaining duo left in this game that we're mentioning, still alive, putting pressure down from above. 400 medium ammo each. They have the grapples to get down, and if you look at the other side of that coin, nobody has a chance to look up as of now. Yamzo's going in for the elimination, saying, hey, it's now or never. I don't have builds. I don't have anything I need. I have to take it from him as he gets the elimination. Josh gets one as well, but Peterbot strikes, taking down Yamzo, bringing it down to a 2v2.
There goes this Siphon to go ahead and cap him right to max HP here. Couple match drop for Pollo. He wants to make sure that they can go ahead and have enough just to go ahead and keep this pressure down. Shockwaves come out, both sides, and then Peterbot gets sent flying back. He has to jump back in. He's going to go for the fight instead.
Is Peterbot not dead?
Keeping him in the game. Flowberry Fizz effect as well. There's the Siphon to go ahead and cap him back off. 9 eliminations, a 1v1. He's got the height, 2 mats, 1 mat. Just a final chance now to go ahead and close this one out, Jacob. It can go any way, but if it's Peterbot, you can't count him out. It's a gunfight. It's in his favor, and he takes it all home there.
It might have been a long off season for some, but Peterbot and Pollo are back, and they're in their dominant form yet again, winning game 1. They did it in heats, and it looks like history will continue to repeat itself here in the Reload Elite Series. That's game 1. Zeke, I need to know your thoughts.
Red alert. This is not a drill. Peterbot and Pollo are back. Guys, I thought for like one moment it was over. Thought like, okay, he fired the grapple. I like to play, but it didn't land. He's down the storm. And then I thought, David, this is Peterbot. Just Zeke, just grab the popcorn. Just watch it play out. And sure enough, these guys come out with a win in 10 elips in game number 1. Now we still have 7 games, Vivid, but we came out with a win. All right.
I mean, this is exactly what we're talking about, right, Kelly? The fact that there's just so much mobility available in the game. So many plays can be made as well. Not even talking about, individual plays being made there. Obviously, Peterbot having to grapple all the way back to make sure that he is inside of the storm. But High Ground, right, switching possession a couple of times towards the end of this game. And honestly, Kelly, one of my favorite things about the way that this whole game panned out is Jacob was kind of mentioning all of the duos that were like left alive, and he went ahead and said, he was like, yeah, Peterbot and High Ground, because you're right, Jacob. Peterbot and High Ground are a duo in their own right. It's no surprise to see it in the first game of the competition of the year. Peterbot is once again on the High Ground, returning to form with Pollo. But hey, Kelly, the Rez was the MVP.
Oh my gosh, I lost it. I did not think Pollo was going to pop that off and able to get onto Peterbot. What I love, though, you were talking about how many hands was switching high ground there. Once Peterbot and Pollo were able to kind of claim high ground, they built up just a little bit higher to make sure that those shockwaves weren't able to stop them. But here, the final play from Peterbot with the grapple, holding on to it to the final moment to get the last elimination on Chris and to get the first win of the day. Wow, absolutely incredible. Textbook from Peterbot and Pollo.
Oh man. Okay, everyone in the lobby, we need to band together. Okay, we need to stop them from doing this. Good luck. We can't. We can't. Obviously, more things transpired in that game, but first, a break. When we return, we break down what we saw out of game number 1. Welcome back to the Reload Elite Series. Game number 1 goes to Peterbot and Pollo. The second coming, it's great. Everything is amazing. And I'm sure this is just going to keep going. But other things happened in that game. We saw second place there go on over to Chris and Drew, who kind of took the fight to Peterbot and Pollo there. It looked kind of maybe like it could come their way, but unfortunately did not. But still, you know, hitting this momentum earlier on, especially to kind of kick off their 8 games, Vivid. I love this for them.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You love to see it, right? Me and Kelly were kind of having this conversation earlier on in the day about these dark horse duos, right? Who's going to kind of be coming into the competition? Who's going to make a name for themselves here in this specific game mode? I mean, if you take a look at Chris and Drew, amongst the two of them, there's only been one FNCS finals appearance, right? So definitely going to be coming into this as, you know, underdogs and almost taking it, almost winning against the Titans that are Peterbot and Pollo. Heads up right there in the final moments was great to see. As you can see, they're in second place right there, just 13 points trailing. And I gotta tell you, Kelly, the big up for me here for that specific duo is the fact that they have almost the same amount of eliminations as Peterbot and Pollo do. If you take a look at the rest of the lobby, they've got a huge lead over them as well.
Yeah, they were doing some work in the low ground there, especially when we were kind of focusing on the high ground. You can just see some big names on the low ground there, but slowly, one by one, going down to Chris and Drew. And literally, they were just points away from not even qualifying to the finals now. They were the last team in their heat to qualify into it. To see them, obviously, they've made some improvements. Obviously, they've been VOD reviewing, practicing, doing whatever they can, because this is just night and day from what we saw in the heats.
Man, again, I love that for them, right? 7 more games. Just keep running that back, right, Chris? Drew, just keep going. You can snag one of those 2 spots going on the EWC later on. In 3rd place, we saw them, Iamzo and Josh. These guys with only 3 eliminations, they still are 3rd place, right? They were kind of navigating that low ground super, super well.
Yeah, I mean, this is pretty Iamzo-esque, right? Just trying to find some eliminations in those mid-ground layers. Just kind of keep the game rolling for the duo here. Gotta go ahead and tip our hats to this duo as well, right? What an absolute powerhouse this could be. Excited to see how this one kind of works out. Obviously, you know, 3rd place, this is good. This is good for the leaderboard and everything like that. But I can almost guarantee you, Iamzo and Josh, they were kind of expecting better out of that game.
Yeah, Iamzo and Josh, you know, what an interesting duo. We saw them have just such a great performance out of heats, getting the victory royale. But for me, it wasn't about the eliminations. It was about their average placement, 3.13. This duo knows how to make it to the end game, and they know how to kind of navigate the chaos. For me, though, it's how they stick together. They're obviously doing a really good job communicating to each other. Being able to stick together, not have to go down to that solo clutch situation is definitely helping them.
I also wanted to highlight 7th place there, Clicks and Higgs. Only 1 elimination to kind of kick off the day, but they're still in 7th place, 30 points rather. Is that the start we were maybe like hoping to see? Is this like the kind of way to say, hey guys, we're here in the finals? Is this the start they wanted?
It was actually so close for this game to go so much further for them. Obviously, we did see towards the end of their run here during this specific game, right? Higgs kind of jumped in. It was a 2v1. He ended up getting knocked, and then Clicks was kind of in this 1v2 situation where he was so close to pulling it off. And it's going to be the moment right here. He was like a 1 or 2 more shots away from making that clutch right there happen. I guarantee there's going to be some frustration out of that one because he was so close for a continuation run. But now, definitely not the game that we were kind of expecting out of Clicks and Eggs. I can almost guarantee you they didn't necessarily expect a game like that. They definitely want to be finding themselves in at least the top 5.
You know, I think a lot of that situation comes down to how the zone ended. It was a water zone there, and we were actually talking about at the start of the show how aggressive Higgs likes to take zone, especially if he's on the low ground. He'll build out a nice 4x4 by himself sometimes, or 2x2. And I think having it be the water zone there while watching that end game, they had just no mats. And so I'm wondering if maybe they bit off a little bit more than they can chew earlier on. They ran out of mats, and they do really rely on those refreshes to kind of top off their mats. So if you're not able to get eliminations and too many people are down there below you as well, and you're wasting more mats because it's a water zone, it just kind of was the rough spot for them.
Tough spot to be in. Let's take a look at a second page here, as we wanted to highlight in 11th place. Oh, a little scrolly. Okay.
I like that.
I like that. Cold and Rapid currently in 11th place, only 13 eliminations. You know, guys, I mean, it's just a tough competition, right? There's only 12 duos, and you really need to try and get these eliminations, these placements. And I love that you kind of called out the zone as well. You know, Vivi, this is very, very chaotic, but it's okay. It's just game number 1.
We talked about it. Obviously, the competition itself is tough, but also the meta makes it tough to just go ahead and straight up hold high ground. They were the initial team holding the high ground, and they just got contested very, very early on. It ended up putting them in this shambles position where they had to try to make something happen. We'll have to see if they kind of switch up the approach coming into game number 2.
Yeah, I appreciate the effort there, and you could see that once they took height, they tried to ramp up, but it was just too little too late, unfortunately, at getting chopped out, and then did go down. But I think that there was a lot of promise there. I definitely think that this is not the end for Cold and Rapid. If anything, I think it actually showed a lot of promise, and we might see them on height again in game 2.
I love it, right? Again, we've got 8 games ahead of us. This is Reload, and now it's time to find our seats on the bus, because we're going in once again. Casters, take it away.
To be honest, I didn't know what to expect for Reload. I knew it would be pretty exciting, but that was way better when you got a front row seats to Peterbot and Pollo.
Yeah, game 1, 9th zone monster, 18 duos still up. They will not go down easy. And it goes to show that this is an 8-game series. I don't care what that gap is as of now. I'm just hoping, praying that once game 7, once game 8 rolls around, everybody still has a chance. There's 2 spots up for grab at the end of this. Hopefully you don't leave no regrets on the table.
And it makes you wonder, is holding high ground going to be worth it? Cold, Rapid there. You know, they had the right idea, but Shockwaves just destroyed that entire game plan. But let's hop on the bus here for game number 2.
You know, coming into this game, Monster, you know, through the play-in stages, the opens, and then eventually the heats, there was 2 teams. 2 teams where both of them had a 2.0 or more when it came to that damage ratio. Both of them came from Heat 3 as well. Josh Iamzo, Scare, and Osid. Josh Iamzo plays pretty well in that last game, but I'm waiting to see that pop-up performance we know that they can have. Same thing with Scare and Osid. Consistency for them in the Reload Elite series has been their biggest priority.
Yeah, I must say, I mean, even Jargo and King, right? They had an exceptional Heat performance. You know, coming into this, anything can happen. Right now, they haven't quite earned themselves point. As I say that, they go ahead and find a Iamzo here early on. So this is going to be that boost of confidence. I'm sure that'll allow them to start surging their way towards a more positive game here. But hey, anything can happen, right? We're talking just exceptional circumstances. It's the reload game mode. The map's smaller, less players, and the dynamic is you can play faster, right? So let's see what happens when folks start to warm up here.
Yeah, you see Jargo and King, they were able to take down Iamzo very, very early on. Josh was able to stay alive, get the reboot, but you see Iamzo, I was talking about where are you going to land when these zones close up. It's even having a little bit of troubles here before the zone even starts to move. Iamzo goes down again to Lawrence. You see that in the feed, so it's going to be an interesting game for Josh to see how he's able to safely get Iamzo back in the game. Agers goes down. I even saw Cold in the feed, so already here in game number 2, those uncontested teams you see with Peterbot going down, they're going on the hunt for those early eliminations and early points.
Yeah, definitely got to earn what you can here as often as you can. Otherwise, you're just going to slip behind. Looking at the standings you saw there, 90 points now. You see your competition way up at the top will start to make you feel like, wait a second, am I already out of this race, right? And, you know, that's when desperation begins to kick in here. But as we know it, there's a fair amount of folks that are going to be qualifying out of this stage here.
Only 2 spots up for grabs. Good thing you do get 3 different qualifiers. So you got chances to kind of fill out the competition. You know those first 2 teams, it'll just roll down after that. So plenty of opportunity. But in the feed, again, even Mark getting that elimination onto Iamzo. So for Josh and Iamzo in game 2, their struggles continue. Josh is not able to get into his form. Even Peterbot from Slurpy Swamp going on the hunt. He already has 1 mythic in his inventory. That's the yoink. It's going to deal a 1 pump straight to Drew. And that was first place and second place from game 1 already going at it.
Peterbot's like, hey, remember that last game? Nah, run that back. I need that fade right now. Finds Drew here in this early game. Goes and, of course, secures it. This is after he was eliminated, so somehow just finds his footing, already jumps back in it. Curve and Sindo in full control right now with the 4 Crumpet here. I like what I'm seeing. 2 eliminations and relative space to work with, and already they're starting to kind of choke out Drew and Chris's you know, angles here. Look at this, another knock. So Drew just really not catching a break at all right now.
Yeah, and it's a complete giveaway because Chris, even though they may not know exactly where he's at,
gosh,
as long as Drew keeps rebooting here, they know he's somewhere, and that's just free points for them. But Peterbot goes down to Lights. Just saw that one shake down. Iamzo going down again, and this is kind of the struggles. It's only the 2nd zone. Good luck trying to find a place to land because unlike when you're playing ranked, when you're playing pubs, where there's certain hot spots on the map, where there's a lot of loot on the outskirts where people don't get to touch, everybody has a drop spot here. Every single piece of loot, every chest will be uncovered. So good luck trying to come back.
Yeah, that's right. As you talk about that, Rapids sticking to his drop as well. Getting the north side. Look at this. 5 eliminations. My gosh. Already this game, they've earned somewhat more than all the effort combined from their last game. As Rapid gets a nice long range knock right there. You'd love to see it.
Rapid and Cold only getting 3 eliminations. Otherwise, Peterbot and Poyo in that last game, almost 2,000 damage as a team, 10 eliminations as well. They took only 1,300 damage, so already getting in good form when it comes to Peterbot and Poyo. They know how aggressive they can be, and they know as long as they control the tempo and the pace, they'll be all right. Jump for Osid and Scare. They're the ones kind of reaping the rewards because Slurpee Swamp is no longer housing Peterbot and Poyo, so they kind of got free reign from there.
Take a look at this highlight right here. Kanata showing us why he's got a seat at the big boy table. We'll play for him. Find himself a nice little elim there. Yamzo getting rebooted back in, and this is just the nature of what is the early game of Reload. It's back and forth, and it's kind of interesting, right? We watch so much, you know, normal BR and FNCS, and the pacing here is just absolutely different. It feels like such a different environment watching top tier pros just go head to head. It's like just collision after collision, keeping things interesting.
Like
another quick highlight there.
Say 2x speed there for a moment with how much action is going down. Sometimes when I'm watching replay modes, trying to do my own VOD review, I put it 2 move speed, 3 speed, just trying to fast forward to the fights. This one, you almost want to slow it down so I can keep watching. Is Rapid and Cold, again, sticking to their strategy. They have 6 elimination, 18 points, Monster, already off of straight eliminations alone, and they haven't even left their POI.
Yeah, that's the difference, right? Between, you know, finding a, let's just say, a favorable fight, right, and a team to take advantage of that kind of starts off their game essentially on the wrong foot. You can really turn that into exponential amounts of points there. That's what we're seeing. So if you're like Clicks and Higgs, it doesn't matter if you know, play super consistent. If other teams are just, you know, gonna dust you on the standings because they find themselves a lot of points, you're gonna have to adjust your strategy.
Yeah, so many major finals I've seen in this game for the past couple years that truly do get decided by elimination points at the end of the day. We've seen Clicks, Higgs, and their trio, Iamzo at the time, lose out by 11 or so points. That was 3 eliminations at the time, and you don't really want to look back at the leaderboard getting 3rd, 4th, 5th place outside of that qualification spot saying, hey, if I could have just got 1 more elimination in 3 different games. As Peterbot and Poyo sticking to their strategy, they're going on the hunt early, only getting 2 eliminations here, but they're not necessarily too worried about their HP. You see the Med Mist Smoke, the Flowberry Fizz, even the Slap Splashes in their inventory, but they know exactly how many barrels, where to find them, so they don't have to dig deep into their utility.
Yeah, they have this drop on lock clearly here. One thing we do see that's different this time around, Clicks and Higgs do not want to, you know, stick around Swamps if they don't have to. Jargo and King, though, find Kanata here. We're just giving them all the praise. Now he's going to have to go ahead and back off. So King and Jargo really finding their footing, showing us that that first game was just a matter of, you know, bad circumstance for them. The zone's now popped, though, as we're starting to see them decide to go back for a second here. So King doesn't want to situate himself without his teammate. In fact, they actually switch up their drop. They're going to go and wait for the zone and maybe come to them instead.
Yeah, I know it's only 5th zone. We still got 2 more to go before the reboots turn off, but this is where you got to start to be worried. We saw how many players already in this game start to get farmed, not able to touch the ground. Now imagine when the zone is closer and more compacted, where there's even less options to land from here on out. So going down here, whether you got the loadout or not, whether you got a good teammate or not, will be disastrous for your game plan. And that's why we are seeing so many teams, including Aegis Ritual here, use the zone as a way to rotate freely. I wouldn't say risk-free, though.
Yeah, definitely not risk-free. As we know, nowhere is safe in the Fortnite world as long as there's others involved. Acorn, Bolts, though, maintain a little bit of high ground here. We talked about teams that are, you know, again, more on the safer side. That's what we have here from Acorn and Bolts, positioning right now at the logjam, just going for that high ground, not really trying to get their hands too dirty. They're waiting to embrace the end game, where they will clearly be able to shine. Last game, they played Ultimate Low, though. They had no interest in playing for height, and I cannot blame them, given the loadout situation at hand here.
This becomes just a little bit too chaotic at times. Shadow and Virgo got to make a decision. Keep your high ground, tarp your way towards zone, wasting those materials, especially since they know Stiff and Loom are going to be right underneath. And you see the battle just kind of spraying back and forth. They're just trying to get them out of this position so they don't have to worry about them for now. It's not necessarily the elimination, or at least not just yet, as the Men Miss Smoke is going to come down for Shadow and Virgo, probably trying to wait as long as possible. If we get the elimination, we can save the Men Miss. That'll be our siphon. But since it is 5th going into 6th zone, it's too big of a risk.
One thing I am noticing across the different teams we're jumping in, a lot more Medmiss seems to be making its way into the loadouts of the professional players right now. Folks are, I think, recognizing like, hey, wait a second, maybe last game, you know, I wasn't quite prepared for the end game. So Medmiss are going to likely open up a world of different opportunities, maybe even a different type of end game here as we can potentially edge our way towards more of a heal off type situation. Drew and Chris, the team that did come in second last game, still finding their footing right now, rotating their way to new zone as jump back in with the Yamzo and Josh here.
Seeing everybody just trying to rotate early up the side of that mountain. One of the last things you want to do is kind of be stuck underneath with a max pull if it does go over towards Steamy Stacks. You can see it's actually, yeah, again, right over towards Steamy Stacks, just outside of it. So a lot of those teams, yeah, if they were underneath that mountain, they're going to have to either use their mobility to get above the mountain and then rotate in, or they're going to have to take the risk and just run it on foot. Drew and Chris made that risk early on, so they already rotated towards the zone. They're using the natural buildings inside of Steamy Stacks, not only to refarm their lost materials, but to cover up any sort of lines of sight.
I gotta say, that's probably the best rotate they could have made right there. Absolutely optimal. Jumping on over to Paper. Rezi here. Already kind of hanging out, looking at teams move around right now. This is where, of course, it's going to come down to a roll of the dice where the zone's going to end up pulling next. But Paper and Rezi sitting comfortable. A lot more points than many in the team. So clearly having a strong game number one.
Curve and Craze. And this is a team kind of like coming into this. They kind of started off, I do believe, in their heat with a win. They ended up getting second place underneath Ark and Kanata, who had a slow start to their day. Kanata and Ark finished off strong to take first. But it just goes to show, when it comes to Curve and Craze, they have all the potential, even the world. I even know Faxity speaks very, very highly of Craze and his fighting abilities. It's just about meshing it all together in these tournaments. And I do think with it,
here. This is bad. Aegis gets melted there. Got it, buddy, but Ritual has something to answer back. And then the follow-up. Talk about having the heart to take that repeat with no HP right there. Kanata is absolutely second-guessing himself here. And wait, if I'm not mistaken, we're past the 7th zone now. Yup, things are not looking good for them. They're just gonna have to play this one out. You saw for a second there too, his stats say you have to make it all the way to 10th zone in the first game to even get placement points, just showing you how ridiculously competitive it is just to stay in the running for some early points.
Yeah, can you believe we're only 7th zone? You still got 3 more zones to go before you can start to get any points through placement. For Josh and Yamzo, though, this is something I kind of expected. You know, when I talk about the damage ratio, Josh Yamzo was one of those teams, but honestly, it wasn't even Josh with the higher damage ratio. It was Yamzo with not only the higher damage ratio of this duo, but the most out of any individual player. And you can kind of see the quick stats there. They're efficient when it comes to fighting in the end game. And I gotta think, when you're a young player like Josh, I'm not gonna call him a rookie by any means, you sometimes might have those nerves, but every single time I've seen him play as of recently, he has been on fire. And then you take someone like Yamzo that's kind of homegrown, going from solo tournaments to duos to trios, the fragger of him and Rise, and then now emerging as not only one of the better IGLs, but a fighting IGL on top of that.
Yeah, Yamzo really earning his stripes here amongst the competitive ecosystem. Everyone knows. Gotta be careful when the big Zoe's in the lobby. Golden Rapid, one of the early ones to go in and take the first shockwaves to the front side of zone here. Everyone, of course, following suit. Peterbot Boya playing from the low ground. They're pretty situated, I must say. So far, so good. Oh, this time they actually do have, both have shockwaves. Okay, so they're a much I would say, better fighting position now than they were in game one. In game one, they somehow managed to turn that into a victory situation for themselves.
Just like in game one, you're mentioning a lot of kind of repeats, some changes. Bolt and Acorn, again, that launch pad. It's not the regular one. It's the bigger, better one that sends you farther and higher up in the sky. And they're combining it with the Flowberry Fizz. They're trying to get out of render distance. Look at everybody down below. Shockwave into the front side of zone. Some overshooting the distance, getting inside of zone. They're getting chunked out. Arc by himself. We saw Kanata go down. Chris is in a similar situation, but he gets a good amount of damage. Unfortunately, unable to get the elimination, but and he saw it was clear for a moment. They battles between regular and moppings, but inside deep, it's Bolt and Acorn. They use the render distance, they use the launch pad, and the med miss smoke. A sacrifice that they hope is worth it.
I gotta say, this is just excellent execution right there. And then Mope and team, they just give it up. They're like, you know what? You got it, buddy. You can have the high ground. They were just pretty much outclassed, and that's a bad shockwave. Sends regular absolutely exposed there and just taking out the sky, swatted, if you will. Now look at this. It's Bolts on high ground. Take a little 1v1. It's going to push him off. Acorn trying to see if he can secure the eliminations. It doesn't quite go his way, so he manages to back his way back out of it. But Acorn and Bolts now setting themselves up to earn placement points here.
They still have the launch pad just in case, the Flowberry Fizz, so they can float down. And Bolts right now with that drum gun. Saw him beaming somebody out of the sky. It's not even that accurate. It's just Bolts using it that well. Peterbot, Poyo, you see in the picture-in-picture on the side, trying to put pressure, clear these players out from underneath. Full rotation coming through. That's Clicks! Peterbot taking down Clicks, leaving Yamzo as a solo, getting the siphon, getting the materials, and immediately charging to the front side of the zone.
The opposites attract. It's like they just can't get away from each other. Peterbot always manages to find himself in that type of clash here. The story goes on, and that puts him at 3 eliminations here. But, you know, one thing I am noticing, Peterbot Boy are running low on hard material here, down to just wood, so they are going to be looking to possibly make a desperate play, but Acorn and Bolts are so high up that I don't even think they're going to allow a mistake like that to happen, so that's just off the table. All the other teams are going to have to force their way down, and Bolts and Acorn might just walk their way into the end game here.
Yep, Paper taking out a Yamzo. We saw Clicks go down, so Higgs is going to be left by himself. Nobody really has a chance to look up, like you were saying, as Higgs makes a quick peek onto Aloe, misses the opportunity to get the down. Poyo's going to get dropped. Peterbot left by himself. For some reason, though, I don't have too many worries. We've seen this man solo clutch so many times before. Picks up a quick elimination outside of the zone, but it's only for the materials. No siphon going through, and he's immediately building up. He's trying to separate himself from everybody down below, but he made himself the focal point from Acorn and Bolts.
He can get focused all he wants. I mean, his mechanics and his decision making, he was just too clean. He got up and out of that problematic situation, and where another player probably would have gotten taken out, he manages to survive the situation. And Higgs is doing something just as well. Down in the bottom right screen, finding a set of eliminations, and that puts him right back into things. So he's got an opportunity now to make something happen.
Now both of them really just kind of going through it. Higgs being stuck outside of the zone while getting targeted, but he's finally able to make it through. Same cannot be said by Peterbot. Bolts is able to get that elimination. Him and Acorn untouched up above, and they find another one as they take down Lawrence. That's their 4th elimination of the game. There's only one other duo. Everybody else solos down below, and that's why you're seeing Higgs take so much pressure from up above. The other solo, Virgo, knocking on the door, and he takes down Higgs. Now Virgo is going to be the lone man by himself left with 2 duos to go against.
Listen, this is not looking great for Bolts and Acorn. They are low on medium ammo. They have to make something big happen here, and of course, they land right into the elims and close the game there, Jacob.
Nobody could look back. Big win for Acorn and Bolts. Zeke, Kelly, Vivid. Let's break down that action.
Whew, okay, all right. As long as Peterbot and Poyo fall, everything is good. Just kidding, I lied. Everything is not okay because Acorn Bolts, they get themselves a victory royale. Viv, I think what's really exciting about this game was it was kind of looking really bad for the duo, but a clutch situation helps propel them to get a victory royale.
Yeah, I mean, what an incredibly well played game number 2. I feel like the highlight for everybody right there, right? Jacob was kind of talking about it. Their ability to go ahead and just launch pad all the way up into the sky using this Flowberry Fizz. And then they kind of just sat here and they waited for the next zone to reveal itself. And once it did, once it was like, oh, hey, I'm going to the south, they landed on some old builds. They put down the med mist that were necessary and started to apply the pressure. After this, Kelly, they had height for the rest of the game. The win was on the back of that single play right there.
Oh, I mean, you could see it once the camera pulled away, just how high of the high ground they held. We kept talking about how Peter kind of had second height, but it literally was like 10 layers down. Here we have it. When you have the shockwave grenades, they just don't go up that high. And by this point, so much other mobility is already used. Bolts knew exactly what to do, dropping down here. Incredible elimination coming out of him. And honestly, I think this is kind of what we expected from Bolt and Acorn, especially out of the performance that we saw from the heats. They got first place out of their heats as well. Bolt has been putting in so much time in practice in the reload mode especially, and I'd love to see it pay off.
Recent sign and twisted. I feel like they're like, hey, look at this guy. Acorn's pretty cool, right? Yes, indeed he is. Now, of course, we do still have 6 games left to go. A short break first. When we come back, we discuss game number 2 and prep ourselves for game number 3.
Give me a second, pulling something up.
If you have a headset dent, then it's probably over for you. All jokes aside, let me show you how to get rid of your headset dent and how to avoid getting dents in the future. If you play games often or listen to music for long periods of time, then you probably have noticed this phenomenon called a headset dent. If you don't know what it is, it's when you wear overhead headphones for so long it leaves a mark on your hair and deforms your head. Luckily, it is usually not permanent and the fix is very easy. The easiest fix is to stop using overhead headphones and switch to earbuds. I know that this is not a viable option for some people, including me, because 1. I don't want to buy a new headset just to avoid a dent. 2. I like the sound of my current headset. The second fix is to loosen up your headset a little bit. What I mean by that is don't make it stick to your head. Adjust the sides a little bit so you can still hear the sound, but it sits comfortably on your head. This is the option that I usually choose. Another option is to take breaks every 25 to 45 minutes. While on a break, you should take off your headset and eat some food, drink some water, or maybe even go for a walk. By the way, it is recommended that you go for a walk every 40 minutes if your routine consists of sitting for long periods of time. Contrary to popular belief, headphone dents only affect your hair and skin, not your skull. People thought that dents were reshaping your skulls and that the damage is permanent. After seeing streamers like Tyler1 show his head after streaming for hours. Don't believe everything you see on the internet. Always do your own research. This is why I am here to tell you useful information about gaming. Consider subscribing to the channel to support me and learn useful information which can help you. If you take off your headset and the dent doesn't go away after a few minutes, then you might have a hair type which keeps the shape for longer than others. There is nothing to worry about though. Just use warm water to shape your hair into a desired form and then use a blow dryer or let it air dry. This should fix your problem. If you are an experienced gamer, then it might be a good idea to invest into some extra padding if your headset doesn't have enough, mostly on the overhead area. It is also a good idea to massage your scalp after a long gaming or work session to release some tension. In very rare cases, the damage might be permanent and the only solution is surgery, but that is probably not the case with any of you. If you do these things, then you are going to get rid of your headset dent in a couple of minutes or a few hours. I hope I helped you learn something new. Please subscribe because I am trying to become a successful YouTuber.
Oh, Polio's down, and I was like, yeah, so like, still got Peterbot left alive here to go ahead and continue to pick up some points here for the duo. Honestly, not necessarily one of his best solo clutches. I was able to pick up a couple of more points, kind of hoping for a little bit more. Picked up a couple of placements at the end of the day, but unfortunately just could not get himself off of that secondary height. So just kept feeling the pressure of the high ground of the Acorn and Bolts. After game number 2, though, because they still made it towards that end game, right, top 6 there for Peterbot and Polio, they still reign supreme. They're still on top of the leaderboard, 130 points, but Kelly, Acorn, and Bolts closing the gap.
Are they? That's almost a 50% difference of points right now between first and second place. Acorn and Bolts doing a great job, though, in that game. If anyone's going to start trying to take away that first place spot, it might be that duo right there. But also, we had another incredible solo clutch coming out of Higgs. Clicks going down a little early, but Higgs, we saw him in the solo series. When he is a solo, it is not too much to worry about because he can just absolutely tear. Even when it's a 1v2, Higgs is not down.
Yeah, I really hope we don't get into this little bit of a pattern here for Clicks and Higgs. We've kind of seen this happen before where a lot of the points, and it's been with different duos, by the way, but it just seems to be something that is synonymous with Clicks, is that sometimes on his teams, it's just like a lot of the points just come from these solo clutches. And I really want to see them alive as a duo, right? Just a strong, steady duo in a lot of the games. So being left to like some solo clutches in game number 1, game number 2 is not so good for the duo. But hey, listen, they're picking up those points, right? They're putting on those solo performances, so it is still going well. They are in 5th place, but just imagine how much better they could be doing if they are both able to stay up and healthy.
The game does feel very chaotic, right? Like, obviously, this is very different to BR, and you can reload earlier on in the game until zone 7. But, you know, how do we maybe approach this? We both need to stay alive as long as possible because, look, 2 high-profile duos, right, are ending up as solos. So is there things we can do to combat this?
I mean, sometimes it's a little bit hard, right? When you think about reload and how much mobility is in the game, you're able to, all these duos are able to stay so healthy until the very end of the game because they just have so many options available for the rotate. So usually when they go into those end games, their mats are just so healthy. And, you know, Clicks and Higgs are those type of players that they like to pick on the players that aren't necessarily as healthy. So the fact that there's going to be less of them in reload, maybe they need to make some adjustments there. But like I said, we can go ahead and nitpick here, but they're still in 5th place. They're still doing good.
Yeah, honestly, the only criticism I could give them is that nitpicking, making sure that they do top off if they have to go back into Storm to get some more mats or to get some more heals, making sure that they are, once that zone 9 kind of hits, that they you know, kind of just run out of everything and they're not able to kind of come back and get that refresh, get those eliminations on the low ground. And I think that they kind of just need to pick their battles a little easier. Like I said, it's nitpicking. Who are we to talk? It's hard to really judge Clicks and Higgs when there's just so many other good teams. It's not necessarily what they're doing wrong, but what everyone else is doing right.
Yeah, I think some duos we're seeing already kind of like pressure the lobby, which I really like. Like if I look at Rapid, for example, he's kind of farming and kind of what we saw at the Pro-Am, you know, the little allié situation, but as players kind of respawn, there is an opportunity to kind of press them. They come out of the, it's very clear where they're kind of coming back into the game, right? We have this big rift effect, Vivid, and suddenly you've got someone dropping out. When you have players that can laser beam, I mean, dude, I can't even see that. That's a pixel to me. But to them, it's so clear, and their aim is so deadly.
Yeah, I really liked this game from Rapid and Code. We were kind of talking about, hey, is the end game going to be a little bit different? Are they going to be up, going contesting for the higher gun there? Yeah, their end game was definitely a little bit different. We didn't see them necessarily going for the higher gun like we did in game number 1, but the early game was also completely different, right? Going ahead and pressuring towards some of those eliminations and picking up. We saw 6 right there, and the game had barely even started. Love to see that from the duo.
Yeah, that's definitely helping them as far as the leaderboard is considered. You know, they've gone 12th place and 7th place now, but with 12 eliminations, they're actually 2nd place right now for elims. And with it being 3 points per elimination, that is definitely helping them. They just got to find that placement to kind of balance things out.
I wanted to highlight here as well, Lawrence and Batman Joe in 9th place. The kind of swingy nature of the competition, right? So their first game, 17th place with only 2 elims, but this game here, a 5th place with 8 eliminations, and now they're inside the top 10. I feel like this is gonna come down to the wire, but guys, I feel like we do need these kind of pop-off performances, right? If I can reload, let's just send it.
Oh, Zeke, man. Zeke's like, yeah, man, go ahead. I can float down from the sky and then just give Rapid a bunch of these eliminations like just happened that game. Zeke, man, that's not how it works, bro.
Yeah, no, Zeke, let's get into reload right now. Let's play. I want to see how you like to play your games right now after that.
Yeah. We'll just hop in right now. We'll become the 21th duo, but it'll be 3 of us. And Vivid can carry us to a win. Guys, we are getting ready to jump back into more of the action. This is game 3 of 8. So casters, over to you.
I, for one, would love to see Zeke play some reload. I don't know about you, Monster. Maybe even put him in one of these lobbies, but the action continues to top. Who would have thought game 2 had moments that were better than game 1?
Yeah, I mean, look, for some, you're walking on a sunny side of the street. For others, it's a cool, brisk breeze, man. It's not looking good. But hey, Reload has told us one thing. Every game can go any which way. The pendulum can swing if you can just find your momentum in that early game and lock someone out, farm those points early.
Yeah, with it being an 8-game series, consistency truly is key. Yes, you might have to pick up eliminations at the end of the game, but you're seeing outside of maybe the 32-point lead for first, how close the leaderboard actually is. One game can bump you from 10th to 5th, and then from there, you can probably bump into the top 2 spot, because that's exactly what everybody is playing for today. That top 2 will get you to the finals later on this year.
Yeah, and it becomes a game of mental stress at this point. Can you stay locked in? And, look away from Peterbot and Pollo. They have a lot of points, but game 3 is here. Let's jump on this battle bus.
It might be a little too early to start switching up your game plan, but depending on where you're at on the leaderboard, you might have to start to thinking, hey, what is the best way to start to close that gap? Depending on whether you're 50 points down, how do I get it to 40 after this game? How do I get it to 30? And just kind of chip away at that deficit until you're good, as King once again starting this contested fight off. Last game, it was Iamzo who went down first. This game, it is going to be Josh.
Yeah, King and Jargu have only found their success in the first set of eliminations. Making it to endgame has been fairly difficult for this team and many others. Yamzo, Josh, of course, are not going to let that deter them, though, from having a good game. Cold and Rapid continue to push the press here over at the Steamy Stacks. We know there's a llama to the north. We'll see if they end up finding it, as they do tend to stay in the storm no matter what. For Reg in mopping here, they seem to be doing just fine with their side of the map.
Yeah, and it's interesting, like I spoke about, for game 1, triple contested, regular contested, and then uncontested. But as the day goes on, you're seeing teams realize, hey, maybe elsewhere there's not the loot that we'd hope. Maybe it's not the best fight in positioning. So you're seeing them inching their way back on over to Steamy Stacks. We'll check how it works out for them later. But it does like looking at the feed, Sharkman, regular again from Colt, and Iamzo. 3 more players just kind of going down. Luckily for them, they still have their teammates to kind of reboot them. But as Zeke and Vivid and Kelly broke down, it's almost like a beacon. You see the rift from the sky, you have to drop down, and with the mobility that's in this game, you more than likely will get chased.
That is definitely certain. Getting back over to King and Jargo, they just seem to have continued. I think they might have sent Iamzo back to the lobby. We don't see them nearby, but they do have a nice set of eliminations, seem to have the drops themselves at the moment.
Yeah, I see Josh, and I was looking just all around. Where is Iamzo at? Maybe he got out safe already. Peterbot show continues over towards Slurpee. You see Higgs making his appearance over on that side of the map, and it becomes more and more contested, even if not at the drop, right after players are able to get a little bit of a loadout and feel comfortable starting to fight. As Peterbot, instead of chasing one, he goes after who's closer. Maybe no mobility, but the shockwave comes out from Higgs. Good shots coming out from Pete, but not enough to get the down yet. But with the last crash pad, he's going to continue on the chase, but Higgs has mobility of his own. It's the cat and dog. Shockwave versus crash pads. Can they catch up? Clicks tries to close the distance to lend a helping hand, but Peterbot is not backing off.
Oh my gosh, there goes another shockwave sending them. This time Clicks is low on HP as well. This is just starting to crumble beneath them at the moment, and the pressure here from Pollo as well. It's not just Peterbot. Pollo's already in the mix, but it's a 2v1 onto Higgs right now. Higgs still putting up a great fight. Finds wonderful tags onto Pollo, but it's Pollo who gets the siphon as well, and they just have more than enough to go ahead and bounce back. So this is looking like a repeat of that major 2 where Clicks is kind of off in the distance and Peterbot and Pollo on the other side. Or really just Peterbot, but they're thinking about that fight once again.
Yep. Higgs having to kind of drop back down. That's kind of where they land right out of the gate, so they do know where some of that loot left over is. It's just basically having to restart fresh here when it comes to your materials and getting all of your utility, whether it's the heals, the grapples, or the shockwaves. So from scratch from them, but with Higgs coming back into the game along with Click staying alive, they're going to have a chance in this game still. Acorn and Bolts coming fresh off of that win. You see they already got one early game elimination and kind of sticking to their plan. Acorn and Bolts usually play out every single one of their early games as slow as possible. If the zone pulls away, that's a blessing for them because they can use the launch pads. They can use the shockwaves with the Flowberry Fizz to get there safely versus everybody else rotating together.
Yeah, it's definitely a duo that is dependent on playing for placement points. It's the reason they're up at the top of the standings right now. But hey, this is only game 3, and realistically, if you tune out at any time, by the time you tune back in, these games are going by very, very fast. For Cold and Rapid right now, 70 points, holding them up. 2 eliminations this game, so pacing relatively decent here, still at the steamy stacks.
And this is where I talk about the difference in eliminations, because to start this game, Cold and Rapid were in 8th place. With those eliminations, they moved up to 7th. They're 1 more point away from Scare and Osid on that leaderboard. And this is kind of what I'm going to be trying to look at once we get to Game 7, Game 8. I'm going to become a mathematician, trying to break it down to figure out who actually qualifies at the end of the day. And we're just seeing how different everybody's playing it around the map. If you're out of zone, it almost seems like you have a little bit more freedom.
Peterbot, Boyo, making sure no one's in their vicinity is going to have freedom to do anything with the loot that they want to make sure they secure here. But for them, it's really picking up the lead, right? Opening and widening that gap between themselves and everyone else. 2 elims right now. Well, that's uncommon for Peterbot. Actually loses track of the opponent he was chasing, and process of elimination says, all right, you got to be in here, buddy.
And even though he's looking for that elim, I almost think it's worth it for them to be able to farm that, but I think he saw the foot as he jumped over. It's a little pixel there.
Yeah.
Peterbot's able to see, and then you kind of look at his loadout. 3 different slurp juices. If you end up in a prolonged fight against Peterbot, it almost will feel like you have to eliminate him 3 different times in a singular fight. That's going to be scary once he gets into his groove.
Yeah, you wouldn't think someone could just build like a juggernaut loadout in a game mode like this one, but he is just going unpunished right now in the lobby. Yamzo and Josh, though, just trying to make do with what Cold and company have left behind here. And it seems to be playing out pretty well for them so far. Take a look at the replay. All they did end up giving Cold that extra elimination here at the vending machine. So that's going to be a welcomed set of points for them. Rituals, Agers here just kind of hanging out right now, just biding their time now as things are starting to settle down. Again, as we get closer to zone 5 is where the pacing has almost converts, right? We start looking at things a little differently.
Yeah, that risk reward scenario kind of comes into play. Early game, you can get away with a lot, but as the zone closes, it's getting harder and harder. As Vlex gets taken out, Ritual and Agers kind of triangulate that position to get 1 less player off their side of the map. But just judging by the fall and loot, it almost seems like he was fresh rebooted right out of the sky. Light is staying alive, so even though they may not know exactly where Light is positioned, they know he's just right there somewhere. As Vlex continues to spawn, you see in the rift open up, and it's not just Ritual and Agers he has to worry about, it's so many other teams.
Yeah, this is the... like the guy just, you know, walking down the street, whistling, you know, hey, we look over there, there's someone. Yep, exactly. Your spot's just getting given up. Either way, Peterbot, Boyo back to it at the Slippery Saw. Another team moving on in to their general location. A marker comes out, so Boyo's getting a bit of a fight here potentially. See if Peterbot manages to jump out and meet him there. That clicks. I think it's Clicks and Higgs again.
Yeah, they do land nearby. We already saw them because it's uncontested by Peterbot and Poyo. Not only them, but other teams as well want to steal away some of that loot. It's Aloe. You saw him kind of get farmed out of the sky a little bit. Luckily for him, he is able to drop. You see in the med kit, that's going to be much needed. The vending machine, he cashes in on some of that gold. He realizes, hey, we might need to take our time. We might need to find a little bit more for our loadout, the materials that we're missing. So I like to play, you know, not getting down on themselves and not making any desperate purchases this early into game 3.
Shadow Virgo kind of slept on so far. They're at 3rd place coming into this. No elims just yet here. Zone 5 creeping on us. What are they trying to do right now at the Dirty Docks? Okay, so they pretty much have a bit of another, I would say a favorable zone, right? It's just outside the Dirty Docks here. Game 1 obviously finished here, and that played out very well for them. We'll see what they can do with Game 3 here. They're trying to keep a low profile. They're definitely looking to play for placement points once again. It's what's working best for them so far.
Yeah, when you get zone, it's one of those things where community looks at it. Even you or I or analysts probably look at it. These are like must-win games when you get the zone on your side of the map, especially in a game mode like this in Reload where anything can happen at a moment's notice. We jump on board Acorn and Bolts. We saw a lot of their slow rotations throughout the first couple of games. This time around, 5th zone. They're already making it there early, and now they have decisions depending on what mobility they actually want to use. The zone is not too far away. They could one-hop this with a crash pad, but their strategy so far in the 2 previous games is the launch pad with the Flowberry Fizz.
Yeah, we'll see what they end up doing here. There goes the crash pad, so they've made the quick decision. Seems like this is already a decision in the making. Kanata Arc follows suit as well. They find themselves to the front. Clicks and Higgs back on the other side as well. Just playing that low ground, keeping out of the line of sights here. This is a nice clean rotate for them as well.
I think that's the important differences when you kind of look at a situation and you think a lot of these situations are the same, but you're noticing some teams when you're this close to zone are going to use a shockwave, they're going to use a crash pad. Others will try to walk in and utilize that mobility later if they need it. They try to bring it with them farther and farther into these games. That's exactly what you see Clicks and Higgs is doing. They could one shock it, safely make it indoor zone, maybe risk getting tagged up a little bit, but they're using other people's rotations, other people's builds that are already there as a safe way to find their way in.
Yeah, I do like that. I didn't even think that was going to be an option at that point, but good comms and good calls by them put themselves in a stronger position, and it doesn't cost them any materials, so definitely favorable. And here we have it, zone 6 now, starting to work its way and progress through. Kanata are completely farming out this building, turning it inside and out, trying to just get back in the game. Notice that, you know, their material count is not the hottest here, considering we're right into the end, but still, things could be a lot worse for them.
Yeah, and kind of take note about Ark and his kind of rise to the scene last year, winning one major, close to winning a next with Salco in school on NA West. He goes into the global championship. You see him on Aussie stream 1v1ing and dominating almost everybody. I think this is his first actual big final on the Central with Kanata, trying to show that, hey, you took the chance in me, I'm really going to make it worth it. And while other people took chances, Paper's doing the same thing. Rezi, a relatively newer player to the scene, and honestly, looking through heats, it was looking very bleak for them, almost not qualifying. But game 8 of their heats, they not only qualified, but it came away of a victory royale monster, showing that they do have the blueprint already.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's just those small moments of greatness that give you hope, right? Especially in your duo. When you guys are new, you got to work a lot out. A lot of these teams have known each other for long periods of times, right? They're friends, but when you have someone like Rezi, let's just say it's maybe a little bit more new to the community, there's a lot to be desired there and a lot to work on. So we'll see what they can keep doing as they find their moments. But Bolt and Acorn, very much consistent duo here. They seem to have figured things out. We talked about synergy amongst duos, you know, this is not a team we've seen play with one another in the last couple of years. So we'll see how that ends up continuing to develop through. We jump on over to Peterbot in Pollo. Back like they never left. We've used that phrase so many times as we start to look at how this team manages to perform time in and time out.
Yep, already 3 eliminations. Seeing the Flowberry Fizz again, they're just kind of making sure they have a diverse amount of mobility from shockwaves, crash pads, and you know as well as I do, the Flowberry Fizz has that utility, the low grab effect. You kind of jump around even without actual mobility items to try to close distances. As Clicks and Higgs kind of peek through, waiting for the next zone. As it does pop, it pulls all the way towards the south. It's not a max pull for Clicks and Higgs by any means, but they still have a few teams in front of them on this rotation that they have to watch out for.
Yeah, definitely got to continue to keep their eyes peeled here. As we start to take a panning look at what's going on right now. Everyone's kind of hanging out. Acorn's team going for the Medmis deep in the zone right there, just trying to buy themselves some time before they make a big rotate and possibly cost themselves anything. Shockwaves, of course, this is the time to use them. Showing the Agers on their way possibly to high ground, but no, they just opt to give that one up. So notice that's what really good teams will do. Most of them will decide, not a shot, I'm playing high ground first. Not in this lobby, not in this type of course, mobility meta with the Shockwaves that play.
Yeah, we know Acorn and Bolts have that launch pad. I knew I saw somebody fly by at the corner of my screen, and I was thinking, was that Acorn and Bolts? Then I saw them down below. Somebody is stealing the strategies, the bag of tricks. It's cold and rapid this time around, using that launch pad to try to go ahead and dodge everything that happens down below. But notice where Rapid landed. He didn't go down below. He's trying to hold as much of the high ground as possible. His curve goes down to Peterbot. Him and Poyo make quick work of him and get that refresh that they need to keep themselves strong.
Yeah, here it is. One more team falls here shortly, and that'll be placement points earned to the lobby. Very crucial moments coming up ahead. And notice, even though no one was on high ground, Cold and Rapid seem to have learned their lesson. They're like, all right, we're just boxing up, man. We're not going to be doing anything too risky, not just yet. Clicks and Higgs, on the other hand, have to play for some elims here. This is a game where they have essentially dudded out on earning points so far, but we are, again, in this final stretch here. Peterbot says, you know what? You don't want it. I do. He goes straight to the top. King and Jargu try to get themselves out of that render distance. Like we continue to talk about, teams will do that. And look, they're gone, but not for long. What goes up must come down. And they're forced an early descent.
Yeah, and I like the awareness, knowing the difference between the launch pads and the shockwaves, knowing they don't need to protect themselves. Cold and Rapid, they're almost non-existent. They're stuck in that mess that is down below. Kanata and Arc continue to drop down layers. They don't want to become that focus of the high ground. We've seen it game after game after game. Whoever's that second height usually is the threat, and they get all of that pressure. So for Kanata and Arc, they're just trying to fall underneath the radar. They get to the front side of the zone, but look how stacked it is. Everybody's being displaced, including Lawrence, that goes down to Bolts. A much-needed elimination, because you look at him taking those ticks to the zone that no longer matter, because he gets the HP and ends up in a whole nother box. I don't know if that was Arc or Kanata, but they almost got sent packing.
This is crazy. Boats is just scrambling right there. He's like, I don't even know if this is my med miss. We gotta go. And he is burning through those shockwaves just to stay in the game like any exceptional player would. Clicks and Higgs, though, fall before they even get to find their footing to the hands of Agers there. Jumping over to Jason Oliveira. Low ground here on the side of the mountain. This is a desperate spot to be in. They got to work their way out. Peterbot, Poyo just opting to stay up top. No one contesting them at all as we jump down to low ground. A complete different scenario at hand here. Agers and Ritual are comfortable, and they had 7 Elans there, Jacob.
Yeah, because of that terrain on the ground, there's not even players really rotating right above them. Paper and Rezi are the ones that have all that action. That's why they move out towards the right, trying to dodge it all. But Peterbot and Poyo laughing ear to ear, just sending everybody to clash with one another, pressuring the top side of the boxes, burning through their materials. And look how far they are away from everybody else on that high ground. Not a singular shockwave without the Flowberry Fizz. Can't even reach heights that high. But Cold and Rapid, they continue to get sprayed. Cold runs out of builds, ends up on the offensive, going after Bolts, lands a shot but unable to get the elimination, getting put in the blender as Rapid falls. Cold follows. It's his former teammate Acorn that gets the elimination.
Yeah, somehow Acorn's still in this game. Peterbot and Poyo opt to give up a little bit of that height there as they put themselves into harm's way, and Paper goes up. He's gonna send them falling down, but not before he gets knocked. Rezi still in the fight. There goes the siphon for Peterbot now, and they maintain control of the situation. Back to 8 eliminations, working their way towards another potential victory royale here. Acorn goes up and tries to send them flying with shockwaves there.
Yeah, that was a good play for Acorn, but they saw that one coming from a mile away. And luckily for him as well, as he's elevated. He's not on that ultimate low ground while all this is going down. Peterbot drops and uses the first slurp, gets into the miss grenade, drops Poyo the other slurp, and goes right back on towards zone, realizing, hey, I have to disrupt everything that's going down on the inside. Ritual goes down to the zone itself. Peterbot still flopping around, gets the elimination on Agers. That's going to be a wipe, but it comes at a cost. Poyo goes down. Now it's a 1v1 Peterbot versus Acorn, and he gets dropped from above. No chance at survival as Peterbot clutches up his second game of the day.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought Acorn was gonna have a little bit more of a fighting chance, but the limited mats and the low HP turns the tide in Peterbot's favor as they win another game here today. The third game is now complete there. Zeke, what do you think about that one?
What do I think, MDF? Listen, I already sound the red alert earlier, okay? Peterbot, Pollo, we allowed them to reconnect. We allowed them to form a duo yet again, and they just continue to put on a master class. I cannot believe it. And I love to like think back on that first game and how they got like the 10 elim victory out. The context was different, right? Back then, Peterbot had the grappler. This time he doesn't, Vivid, and yet still has enough time to drop a shock for Pollos, to still go in, to still take the fight down low and walk away with a win. I mean, dude, Peterbot is just different. He is just built different.
Yeah, I mean, they just seemingly always know exactly what they need to do. Absolutely incredible stuff there, right? You saw them, they had the high ground. They were very, very willing to kind of give it up. We'll talk about that in a moment here, but look at this already. Total points, 220, a huge game 3 for the duo. Absolutely incredible stuff. But yeah, again, kind of returning to that higher ground, I do want to go ahead and say that my favorite point in this game was when the shockwaves in that final zone started to fly up, right? Everybody started to kind of use them to try to go up, make some sort of a last ditch effort play. Peterbot and Pollo did something incredible. They actually shockwaved themselves out into the storm, and then knowing that they had a med miss grenade to go ahead and use, go ahead and reset, make sure they're not in all of that mess, and then rejoin the fight, gave them that best chance to go ahead and win this game. And obviously you have Peterbot left in a 1v1 situation. Who's going to win that 90% of the time? The man himself.
I mean, there's no one else that could have done that besides Peterbot and Pollo. To effectively lose, what, like 130, 140 white heals just to be able to reposition themselves in the end game and to then go for the win there. Peterbot didn't have full health in that final moment there as a solo player, and still it didn't matter for him because he knew he was going to get the eliminations. He positioned himself so well where the low two teams were fighting each other. He was able to get that refresh, get that elim, and then the rest is history.
I mean, only Peterbot, am I right? Only Peterbot. I'm glad to see these guys join at the hip once again, because man, Pollo he just creates so much space and like opportunity and confidence in Peterbot. I love to see it. Now, of course, more things did happen. First, a break. When we come back, more from the RES. See you in a minute. What's going on, Fortnite fam? Welcome back to the Reload Elite Series, game number 3. Once again, Peterbot, Pollo, 10 eliminations, 230 points. Oh, man. Let's dissect what else we saw, right? Because I'm sure as we move through the rest of the show, we'll probably end up talking about Peterbot and Pollo more. So let's give some highlights where they're due. Acorn and Bolts. Man, oh, man. Showing up big here in that game. Again, you know, maybe Peterbot, Pollo are starting to pull too far away, but if anyone can keep up, I gotta think it's Acorn and Bolts.
I mean, Acorn and Bolts, right, their first game of the day. Started a little slow there in 8th place, but after that, second and third games, it's been a win and a second place. And the cool thing about this for me is that they've been completely different in terms of how they've actually played the end game. We saw in their win, they played the high ground, they went out into the storm, they did this cool little play, and then in game number 3 here, they were actually playing the low ground, right? Looking for some of those eliminations to keep their refreshes going. And that's what I really, really like to see. Acorn, of course, we know him, one of the best IGLs in the game, paired up with a fragger. It just always works.
And it's not just a fragger. We've been watching Bolts since back when it was Bryce and Bolts, and you know, a lot of eyes were on that duo. They were kind of the new shining duo a few years ago, and to see Bolts continuing to just climb up and to increase his ability and to join up, like you said, with one of the best IGLs in the game, well, that is why they're currently sitting in second place. But I am already starting to see quite a separation from first and second to the rest of our lobby, and of course, that is the 2 teams that are going to be making their way to the EWC later on. Agers and Ritual, though, that big jump up, that does go to show that there's still opportunity for many of our teams to jump up into those top 2 spots.
Yeah, right. I mean, even in that last game, Agers and Ritual got themselves a 3rd place with 10 eliminations, right? These swings, they can happen, and we do have 8 games, right? Like, we need to kind of continue to fire on all cylinders. We need to try and get as many points as we can, and then at the end of those 8 games, we can kind of see where the cards fall, right? But right now, you know, Vivid, we need to kick things into high gear. We're about to start game number 4. And so I like to see that now Agers Ritual, they're like, hey, this is our game. We're alive. We're still in this.
Yeah, I mean, incredible game from the duo here, controlling the low ground for the entirety of the game. This is kind of what Ellie was talking about, expecting to see from the likes of Higgs, but the other side of things is actually Ritual and Agers kind of claiming a lot of that low ground down there. But I already mentioned it, 9 placements jumping up the leaderboard there. Huge game for them.
I mean, honestly, I kind of like this difference between Agers and Ritual with Acorn and Bolts. I think they both kind of represent the same duo. You have these very intelligent players in Acorn and Ritual, and then you have the fragging prowess. But Agers is definitely a veteran and a long-time competitor. So Ritual and Agers together, I think, has a lot of potential.
Let's keep going down this right. I want to go to 5th, Cold and Rapid. Another 5th place with 3 eliminations, right? Like, hey, it's maybe not 24 eliminations, but the placements, we just try to find ourselves a footing, right? We need to build toward this consistency. And I'll admit, look, Reload, it's hard to do that sometimes, right? But we need to start kind of kicking ourselves into high gear. And this is Cold we're talking about, right? Rapid as well. I have confidence.
Yeah, just kind of keeping an eye on this duo after game number 1, where they did try to play for that high ground. They did get it, but because of everybody that was kind of going for it, they fell a little bit short, right? Picked up 12th place. And ever since then, they've been progressively getting better throughout those games. I still would really like them to see that, try that high ground again, try to go ahead and claim it, because we've actually seen now that it is possible. They just got to go ahead and give it another try.
Maybe they knew that it was Peterbot and Pollo up on high ground, and they knew that there was no effort in trying to go for that high steal. And looking at that in game right there, they just didn't have the material either to really go for it. So yeah, I agree. I'd like to see them kind of in like a little bit of a different in game situation, maybe with just a little bit more material, and then going for that high ground again, like what we saw in game number 1.
I wanted to also kind of go back to the lobby list real fast and highlight 4th place, Paper and Resi. So out of them, first game 4th, then a 10th, then a 4th place again. We're kind of lacking on the eliminations, but listen, the consistency of placement is there, right? So now we just have to look to find those eliminations, and then I think we're set, right, Vivid?
How does Paper keep getting away with it, man? This guy like unretires from the game every couple of like 4 months and just comes back and qualifies for a final like this with somebody who a lot of us who have never heard of before, right? He just constantly finds talent in the Fortnite scene, brings them up to speed, and then qualifies for events like this. It is always incredible to see how well he does in these types of situations.
Honestly, I would love for this duo to stick together for the remaining finals that we have. I think that there's a lot of potential between the 2 of them, and it's Paper. He's a longtime veteran. If anyone's going to be able to kind of learn reload and learn the meta, it might be him.
I love it. Okay, guys, almost at that halfway point. Game number 4 is ready. So find your seats on the bus. Casters, take it away.
That's right, game number 4 is almost here. We're approaching that rough halfway mark, and there has been so much going down here, but one thing's for certain, the leaderboards don't lie there, Jacob. Things are looking good for the boys up top.
Yeah, consistency really is key, and that's what our top 2 have separated themselves. It was a 32-point lead over first and second. That has stretched, but so has second place lead over the rest of the pack. And I wouldn't want to wait until the second half of the tournament. I think this all starts right here. So if you're Paper and Resi, if you're Agers and Ritual, if you're Cold and Rapid, now is the time to pick up that pace.
Yeah, it does make you wonder what is going to be the difference maker. How can you find yourself in a situation to excel ahead and still somehow slow down maybe even Peterbot and Pollo, or do you just forget first and say, hey, I want that other qual spot, like that is what I'm fighting for? Well, we'll just have to find out as game number 4 is here.
As the games do continue, game 4 is the important game before the halfway point, and you really got to look at that leaderboard and reflect on what's going right, what's going wrong, and how to find that success. See Paper and Resi, a triple contested Dirty Docks, and they're performing that well. This contested fight, King and Jargu have been winning it more times than not necessarily wiping Josh and Iamzo, but pushing them back, getting eliminations, and basically getting most of the loot out of the booming base.
Yeah, they're doing a good job here, definitely slowing down Iamzo's kind of momentum, right? Not really allowing them to get too situated, and it's been fairly, I'd say, even back and forth between the two as far as who's earned what on points. As the games continue to progress, though, one thing seems to be more and more clear. We need to avoid Slurpy Swamp, and Peterbot and Pollo now no longer have anyone here at the moment, and this is their drop to do what they will with.
Yeah, you can almost see him preparing the launch pad up above. Let me just get the loadout I need, maybe some extra materials. And you know Peterbot's going to be on the lurk, on the hunt, trying to find those early game eliminations. Clicks and Higgs, I say that loosely because Higgs has already went elsewhere. You see him trying to move back in, finding eliminations of his own. It was actually Arc that he did take down. Arc freshly off the reboot. Him and Kanata having a little speed bump in their game early on.
Yeah, nice find there, and Arc seems to be the one who's gone down time and time again now, at least from the last 2 games performances. Take a look at the replay there. Look at that, just completely caught off guard there. And Higgs did manage to put a full kit together relatively quickly, so I do think it makes sense that he's caught all these players off by surprise, and then follows up with Lawrence too. So before we even left the Slurpy Swamp, he was already working on his second elimination.
Hey, they started this game roughly 8 points down of 8th place, which is Josh and Iamzo. With those 2 eliminations, they're trying to close the gap. Luckily, Iamzo was able to get one. It was a trade because Higgs, again, once it did struck, taking down Iamzo before you can actually clean it up. But you're going to see how these strats are changing as the game goes on. More and more players are willing to take that risk, send their teammate elsewhere, try to find those eliminations. And once Zone 4, once Zone 5 hits, that's when they start playing closer together again.
This little play right here from Peterbot. He's just watching what's going down there, seeing if he had an opportunity to open up. Nothing big reveals itself, so off he goes, and that could have been a nice little hunting rifle shot, but let's see it. He also finds Lawrence, so it was not a pickaxe, little damage in there just to go ahead and add the salt to the wound.
All right, sticking towards their drop. They know they have a lot of extra barrels. You're seeing 7 shockwaves in the inventory of Clicks. I feel like he's the one that's trying to stay alive. We've seen Higgs already get aggressive early on, so he's just maybe trying to keep that in the back of his mind. I might need all of this rotation just in case Higgs does go down, but you've seen it's already working out. They have 4 eliminations early on as a team, 3 of them on Higgs due to that strategy, and you see him elsewhere, away from Clicks on the map, again, looking for these important eliminations if they want to close the gap.
Here it is, Peterbot just sticking to it. Catches Lowen the first time, comes back, picks him up again. That's Lawrence's 3rd elimination, unfortunately, this game. Just falling victim to getting recycled for points right now. Cold and Rapid over at the Steamy Stacks. Okay, so this is the first time they're going to have a lot of time to work with as the zone is favoring the northern side. The West there. Higgs and clicks though. Oh, big headshot there onto Yamzo. Add that to the reels.
Yeah, and I got to imagine that's got to be frustrating. Now Josh is just getting jumped on by Higgs. This could be a big way to kind of stop the tempo. Remember, they're neck and neck on that leaderboard. Does look like Yamzo did get back into the game, though. So for Josh, buying time is no longer needed. It's about surviving, trying to stay alive, so you don't both have to go on the hunt for loot. But Josh cannot take on the 1v2 against Clicks and Higgs. They do get the elimination, but at least he bought enough time to get a chance back in.
What a different game, though. 7 eliminations here. That is massive here. I mean, I was going to say 7 times 3 is 21 points worth already. Hold up, though. Forget the math. Peterbot, Boyo have more to deal with right now. They have Sharkman inside. Boyo now has officially arrived here. Sharkman trying to squeeze out what health he could. He gets caught in the cone, has to get out. The edits come through. It's just not going to be enough. What can you do there? Peterbot secures the elim, puts them up at 4 elims now, and they're just playing with house money.
Yeah, 4 HP though. Peterbot barely surviving. And that's the blessing and the curse of the slurp water there down below is, yes, you can use it to regenerate HP and shield, but it's going to give away those audio visuals. There's no chance of him hiding and survive. And the aggression that they have, again, you're seeing them go across Slurpy Swamp constantly, north, south, east, west. They're just keeping themselves in a progression mode of constantly getting eliminations. And I almost think you see that in the feed. If you're second place, third place, fourth place, or anybody else looking to catch up, and you see Peterbot, Poyo, you know you're gonna have to start getting active.
It's demoralizing. I mean, I wouldn't want to put myself in that situation, but neither could I. I'd never make it a finals lobby with that boy. But here you have it. Acorn, Bolts on the other side, making the rotate right now. And again, just trusty, you know, getting straight to it, waiting for that end game. Nothing to worry about.
I'm not sure of the entirety of the loot pool. I know there is the double trouble, but then you have the Mythic Havoc here. There are very few weapons in the loadout that can one pump monster. Very few. And Bolts has the one pump monster of the Mythic Havoc. So if he ends up in a fight, he can end it with just one shot. Bolts, I have my eyes locked on you this game, brother.
Yeah, hey, look, one thing's for certain is, you know, Bolt and Acorn are playing this like it is a literal grand finals lobby, and, you know, you can't get rebooted. They are taking their time. They're putting themselves in key positioning, and they are showing up in every single end game. And you got to respect that, because you have a whole bunch of other players really leaning into the fact that, hey, look, let's fight for elims. Let's just push these fights because we can.
Fourth zone here, 30 seconds. It will close. We'll move into the 5th. And this is almost like that danger signal of saying, hey, team, zone's about to be closing soon. Reboots are going to be turning off in the next couple of zones. You have to start being very, very cautious about how you rotate in and around this map. Because if you go down, yes, you do have a chance to reboot before the 7th zone closes them off. But getting not only back into the game, but getting a loadout that you can find success with, that is what's going to be hard. And after all the early game struggles, you see Josh and Yamzo trying to slow things down. They may have weapons in their arsenal, but you see empty item slots and a huge lack of resources.
Yeah, this is desperation at its finest right now. Just trying to really work with what they got at this point. I mean, gotta count their lucky stars that Cold and Rapid have already moved down and found someone else to fight here, as Light is the one who's under pressure right now. Haven't seen much from this player just yet, but you probably see why. Just having a tough time right now, even fighting off the singular Cole, and he's got the advantage, little as you know. Like, Cole doesn't have much health to work with, and he just turned and burned. I mean, things might be a little bit better.
Yeah, and I saw Vlex go down in this feed, so for Light in the next couple of seconds, it's important that he did create that distance to stay alive, because he was the only one with a chance to get them back into the game. As Cold looking around his POI, they're just trying to find some extra heals here. He does not want to have to use these slurp juices, and that's why he's immediately making his way on over towards that vending machine, so that way he can buy the patch-ups, buy the med kits only if they're needed.
Yeah, that came in just in the nick of time. He was very, very low. If Josh would have been only slightly better, I'm not sure if he would have made it there, but nonetheless, that's not the reality that we're looking at right now. Still though, they're on the move, burning through these grapple hooks. They must have plenty of work within Gold. Just lasers in on Flex and shuts him down. It's almost as if he knew exactly where he was.
Yeah, and that's gonna be a full-on wipe too. They got lights, they got Flex. So that team is out of the game here early in game 4. 18 teams still up though. And it's usually around zone 8, zone 9, we start to see those teams go down. And it's very, very important you do make it that far because they are going to be dropping. Next thing you know, it's from 18, you blink 15, you blink again 12. And that is where you're able to kind of pick up some of those placement points merely by staying alive. And that's why you see the launch pads really start to come into form. It was Acorn and Bolts first, and then it's Cold and Rapid. So I'm just interested to see who else starts to take that strategy in the second half of the tournament.
Yeah, it was definitely effective. We saw a lot of teams, especially around zone 8 or 9, super shy, timid about going for that high ground and really just exposing themselves for the most part. So plenty of opportunity to take advantage of the strategies at play, but let's lock in with Higgs and Clicks really quickly. What an early game, right? 7 elims, hasn't slowed down since. They have just managed to make their way into the middle of the next zone, and this is looking mighty comfortable for the duo right here.
Yeah, you see them safely farming, making sure nobody's hiding inside, lurking. Just going to quickly try to hit a one pump. I like their approach to this situation. Storm Surge is not a worry at all. Only worry for Clicks and Higgs that I do have if the zone bounces back. You see Steamy Stacks. You see the hill where Paper and Rezi are at. So making a change in rotation like that is not going to come without risk of its own. As we jump on board, Paper and Rezi, 117 points. Such an impressive day so far for them. We know how good Paper can be, but I want to give credit to Rezi here, putting a lot for somebody that hasn't really had a lot of these moments to shine. I got to give him credit for shining bright today.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, he's just holding his own, but Higgs seems to have found Boyo in the feed, and we get the instant replay here. Take a look at that. Just top-down angle right here, and then tries to shockwave in. Oh, I respect it for sure, but Peterbot manages to somewhat sneak his way out of that. And Boyo does touch down. I saw the health bar there, so he's back in the game. That's going to cost them a lot. Notice what's going to happen. They're going to have to split their heals, possibly weapons, and the materials. I doubt he's able to find anything at this point in the game.
Yeah, and if you know them, they almost feel like they might try to force a fight here, depending on where this next zone goes. See a replay, a lot of action happening in this game. Agers realizing, hey, he's within reach of that top 2 position. He is 3rd place on that leaderboard. Obviously, winning a game gets you that extra 10 points, 1st over 2nd place, but an easier way to close the gap is find easy eliminations like that. And you're seeing the advantages of Steamy Stacks. I think I spoke about this in game number 1. If it pulls towards the north, you get free high ground.
Yeah, I was going to ask you, what's your take on this? Because they just managed to build this huge base up here as well. So they have a lot of optionality.
And they don't even have to like take the steamy floaty down. They have the shockwaves. They can crash pad down. You can build and extend it outward on the other side of that. And I think that's what Rapid was kind of doing, scouting ahead on the other side of that stack. You're seeing already those ramps build. They have no plans of coming down anytime soon. And this is really interesting because in our previous 3 games so far, nobody wanted to take high ground in 7th, 8th zone. Now they get a free high ground way far away from shockwave distance as well.
You know, I gotta give credit though to Cold. He just keeps going for height. This time, you know, granted it's given to him on a platter, as Peterbot in the replay right there continues to find eliminations. That's actually a critical one. That's gonna put Boyo possibly back in the game now. You have to assume he has a full loadout to work with right there. So I didn't think I'd say it, but what an impact frag right there as they find one here in this game. Back to Higgs and Clicks. 8 elims, as we saw. The last one was on to Boyo, putting them in that tough spot as they've crawled their way out of it though.
Yeah, and look at the backside of the zone though, and it's gonna force Peterbot Boyo, it's gonna force Yamzo, even Clicks and Higgs out of position, but they find through the stairs. Yamzo with the help of Clicks and Higgs, an unlikely trio play being made here in the finals of the Reload Elite Series. Yamzo, unfortunately enough, can't even push in to get that loot.
I mean, they're just on a correction course here. Higgs is like, hey dude, didn't I say you're out of this game, buddy? Knocks him once again. So unfortunate that he didn't have time to react. That's like one of those weird spots you can't even put a wall, right? Because they had the staircase there. Unfortunate for him. Cold though. Team have to come down. No one's really got height just yet. Yeah, I was gonna say they're coming off that stack.
Talk about what Acorn and Bolts were doing with the launch pad to get out of render distance. They already started in the clouds before the launch pad was even taken. Now they're higher up, but Peter is making things happen. Gets a knock and elimination onto Stiff, trying to get himself the material needed, especially if he's having a solo run. Rezi and Paper just trying to stay in front of the zone. Nobody at this point in time really confirming themselves as the team to beat on height.
Yeah, this is a tough one to hold height as well because you don't see a lot of other high structures. There's no mountains around, so shockwaves are going to be devastating to anyone that goes up early. I mean, it's going to be susceptible to an easy break here, but Ritual and Agers say, screw that. We're just going to go on and commit to it anyways, and they find themselves looking to go ahead and base up and outwards. We'll see how long that will last them, and we'll see how safe it is making this play right here. Now look at this, going just recommitting to structuring up that base right there, so they have somewhat of a strong foundation. Shadow, Virgo though have to make a move. This is a team that was holding on to third place pretty strongly in the first 3 games, with that 4th one now at play here is up in the air, and they've just consistently made these end games. They're very, very good so far as a duo. This might just be their type of game mode.
Yeah, and if any time is going to be the time to close that gap, it is this game here. Peterbot and Poyo down outside of placement points. So the only points they got in this game is through their eliminations. Bolts and Acorn, that's going to be our 2nd place team. Agers, Ritual in the picture-in-picture, 3rd place team. And you're seeing on the left, all the chaos. Agers is just putting pressure upon pressure down below onto that 2nd high team, which is Bolts and Acorn. So this is 2nd and 3rd place looking to clash, but then in comes a new challenger. Front side of zone, Virgo and Shadow out of nowhere. Agers, Light Ritual, they lose their high ground for a second, but they use that time to quickly gain it back. We're moving over towards the Steamy Stacks where they might be looking to connect.
Yeah, look, and that's the same call I made. You know, pro players recognizing, hey, that's not safe high ground. Like, it's easy to break, and that's exactly what happened. So it cost them so much more. And Ark and Kanata now say, wait, but this is a structure I can get behind, and they go up and over on top of the stack here. And just like that, they are looking to secure a victory royale. And hey, this is their chance to try to close that huge gap, right? There's a crater between them and everyone else.
Yeah, it looked like Sharkman and Yuz were going up for a moment. Ritual is going up for a moment. Fall damage isn't too much of a worry if you can get inside of the stack, so very less risk compared to most other situations. But Ark and Kanata, once again, land the damage. They send Rituals and Agers packing down below, but they realize we don't have the builds to hold it. Less than 10 for Ark. They drop down. They have no other choice, but in their line of sight is Acorn and Bolts out of nowhere. They're battling it out for the high ground, and right now, it's Acorn and Bolts who are on top again.
And they found the knock right there just as we transitioned out for elimination now for Bolts. I mean, you highlighted that shotgun, and it makes you wonder why it's in Bolts' hands. It's because he's going to make the most out of this weapon here. But down to the low ground, Cold and Rapid should not be down and out on the low ground here. This is their drop spot, and somehow things have made a turn for the worse.
Yeah, it's either fall damage or storm. Cold still had shield on him, so nobody really gets that knock, or at least no credit for it, as Higgs picks up its 8th elimination of this game. This is what you have to do when your back is up against the walls. The solo series champion here looking for a big game, and he's pressuring that team up above. That's I Am and Up, that's Teeks, but he is also has his head on a swivel, realizing there's players all around. I cannot get lost. I cannot tunnel vision at this point in time.
Acorn and Bolts had a 2nd place last game. They're fired up right now. They're coming back, looking to see if they can do something big here. Higgs on the low ground is still cooking with gas right here. He's doing an excellent job putting up the pressure, but hold up. As I say that, I think Bolts actually lost Acorn in the mix, and then he falls to the hands of Virgo in Shadow. We were just highlighting how consistent they have been, and now Higgs and Clicks have their work cut out for them. They are very low material, but look, what a monster game for them.
Yeah, this is how you move up that leaderboard. This is how you start to build that confidence. They're one of 2 duos left in this game. There's also 2 solos running around that could play disruptors, Rapid being one of them, but he has no build. You've seen him trying to mantle up and dodge everything, but he rolls right into the palm of Clicks' hands. He gets back-to-back eliminations at that. Yuz falls as well. Clicks continues to scramble around, realizing I need time for the siphon to actually work. Higgs is going to buy him that time. He tries to grapple up, trying to land the shots. One knock's going to come through, but it's Clicks and Higgs who both fall out of nowhere. It's Virgo and Shadow that steal away the win.
Virgo and Shadow are the duo to look out for right now. They had an excellent performance coming out of the heats, and then just showing up right here in the final moments for a victory royale in game number 4. Zeke, I mean, you have to wrap your head around this. They've been around for so long. What else do they got for us?
This is what I was talking about earlier, right? MDF is finding those opportunities. This is an 8-game format, right? You just have to, even if you have bad games, just say, look, this is a brand new game. We are trying to qualify to EWC. We need to go. Last game for them, 11th place with 2 elims. Now they go out of game number 4 with a victory royale, placement points, elimination points. They are going crazy, and now they're at the halfway point. This is good. This is momentum. We've got some.
Oh man, I feel like this is very, very scary for the leaderboard right now, right? We saw our top 2 teams that game kind of fumble, and now one of these trailing teams is going to pick up a huge win like that. And awesome to see Shadow back in the mix. And I feel like this name, we always kind of see it in FNC as final. Now we're seeing it over here in Reload as well. Great to see them get a win.
Yeah, it's a name that we constantly see, but never really give the credence that it deserves. And Shadow and Virgo have now finally showed to everyone, hey, there's a reason that we qualified. There's a reason that we're here, and we're gonna make you work for that 1st and 2nd spot. And honestly, Zeke, I'm really excited to see the leaderboard because things might have shaken up a little bit.
We will. I'm not gonna spoil anything. We'll get to it when we get to it. But yes, I definitely think with this performance, this is really good for Shadow and Virgo, right? Because ultimately, with 4 games left to go, we just need to string together a couple more eliminations like this, and we could be looking to fight for one of those 2 spots going on through to the EWC. Congratulations to them once again. But I will say, before we take a look at the leaderboard, we're gonna go to a break first. I know. We're gonna go to a break. When we return, we'll have that leaderboard for you. So stay tuned. We'll see you right after this. Welcome back, Fortnite fam, to the Reload Elite Series. Okay, we left you on a cliffhanger. Shadow and Virgo, they got themselves a victory royale in this last game, right? Where did they place? We'll have the standings in just a moment because, as Kelly implied before the break, yes, this does actually impact the standings quite a bit. We started that game, they were just inside the top 10, right? It wasn't too crazy. Maybe it was starting to feel like it was a little too far away. But take a look at that third place spot right now, right? Shadow Virgo jumping up because of that first place with 7 elims. I'm telling you, Fortnite fam, it just takes a single game like this and everything changes on its head. And the fact, friends, that Peterbot and Pollo fell early that game, right? They fell 16th, just outside of placement points. Guys, this competition ain't over. It ain't over, Vivid.
It's getting crazy over here on NA. Look, another team kind of jumping up a lot of spots on the leaderboard as well. Clicks and Higgs, man, they're jumping up 5 placements after that game. They're finding themselves on 167 points. What a great game for them. I mean, a second place with Hold Up Kelly. Let me go ahead and mention it here. 13 eliminations. What a game.
Oh, you know Peterbot and Pollo are looking right now with their 2 10 elimination games being like, oh, we can do that, we can do that. Higgs, from start to finish, did not slow down. This is the Higgs that we saw in the solo series finals. This is the Higgs that we were expecting, and Clicks showing up as well. What a shame in the final moments they weren't able to get the final eliminations, but still, this is what we were expecting to see them here today, and honestly, it's better late than never.
And I mean, shout outs to Clicks there in those final few moments of that game when he's getting to like reconnect there with Higgs, to have that chaotic situation and to hold the shockwaves for that end game moment. Man, masterful control. But taking a look at the early game, this was Higgs, right? As Kelly called out, Higgs coming alive in this early game, taking the fight to Iamzo. At one point we tune in and I'm just like, yo, wait, what? How many elims are we have already? Like, what is happening?
Yeah, absolutely crazy and incredible stuff for them. I feel like that's kind of what we've seen across a couple of duos actually throughout the day, across the first 4 games here, is that somehow, some way, these guys start to steamroll some of these early eliminations in the more, right? Because of how Reload works, once that spawn comes out of the sky, usually it's easy picking, so they can continue to just go ahead and snowball some of these eliminations into more. Early games have been huge.
It has been so huge. And another thing from this duo is that they are a very momentum-based duo. I know we say that's a lot about duos, but honestly, as far as like mentality goes, this is the switch that they needed. I can only imagine just how much more calm and collected those comms are going to be going forward. And hopefully we just see more early aggression out of Higgs, because clearly that worked out for them.
Let's take a look at that leaderboard again, right? The fact that Peterbot and Pollo fell early, this is very big for the rest of the lobby. And this is kind of what we want to be happening if we are the rest of the lobby, right? Them not being able to continue to like build upon this lead. Now it's only 30 points separating Acorn and Bolts from Peterbot and Pollo, right? Like this, if this were to happen again, the game obviously gets closer. I would love to see more 10 elim VRs from Peterbot and Pollo for sure. But guys, you know, just tiny little mistakes led to this early fall. You know, I guess it's just kind of talking about the nature of Reload, right? It's just 1 or 2 things. You know, you go from, hey, we get a victory out to like, oops, we fell a little earlier than anticipated.
Yeah, once again, you know, we see Peterbot in a solo situation here. We did see Pollo actually go down. He did get a reload in actually over there by the stacks. Kind of flew down and they just weren't able to recover after that. So Peterbot tried to go ahead and make something happen as a solo right there. But Kelly, I think the big point here that I want to make about Peterbot and Pollo falling early is that I feel like the biggest missed opportunity here was actually from Acorn and Bolts, because they were in second place. Then we saw them fall kind of early during that endgame as well, even when they were on the high ground.
Yeah, they had a decent height. They, 4 eliminations on high ground around zone 11. You had the Mythic Havoc shotgun on Bolts as well. They had so much going for them, and then they just weren't really able to kind of convert that into this early aggression that we've seen from other players. Also, another kind of surprising game was Cold and Rapid there. They didn't necessarily have a terrible game, but with it going over into steamy stacks, I was expecting just a little bit more of a control from the zone there. Everyone kind of rotating over to that northwest corner, allowing them to kind of stick on top of the stacks and control the rest of the lobby, but just wasn't able to really convert that into anything too much. But just looking at this leaderboard right now, looking at the point differences, honestly, from 5th up, I think any of these top 5 teams right here can easily break into that 1st and 2nd spot.
I feel like that's what makes Reload so entertaining, right? Like, again, we are now at that halfway point, right? So having these tiny little moments, because even if I think back to that game, right, the fact that Peterbot Pollo fell early, it is because Peterbot decided to get a little too aggressive, right? He's against the stack. He's trying to edit into, like, literally against something you can't edit to try and break through and find an elim, and then it ends up costing them, right? But Viv, I do agree, the fact that Acorn and Bolts couldn't capitalize more, like 6th place, 4 elims, still really good, right? But it's not that good when you look up and you see Peterbot and Pollo above you. We just need to try and do a little more.
Yeah, I mean, those wins, they start to mean everything when you're going up against the Titans, who just pick up wins constantly. But I mean, Acorn and Bolts are just playing so good right now. The fact that we even saw them on higher ground once again, kind of poised for another win, poised for doing just so well in the end games, man. You know, it kind of feels like the Peterbot and Pollo show, but when you look at the leaderboard, Acorn and Bolts, they're just not that far behind.
No, and Logjam, their POI Logjam has, like, it's just honestly one a great POI, and they play it so well, and they have great mobility over there. I believe that there's a static launch pad over there, so that if they don't have too much mobility, they're still able to kind of rotate throughout the map easily, and we're seeing that kind of work out for them right now. 2nd place right now. Can they hold on to it, though? That's the question, Zeke.
I know, and that, look, this is just me being nitpicky, okay? That's all it is. That's all it is. I love everybody. I want everybody to win and all of us to go all to EWC together. Anyway, I know that time. You want more action. You want more games. Here it is. Game number 5 for you, casters. Over to you.
This is where we're at, Monster, the second half of the day. And I talked about this being a marathon with 8 games, but now there's only 4 games left. This has turned into a foot race, and we'll keep it going because game 5 is here.
Game 5 is here, and it's time to face the music. Let's be honest, if you're looking at the standings and you see that there is a gap between you and that qualification spot, you have to do what Clicks and Higgs did last game, and that's turn on the pressure on the rest of this lobby and find eliminations.
And already, you've seen a little bit of a difference. It's been either King or Jargu that's been able to get that first elimination more times than not onto both Iyamzo and Josh. And you're seeing a little bit of a different approach this time around. They're staying close together. They're making sure that they don't end up in a 2v1 or an individual fight that they don't, or I should say, can't really afford to lose here in the second half of it all. Cold and Rapid, again, getting steamy stacks to themselves. That means Mopping and his duo are constantly dipping in and out of steamy stacks, and that POI, or I should say, a sub POI that is right underneath. It may not be the best loot, but at least it's something to get their game going.
Yeah, and you can see with Rapid taking a little bit of damage here, so obviously something went down, but nothing conclusive coming from the fight. Cold and Rapid, though, I mean, last game really should have been I mean, they did well, but I was hoping to see a victory from them. We'll see if they can pull one through for the days up. There's 4 games ahead of us, obviously this one and 3 more, so we are in the tail end of things now. Kanata Arc falls again, the first to fall in this duo, so he clearly is the one that Kanata's like, all right, you get out there, you try to earn us something, but he's just having a hard time. Meanwhile, Higgs and Clicks are doing the same thing, but Higgs is finding success. This time, they're going straight after Iyamzo, and one thing's for certain, Iyamzo is not someone you want to take lightly in a fight there, and look, he makes Higgs pay for it.
Yeah, Josh there, the Higgs moved over into their side of the map where they were performing as a duo. They quickly clean it up as he looks to disengage, and little do they know, they're sneaking up, getting closer and closer on towards Clicks. Is he still there? That's the question they're probably asking, and with Higgs dropping straight from above, they know exactly the location of where Clicks is at. Maybe not pinpoint down to go down and fight him, but they know he is around this side of the map, especially if Higgs keeps rebooting.
Yeah, and I think they're gonna just go ahead and check this warehouse here in a second, but no, Iyamzo actually goes to the one next door. Okay, but they are still very much on edge and curious as to where he's at. Meanwhile, Jargo and King, okay, finding their continued successes here. Now it's 61 points, so things are picking up just a little bit for them here, but they will have to continue to do more as his shield just gets ripped off. A scare there and Osid in the distance.
It's just becoming more and more of just a early game battlefield to where it's almost a must, it seems like, with how aggressive teams are. If you don't at least off the first drop send one of your players out to try to get an elimination, it's almost like you're not optimizing your game or optimizing your performance, because that's what we've seen a lot of these teams do that are in the top 5. They hunt down those early game eliminations, so once we get to zone 5, zone 6, or even 7 when it actually closes, they don't have to do anything else. They already got their loot, they already got their points, they already got their position in the zone.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, right? Because then if you take that same kind of description and you apply it to Acorn or Bolt, they're completely fine with not getting eliminations or anything like that in the early game. Instead, they opt to play for hyper placement playstyles, and it's going well for them. You know, one thing that was really interesting about game number 4 was that Peterbot and Boyo fell early. They actually gave the lobby a chance to close the gap, and I mean, Acorn and team did continue to take advantage of it. So I want to see if Peterbot and Boyo get a little too confident because they kind of built this strong lead. That might be the downfall.
Yeah, just getting a little bit too confident, but now he has the exotic AR, and that thing shreds not only through builds, but you're seeing the immense amount of damage he was able to land onto one. Shockwave's trying to keep Agers alive, but so is Ritual, just trying to shoot over the top. Pushing Poyo back, getting the shields broken, even tagging up some of that HP. That's going to force them to do exactly this, almost rethink that situation. But luckily for Peterbot and Poyo, there's all these slurp barrels nearby. They can easily get the shield and HP back up in no time.
I'm not gonna lie, Ritual literally saved the day right there. That
He did.
damage he managed to put down is the momentum changer, giving him and his duo a little time to breathe and actually fend off Peterbot and Boyo here. Jumping to the other side, our game 4 winners, Virgo and Shadow. What is their early game strategy? It seems to be they take their drop and then bounce back into the Dirty Docks here right now.
Probably just having a clean early game where they don't make any big risk, get their gold, their loot, and kind of stay around Dirty Docks. This is one of 3 teams that has marked this drop spot. Stiff and Eulogy, and then King and Jargu rotating over from Boom and Base. Usually it's Paper and Resi, but they know how dangerous this can be, so they immediately rotate over along with the zone. See, it is pulling towards the western side of the map this time around, so everybody's just having to be quick and to the hurry. But this is interesting this time around. This is kind of makes me frightened for the rest of the lobby. Cold has the double pump, the Wrecker Revolver, the Sentinel pump. This is almost like shades of a few months ago.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and in the hands of Cold, this is a deadly combination here. So I like to see the dynamic style at play here, but at the end of the day, you have to hit your shots. One thing about Reload is that if you are not finding, you know, your consistency in the game, I mean, you have so many opportunities to get back into the groove of things. Peterbot, Boyo, though, have found Vlex and Light here and continue to push them off the drop right now. And I was going to say, it's only a matter of time. There it is. They cut him off, and it's crazy because you watch things from Peterbot's perspective, but Boyo is always close by playing another angle. It's just really hard to get away from this duo once they set their eyes on you.
Yeah, and you can honestly see it, you know, throughout history when Peterbot was even selecting his teams going away from Poyo. A little bit of a learning curve to play with Cold and Ritual, but he was the same most dominant self because he played with all that confidence. And now he has that familiarity back with Poyo. And even during the offseason, he was even saying, yo, if I'm not playing with Poyo, I'm not playing at all. Fast forward till now, they're both on Falcons, and they're looking to return to that dominant form. Remember, they are the last global champions when it comes to a duo competition.
Yeah, I just think like Boyo's game sense, right, when it comes to, you know, fighting is just elite, right? He's just so far ahead. He's a cut above the rest, and you couple that alongside Peterbot, and they are just a perfect combination, the yin and yang of one another here. Jumping into kind of what's at play here, though. Shadow, Virgo, they have someone lurking nearby just after picking up that elim. Seems like they're content with playing as Dirty Docks, though. They just want to wait until things kind of settle in and mature a little bit more. Paper and Resi, they don't want to stick around for too long, though. Their decisions is time to go.
Yeah, especially if you have this far of a pull, it almost puts it in the back of your mind. Do we use our mobility now? And it's probably not a good answer to use it now. You kind of want to save it for later on in the game. We're already at the 5th zone, so anybody dropping here is going to have one hard time getting back into peak form to have a chance to win the game. And that's where you're seeing them prioritize rotating as much as they can on foot. If it does come down to it, then we'll start breaking out that mobility.
Osid, Scare. It's a team that's been playing with one another for a long time, through trio, through duo. I mean, you date back, this is nice to see them kind of making their return right now. 116 points. Talk about relatively impressive performance so far. Coming into this game, maintaining their 8th place, last game being their 2nd best performance that they've had so far here on the day. So signs of very promising play coming out of that duo. For Cold and Rapid, here it is. They're getting their hands dirty once again, and that's their 4th elimination now. Just really flexing the fact that Steamy Stacks, they have this drop on lock right now.
Yeah, and the only thing, honestly, if you kind of look at their stats when it comes to damage, they're up there. They're in the top. When it comes to eliminations, they're close by as well. It's getting inside the money points. And what I mean by that is that top 3. You get the 10 extra for winning. You get extra points for 2nd and extra points for 3rd versus the +4, +4, +4 with each placement. They have a 4th, a 5th, a 7th, and a 12th. They're just failing to get inside of the actual big money points. And if they can do that in these last 4 games, they could put themselves in contention of qualifying here today.
Yeah, I have to assume like Rapid's making the decisions, so it's either just a lack of confidence, because it seems like when they made the calls for height, I mean, they put it all on the table and that backfired, and they sort of tried that 3 times so far. So I am curious to see how that's going to continue to kind of develop, right? And then they can patch that up. I think they'll be in excellent shape, because clearly when it comes to fighting, I mean, we don't got to talk about that, right? We don't got to break that down or analyze it. They're doing exceptional in the fights. It's, I think, the end game decision making that needs to be worked on.
Yeah, and just taking that quick peek at Clicks and Higgs, 0 eliminations. It feels like almost a drastically different game than the one they just had, where I think they had 11 or so elimination. Higgs was just putting on a clinic, a show for everybody to watch at home. So it's interesting to see going from that and having one of your best performances of the day to where you pull zone on this side of the map and you're almost forced to have things slowed down because you're already where you need to be. So hopefully this confidence continues to stay at an all-time high for this game. I know for Bolts and Acorn, confidence has to be at an all-time high today. They're the only team with a top 10 performance in every single game, a 1st, a 2nd, a 6th, and an 8th, and they've gotten eliminations in every single one of those games as well.
Yeah, Acorn knows better than anyone. Stick to the plan and the results will come. And you know what's really interesting about Acorn? He's typically like a late game tournament performer, right? We call him a day 2 adjuster, but when you have Acorn starting off on such a strong foot, that is a sign that he is in top shape today, whether it's mentally or otherwise. I mean, he's got to be feeling good after that new signing. So I think everything's just kind of lining up for them, and they still have a chance to come first in this tournament here. Peterbot Boyo, as aggressive as ever, though, opting to go for that early high ground. We talked about this continuing surge of confidence, and this is a sign, Jacob, that they are taking more and more risk.
Yep. You see them immediately putting damage all across the map. That exotic AR is so annoying to deal with, and Peterbot has it on lock into the distance. Light off the fresh reboot, literally seconds before it turns off. He's knocked. It does look like Vlex was trying to get the revive, but in comes Clicks and Higgs. They crash again. They not only clean up that elimination, but they stop them from reuniting as a team.
Yeah, they get it just in time right there, and look, just delivery of loot right here. They have, I mean, they get to get their share of the pick right now. Seems like shockwaves are all going to go to Higgs right here. King and Jargu making the on-foot rotate. Peterbot shockwaves off a high ground, looking his way to make his cut straight across the field here. And I'm willing to bet they're going straight for high ground again. They're just sizing it up at the moment.
Yeah, they know they got a couple more mountains to climb, and their approach here is instead of taking that risk where you shockwave and run the rest of the way there, they're just pausing. They're waiting for other teams to make their rotation in, so they're simultaneously doing it, so it lessens the chance of them getting tagged on the run. Cold and Rapid actually pop over the top and get that down onto King. So now Jargu is also left as a solo. There is more distance to cover for Cold and Rapid, but they are well on their way there.
Oh, that's a painful Elim right there. Falling at plenty of material. Cold now completely capped off, and we'll see what they end up doing with that. That's gonna again give them that second thought. Do we go for high ground? Their 5-5-5 coming into zone 7 is insane. Meanwhile, Acorn and Bolts though, steady and true. They haven't even moved an inch. They just have that high ground, kind of looking over that natural elevation, but this pool's completely opposite here. It's going north now, so all of our competitors having to deal with a lot of movement right here.
And it kind of goes slightly down the mountain, kind of up a little bit different hill here. So if you're that team that's on the front, on the low ground, you got to be ready to make some elevation changes here in this next rotation. As Peterbot's peeking to the cone, gathering that information, getting ready for his own rotation. They want to go ahead and get to the front side of the zone. They know there's more distance to cover as it continues to open up, but they don't want to have to play catch up.
See how it's going to go. Shockwaves coming out. Paper, Resi find themselves just at the edge of the zone here. They have to tank a little bit, but no pressure, no stress. Paper knows how to navigate these better than most. Yams, O'Reilly finally make their way to the party. Cold and Rabbit showing up on the outside, and they're going to take those mats and go for low. Okay, so I was second guessing of whether or not they were going to go for high, and they seem to have learned their lesson. They just want nothing to do with it. I can respect the plays here, but here we have it. The real end game is upon us now. 17 duos remaining. Do keep in mind, placement points are earned at 15th.
Where it really starts to matter here. You got a whole mopping and regular up above. That's been the team that's been going head-to-head against Cold and Rapid over towards Steamy Stacks all day long. But you said it yourself, 8 zone, typically a little bit too early to gain height, and that's exactly why Peterbot and Poyo are simply moving in front of the zone. They're constantly looking up, assessing the situation, even building up when they have to, because they know how destructive it can get down below. Higgs and Clicks going through a similar thing, trying to get in front. They're sacrificing ticks of the storm, using the men miss to gain it back, all for the sake of positioning inside.
Peterbot does this so well, singling out a duo on a different layer, kind of hunts them down, forces them off, and now all of a sudden, I mean, they just have complete control of the mid ground. Cold and Rapid on the other side playing this low ground, and it's kind of gone off this mountain here, so things are definitely changing here. Bolts on the other side. Still no elims for Acorn and Bolts. They're just hanging in, staying true to the front side of zone, trying to avoid pressure, but Cole finds Olsen there. That's their 6th elimination now, and they are flying up the leaderboards here. Still though, placement points yet to be earned, and finally, Bolts opens it up, cracks open the lid there, and he finds his first one and a set of elims.
Yeah, better late than never. A much needed one as well. The materials they got is going to keep them looking good. Peterbot and Poyo from the backside of the zone all the way to the front. No chance to threaten hide, or at least not just yet. That means regular and mopping have free reign to just shoot down below, pressuring everybody else. Eliminations or not, they're smoothly walking through the finish line. Peterbot is down, just like you said. There goes the speed bumps. There goes a chance for Poyo to show exactly what he's made of.
I mean, we talked about this, the fact that they kind of fell early last game, opened up the standings for other teams to close that gap, and now with no Peterbot, I mean, we've seen Poyo clutch up before, but this is a tall ask here in this type of format here where there's, again, destructive itemization in play here, but Poyo kind of biding his time here. Meanwhile, top 7 elims for Agers and Ritual. We'll keep tabs on them as they're really starting to heat up here, possibly even up the mid ground, the high ground, but no, Ritual falls there, and it's to the hands of Poyo. A crash course between the two, and they just collide on screen. What a capture for us to watch there, and it's Poyo who's just making work here inside the top 10.
Yeah, this is where you, if you're anybody else, you want Poyo to go down. Displacement points are just raining in. Finally, it happens for everybody else in the lobby. That's a breath of fresh air, a sign relief. The point gain has stopped. For both, this is important. This is how you continue to close the gap. Another elimination. Siphon with the shockwave. He doesn't want to over jump too far in the zone. He does it perfectly. Not only gains the elevation, but gets to the front side. But this is where Perfect starts to run out. 5 builds left. Immediately uses 2. Bolts is going to have to think outside of the box of where he's going to get the materials needed.
Cold and Rapid still in the game as well. Look at this, 9 Elans. The decision to stay on the low ground, definitely the better one as we're approaching top 5, and Cold gets in the mix. And you said it, you said he basically has a double pump in hand, and no, Bolts didn't see him just behind the wall. Knock, knock, and he is there to go ahead and kick that door wide open.
Shadow and still alive. He's the solo. That's short-lived. Cold takes him down as well. It's Cold's 8th elimination of this game. 12 as a team. They set their eyes on the sky. They're shockwaving up. Rapid is there as well to back him up. Mopping does take some damage, but everybody finds themselves back down below. Rapid and Cold try to reset the situation, but it should come exponentially harder. No builds to protect. Shockwave towards the side. Rapid is still by himself trying to live here as Regular and Moppings are starting a heal off in zone. The Siphon, the HP, they have everything needed to take the game away from Rapid and Cold.
I was looking at that and I was like, this can go either way, but what an exceptional Shockwave play right there to really seal the Victory Royale. Just genius play, and they absolutely deserve it. Game 5 is now concluded. Regular and Mopping come up out of nowhere there, Zeke.
Guys, okay. This is how I know Fortnite is one of the craziest games to ever exist ever, and that anything ever can happen. Okay, I want you, Vivid, I want you to guess where you think Regular and Mopping were placement wise. You think they were in the top 10?
No, I know they weren't in the top 10.
Because they were last place, and yet they came out and got a Victory Royale in a lobby like this against the caliber of players we're seeing like this. They just ran the high ground. They just ran the high ground, Vivid.
I mean, hey, for a team that is not only in last place coming into this
Not
game,
anymore!
also went ahead and kind of looked at their stats prior to this event. You know what I mean? Yeah, how much experience these guys have. Have we ever seen them in FNCS finals before? Nope. Have never seen them in any finals before. And for this team, kind of not only come out of nowhere in terms of experience coming into this tournament, but then inside of the tournament itself to be last place and then go ahead and control the higher ground, which is kind of arguably, Kelly, like the hardest thing to do in Reload. There is just so many factors that come into play to actually controlling that high ground. We've seen some top tier teams today fail at holding this, and then this team is able to go ahead and pull that off. Incredible stuff.
Yeah, I was so confused for a second, trying to see who was on high ground. I'm like, is that a plane? Is that Superman? No, it's a bird. And to see this team do so well on the high ground, and to have teams try and go and fight for that high ground and them kind of denying them, that to me is really what was impressive, is that it wasn't like they were just holding high ground because everyone was kind of on the low ground paying attention to each other. They were able to control that for a few zones, and honestly, hopefully we get to see more out of them in these following games.
That's how I know. That's why I love Fortnite, dude. Anything can happen. Anything will happen. And of course, we'll have where they might be on those leaderboards after this short break. Don't you go anywhere. We'll be back with more action on Fortnite. Let's go.
Shut on my end. Click this long. He should be. Yeah, he is.
what I'm saying. We're not playing finals for another month something.
Next finals is March 1. 3 weeks.
Say how much time till game for you?
What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to the Reload Elite Series. So, shocking developments here. Team in last place got themselves the Victory Royale in the last game. Now, the question is, where do Mopping and BRD go from where they were in 20th place? Well, all the way up to 13th. Take a look there. 7 placements up. I'm telling you guys, this is, again, why I love Fortnite. Anything can happen. A single game can just change everything for anyone. Suddenly, teams who don't have the spotlight on them can demand the spotlight. What an incredible time. But that's what we're talking about before. All right, I just wanted to put a nice little bow on that. Now let's go up the leaderboard. Let's take a look at how things are shaking up at the top. Okay, let's take it all in here, guys, because what started as like a crazy lead for Peterbot and Pollo is not the case anymore, Vivid, right? Like, this is very, very close right now.
Oh, I mean, I cannot believe it's a 14-point difference. Like I mentioned before, it seemingly that this whole thing was just going to be the Peterbot and Pollo show, but the last 2 games out of them have been a little slow. I mean, we know what happened in the last game. Pollo went down kind of early on, and then just simply on a rotate right there out of Peterbot, getting kind of clipped over there. Pollo kind of left as a solo to go ahead and try to clutch things up. Man, Kelly, it really stinks for them, but they are just opening the door wide open for the rest of the competition to go up here and contest them on the leaderboard.
You know how you'll watch Peterbot and Pollo compete, and then they'll start to jump on stream because they're already confident that they've already qualified and that they don't actually care about the remaining games? I'm not saying that's what's happening right now, but I do wonder if there is a level of overconfidence coming out of Peterbot and Pollo because of how dominant they were after the first 3 games that we might see them trying things out, and I can expect that the next 2 games are going to go back to what we kind of saw at the start of the day.
Yeah, I feel like that's true, right, Kelly? It's like historically, you know, Peterbot starts strong and he kind of like, all right, I'm having a good time, I'm coasting, and then it's like, okay, you guys starting to catch up. All right, my bad. Let me just assert dominance again. Just go ahead and climb my way up back to the leaderboard. Here we go, 20 elim VR, ha ha ha. You know, classic Peterbot. We'll see. Plenty of games though, 3 left to go before we close up the Reload Elite Series here. Of course, looking back at that standings though, Acorn and Bold 2nd place, again, right behind Peterbot and Pollo, okay? This lead, again, it's the difference of a single game, right? Like, both Acorn and Bolts can very easily close this gap, right? Especially with the fact that Peterbot and Pollo, you know, they've kind of had some unfortunate situations, but you can tell Acorn and Bolts, they're thinking the same thing. Look, we can win. We can walk away in first place, $20,000 for coming in first place. It's doable right here, right now, Vivid.
Yeah, this is actually on the back of a Bolt solo clutch as well. Able to pick up 4th place. 3 total eliminations for him right there. So great job by him to go ahead and continue to close that gap between him and first place. As we're starting to get later into this competition, remember, top 2, 1st and 2nd place is what everybody is kind of looking for here, because that's going to qualify you to EWC later on this year. Some other teams that are kind of looking to get very, very close to that top 2. It's of course going to be 3rd place Shadow and Virgo, only trailing right now, Kelly, by 8 points.
Oof, 8 points, and that's going to be the difference between if you go to EWC or not. I could not be them right now. The amount of pressure that this team must be feeling, Virgo and Shadow, one of the dark horse teams that honestly does not deserve that title, because Shadow has been an incredible player for so long now, and maybe they finally found their spot in Reload to really shine, to really showcase their abilities. We already got a Victory Royale out of them, but can they get 2? I mean, with how they've been kind of running the low ground right now, I think that is a possibility, Zeke.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
What's crazier too, Shadow Virgo, 249 points. Cold Rapid, 239. We got cold on our heels right now. The competition, no one is safe. Really quickly, we wanted to highlight some stats from the kind of first half of the competition. Vivid has pulled some stats for us. Walk us through this because this is a little bit insane.
I mean, every single time that Peterborough is in a competition and we showcase the eliminations and the damage dealt, he's always at the top of the leaderboard, right? So gonna be going ahead and leading in those respective categories. I feel like somebody else, Kelly, that we always see lead a specific stat as well, is gonna be Cole. I feel like every single time, he's just the best at getting such a good damage ratio.
No one wants to touch Cold. Cold can dodge bullets like he's in the Matrix or something. I don't know how he does it, but someone that needs to be dodging maybe a little bit more is Iamzo with 13 respawns. That's a little rough right there.
It's just Higgs, man, right? We saw him not that long ago, taking that fight right to Iamzo. But listen, this is Iamzo. Everything's fine. Everything's chill. 3 games left to go very quickly for this last few games. What are you guys hoping to see? Are we looking to change things up? Stay the course? What do you think?
Oh no, we gotta stay the course, Rizik. I mean, our top 4 is just so close right now. If this keeps going, our last game is gonna be absolutely crazy.
Where's that goldfish? I know there's a goldfish in there. I want to see it, Zeke.
I didn't call that out, Fortnite fam. She did. That's on her. Light her up, not me. All right, guys. With that being said, game number 6 is ready to go. So, casters, over to you.
Yeah, I gotta say, you know, at first I was thinking, is this gonna be a runaway train? Are we gonna have a boring NA?
Yeah, people are gonna be fucking idiots now.
Not anymore.
Anyone who's not in fucking top 10 is
we got
stupid shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, even I thought a runaway train, a 2-horse race. Nope, at this point in time, we got 4 teams looking to take those top 2 spots and really get rid of the pressure for the rest of the Reload Elite Series qualifiers. You get a little bit of freedom. You can condition your drop spot. So for these next 3 games, no mistakes can be made because you could probly wave your chances goodbye if that happens.
Yeah, and hey,
one mistake.
Look, you know, Kelly said something exceptional. We're gonna break it down here in just a moment. Let's jump on that battle bus.
I'm letting on this Sentinel. Stealing your purple chest, sorry.
When Kelly says that, I was about to say, when she says something, I want to listen. So, what did she say?
I mean, when we break down Shadow, right? You know, I was trying to think. I've known this team and seen this for so long. And then I thought to myself, what was the problem they were having in all those other games? It's their draw spot. They haven't had a chance to really get that tier 1, you know, opportunity to loot, right? But you put yourself in reload, and it's like early game is not a problem no more if you can get past that.
Yeah.
So I think we are seeing this game mode really open up and possibly highlight the fact that there are going to be players that are going to excel in a reload setting that otherwise have a bit of a harder time in the traditional battle royale kind of situation. So if that all starts to come together, I mean, this is really going to take form and be a super interesting series.
Talking on a kid?
Yeah, Def, I can agree with that. Sometimes just making it through that mid portions of the game in regular BR can turn into a nightmare traveling through the open, especially if you get that max pull. This time around, with so much mobility, a smaller, more condensed map, yes, it does come with its own risk versus reward scenario, but it does cut out a lot of different
I just got max, bro.
Due to that mobility. You're seeing in the feed, King is going to go ahead and try to take down Josh. Higgs takes the usual fight against Arc early on. They did such a good job of closing the gap. If they can keep up this pressure, maybe get this elimination on Arc, start to build up a plan. It will look good, but nice shot by Arc to shut down Higgs, and then he gets that spark juice from it.
Yeah, finally, Arc bites back, man. We know what this kid is capable of. He is so good when it comes to just head-to-head clashes, but the last couple games he has had a little bit of a harder time in the first engagement. This time, no more than
a fizz and 1 big. 2 shot
eating his words
115.
as he comes
There's still a chest
More
above.
shocks right
and
there.
now it's up to Arc and Kanata to see what they can do. If they can actually turn this around and get the momentum against Higgs and Cook's duo.
Yeah,
I'm probably a little bit of break.
I asked the question earlier. I believe it's his first big final. Yep, there it is, confirmed in the quick stat. Arc's first big final, and it's an interesting one at that because you get known for playing the regular BR, one of the best fighters in the game, and then you kind of get tossed in a reload where, yes, they might have practice for it, but after the years of playing Fortnite, the difference is coming into play. They're not necessarily having the tournament they would hope, but with 3 games left, there's money to be won for each and every one of these placements. So even if they don't find themselves in first, you can move up $2,000 here, there, and even $4,000 in some places on the leaderboard.
Yeah, it's a lot of money, as we all know. So that's just a bonus, right? We all know that the
I think one
real
team's in
fight
this
is
POI.
typically for the prestige when it comes to these players, you know. Everyone
Yep.
remembers who took first place, but second and third are shortly forgotten afterwards. But hold up, as I'm looking off to the left-hand side here, Regular and Mopping, have they just found their second win right now?
Oh, snap ammo.
Coming off the win, now
Hi,
all of a
Fiddy.
sudden finding
Yeah,
some
Fiddy.
fast
Another
eliminations here in the early game. They just don't seem to be taken lightly anymore.
I mean, sometimes that's all it takes is that one little momentum shift to start to boost the
Holy
confidence.
crap,
And this has been a
that's
team that
already
Cold and Rapid
another,
have been crashing on almost
drop.
every single game.
Oh, yeah.
Lights and Flex as well. But
come
this is
over
a
to me
team
now?
that was
Yeah,
taking
come on.
some of the loot away from Steamy Stacks. Cole tries to push
Just
it
lacking
again.
in the
He
metal
gets
department.
sent back to the
Yeah, I'm
reboot.
fine.
Luckily for him, Rapid
gonna
is
feel
still
like that.
alive, and they do have that
Yeah,
POI
there's-
themselves.
Yeah.
If you
We'll
haven't
get off
watched it,
drops.
you might not have
Yeah, yeah.
guessed later on the game
Get
that
Fizz or
Rapid
no?
did
Yep,
go
Fizz
down
one
as
big
Ritual
force.
and Agers are going to
Fizzy.
take down I Am Enough. And this is where it starts to get interesting. You're seeing a lot of early game eliminations coming out of our contenders.
Peter
Fizz
Bot,
again,
no
Fizz again.
shield right now in a box fight here. What
Plus one, right?
all went wrong.
Hit it, hit it, hit it.
See what's happening though. Seems
Yep,
like he doesn't
go.
care
Yep,
about
going.
Oliveira
Shoot
or
him,
these
Devin.
HP
Yeah, you
people.
shoot, you
Yeah.
shoot.
They can have the advantage. He's still gonna
Keep
fight.
starting, keep starting.
Not even looking to pause here. Spoyo's got the other side,
20
so
on
of
him.
course just looking to support him. Spoyo
So
should
what?
be the finisher. That's one big tag. Doesn't quite get it. We're just moments away, likely from a
One
quick
straight,
heal in here.
I did.
And there it
That's
is.
sorry, I started on this like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to
Me
see
too.
what loot dropped from him. Yeah, as I suspected,
Guy's
no
getting
HP
wrecked
to
dirty.
regain. So
Third.
whether it was
Dropping
Poyo
one
and
big
Peter
for a
Bot
sec.
or the zone itself,
the
because of
shockwaves.
that damage, he
Or
was
shockwaves.
definitely
Top five.
on a clock. A short
five
one
too.
at that.
Just go to the
Takes
building.
I Am Enough. They're back up over towards Slurpee. They're just
Head
trying to
up,
get the
safely.
scraps that Peter Bot and Poyo may or may not have left behind. I
Did
saw
you hear it?
Rapid
Let's go.
taking down Vleeks in the feet.
got
Now
Matter
Gold is
Salmon
going
as
for the
well.
second elimination on the lights. He just
There's
needs
his
to
test
stay alive
sparkles.
long enough, and you see in the mini-map he
Okay, I need
did
to
just
wood.
that.
Gonna pop
He
out
did
top.
get Vleeks back in the
Okay.
game.
Oh, we don't need any more. Wait, honest.
Inching out that little bit of time that
Jump
he
him,
needed
maybe?
there. And no,
Mono?
Cole, I love what he did. He marked him. He's like, do I really want to take him on right now? Maybe not. I'm kind of
Yeah.
out of position
Sure,
here.
sure,
There
sure,
could be
sure.
another team looking at that player come down as well. And then he backs off. So
What a
well
hotel.
played on him
Right?
to just
And
have
only
constraint,
210
right,
a
as
night on my
veteran
favorite
player.
site.
You know, a lot of people see
What?
players like
We didn't
Cole
check
or these other
Trivago.
players that are
I got mine for
dominantly known for
130.
being fraggers,
You have to
and they
check
think, oh, they
Trivago.
can't make decisions.
On Trivago, you can compare
Watch
hotel
two of the best
prices
fraggers
from
and
multiple different
decision makers
sites.
in the game
Even
here.
if
Back at it.
See? Same hotel. 80 pounds less.
He didn't check Trivago.
I didn't check Trivago.
Shockwave turnaround
Check
shot
Trivago
from
and you could
Poyo
save up
on
to
the chase. He
40%.
gets flanked himself.
Hotel?
Poyo does go
Trivago.
down. He tunnel vision just a little bit too hard on time enough. He gets flanked. Peter Bot now stuck in a reverse position here. Having to stay alive. And still putting some pressure on him. Though he's going to get Poyo back in the game. Back to their drop spot. So it's going to be no strange thing to find them with a good loadout again.
Let's not forget this game 6 here. There's 3 games in front of us. This one on hand and 2 more coming. And we really are in a close competition right now. Peterbot and Poyo kind of easing up the pedal here have allowed teams like Shadow and Burger that have been consistent to remain up at the top. You know, I was looking at like the overall performances from Acorn and Bolts. That clutch, that 4th place, if you just look at it from a bird's eye view, I mean, they look like they were playing almost perfect Fortnite, but these games don't come without their troubles. So you can even see Shadow and Virgo not taking any risk here. They're content with being up at the top and in the running for a potential win here.
Yeah, they realize, hey, just no mistakes. It doesn't need to make any big plays. They did that just to get to that point. Now it's just minimizing mistakes throughout the game as Peterbot continues to go on that rampage. They have a 23-point lead over 4th place, Monster. 2nd place is a little bit less than that, but it just goes to show, like, hey, maybe their aggression, maybe them going down a little bit early has hurt their momentum so far in this game, and it's happening again. Only 1 elimination split between them. Ritual Agers, they were the ones that got it, and now they find another one onto Aloe. They, too, at one point, were sitting in 3rd place on the leaderboard. It let it slip through their fingers. To start this game, they were in 6th place with 153 points.
That could have went any way. If Ritual and Angels jumped on Peterbot there instead of Oliveira down on that low ground, we could have possibly seen this whole entire dynamic shift, but Oyo comes in and gets caught again instantly. Doesn't even get to touch grass there. It is all over. Jumping back to Chris and Drew. Game 1, they showed up, they showed out. They had us all thinking, who are these guys? They are still in the conversation here. I mean, if you look at how Mob and Regular were able to pull themselves from 0 to 13th at 80-point game. It shows you that any one of these players in the 160 range can truly jump up.
I can wholeheartedly agree with that. It shows to show, I think, over the years that anything is possible. As Acorn and Bolts, again, under the radar. And one of the biggest differences that I've seen so far is we've watched Poyo, we've watched Peterbot, we've watched Higgs, Arc, Kanata, Cold, Rapid hunt down their eliminations early when they are uncontested. Acorn and Bolts are uncontested as well, but they're playing together the entirety of the game. They said, hey, if we're gonna win or lose this game, it's not no desperation looking for eliminations. It's because we deserve to win this tournament.
Such different play dynamic here. On screen, Agers and Ritual, though, back at it here, making a rotate. They're going deep into the storm right now, just likely content with all that they have behind, and they're going to play for the outskirts. Just give them a little second there.
Kind of taking their time. I want to say I'm a little worried, but again, with all the mobility in the game, it's still early. It's a one-tick zone. 5th zone on top of that, to where usually teams are looking to play a little bit careful. 2 zones before reboots turn off. But Agers, Ritual, they find themselves in a scuffle so deep in the zone against Jace. This is a team they've been fighting most of the day, landing near each other. But this almost looked like a desperation play coming out of Jace. He's on the clock, probably has no heals, trying to push in. The zone is just chunking him out. It almost feels like Agers knows what's exactly about to happen. Let zone do the rest of the work. He gets knocked. A huge giveaway. But luckily for Jace, he bought time. His teammates back into the game. It may be a bleak opportunity, but at least it's one.
Yeah, Agers knew all he had to do was just get a little bit of damage on him for the credit there. And look, you give it a second, and Peterbot and Boya turned back to get back in the storm here to try to find the fight. And look, you know what's kind of crazy about this is, talk about teams being content in playing a bit more passively, right, in late into the game. And then there's Peterbot and Boya. They haven't stopped pushing forward, but what do they have to show for all that activity, Jacob? Nothing. They only have a single Elim right now.
Yeah, it's just unfortunate the way some of these fights have shaken down. Some of them getting stolen away, but this game, Poyo was probably taking a little bit too many fights, kind of getting put in a blender. That kind of slows down the Peterbot train that we know he can be. Forced to stay alive, get the reboot. Luckily for him, he does have himself and Poyo fully in the game with not too far of a distance to go before they're in zone. Just the western side of Dirty Docks, hole opening into the middle, that's going to open up in about 50 seconds. So there's a lot of space for those players that are on the western side of the map that have yet to touch the zone.
Yeah, a lot of control there for Acorn and Bolts. Peterbot, Boyo, playing off that super pad here, getting right into the zone right now. Land, they see some fresh terrain here to play off of. Peterbot just burns through so much of his brick. My gosh, I don't think he expected things to go that way, and lucky for him, there's a couple kegs here still left over down in the low ground. Huge risk involved going straight like that. Not gonna lie, for what it's worth this late in the game, but I guess the gamble pays off for them.
A small chance to kind of refarm there as well. But where this next zone is going to really hurt how much farm they can actually get, and anybody else that's trying to do that same thing on the eastern side of the map. And it goes far west this time around, so that is going to be a max pull for a good chunk of the lobby. Nobody really having the front side. I think Cold and Rapid see it. They were assessing the situation almost the entirety of this time, and as soon as zone opens, they're one of 2 teams to immediately start to rotate.
Yeah, very nicely done. Quick decision making there, no hesitation. Plix and Higgs on the other side, just a single Elim. Makes you wonder what all happened in that other game where they just really peeled the band-aid off and kind of went for it.
You know, we talk about a 23-point gap to start this game between 1st and 4th. From there, it was about a 95-point fall off, and that team was Clix and Higgs. So with 3 games left, if you could somehow figure out a way to repeat that performance Monster was talking about, where Higgs had at least 8, 9 eliminations by himself, Clix having a few, getting into the double digits, and if they could start to get into that money placement as well, we could see a 4th team, or a 5th team, I should say, enter into the mix in terms of contenders. As Curve and Craze make their way on over, Flowberry Fizz mix in the Shockwave. That means they can one-hop their way to safety.
Old Acorn finally starting to get active here. This does seem to be around the time they like to just turn on the lights. You know, they just come out of the woodworks. They're like, all right, We're in zone 7, we're in zone 8. It seems like this is where they get the most comfortable so far. Acorn and Bolts are the one of 2 teams that haven't respawned a single time. I'm telling you, they're playing this like it's a completely different game mode, and somehow it's still working out for them.
My jaw dropped. I'm like, what? Like, how is that possible? Who's the other team? And obviously, they're not winning all the games. They do go down after reboots turn off, but it just goes to show how pristine their game plan actually is coming into this point. There's no unnecessary risk, and you got to give Bolts and Acorn all the credit in the world. Both of them are one of the few FNCS champions that we actually do have on this lobby. Bolts won a solo DreamHack LAN as well, so he is somebody that has continued to rise up the ranks. Both of them together, I think, make the perfect team. Peterbot and Poyo, one elimination, a little bit slower, but I think once you start to realize you're in the second half of the day and the score isn't as big as you would hope, sometimes you gotta flip that switch and change things up.
Oh, for sure, and it's working out right now. They shockwave on in, but here, the name of the game is get positioning, get to safety. Meanwhile, high ground, much different visual from the last time. Early on here, Olsen and get a bit risky here as they go up and truly commit the resources it takes, but Peterbot and Boyo come right up behind them, and you see in the feed they're on their way up. No! They land a double on Olsen, and
dude, I can't catch a fucking
before you know it.
Yeah, Poyo falls as well. So Peterbot again is going to be stuck by himself. 19 teams still left alive. I use the word teams loosely. There is a couple solos running around, but Peterbot, this is a whole different game. He no longer has to play to help and protect Poyo. He plays with a complete different style of freedom, and that's where you're seeing him immediately get the green light to go, realizing he's a solo. Even with damage there, he's forced to back off. Down below in the other screen, Bolts and Acorn using that med mist to get to the front side of the zone. Now they're going to crash pad, or I should say shockwave their way through all of these builds and increase their elevation. They are layering on these strategies one after the next.
Cold and Rapid want that first place seat, even if it's temporary. They are fighting their way up. Clicks and Higgs are still in the fight as well. 3 elims for them now. They had a slow early game and a fast mid to end now as things are starting to pick up for them here. Higgs eyeing up the situation, downloading what's going on around them. Shadow and Virgo sticking true to their very cat-like playstyle, just silent as ever, inching their way around, not making a fuss, not making a splash at all. This is a very non-flashy playstyle from them, and it is working.
Yeah, they're not trying to get any of that attention. You feel like, hey, if we gain attention, they're going to get targeted. As Peterbot using the last of his slurp juice, going out and around, gets the knock onto Chris, but instantly goes down shortly after. And now this opens up a lot for Acorn, for Bolts, for Cold, for Rapid, anybody that's still in the hunt. As Batman, Cho, and Lawrence, they get the exotic slap cannon. That is almost infinite heals if you have the time to let it recharge. Cold and Rapid, they're next on that list. 4th to start this game, another elimination, 3 more points plus the plate. They are rising up fast.
Definitely the worst performing game right there for Poyo and Peterbot. You know, not a lot of elims and definitely falls short, so it's going to be pretty tough. And look, Higgs is also solo right now. He's going to play the med mist deep in the storm. You know, I'm surprised we haven't seen more of these types of plays here on this kind of level of the tournament, considering how many abundant, you know, med mists we've seen in the inventories. But Cold and Rapid still turning online right now. They have jumped their way into the conversation as well.
We're going to have a new first place team after this. It's just a question of who is going to be that team. As Cold and Rapid, they're trying to condition everybody next to him, push them out. He has the drum gun in his inventory. It burns through those builds in order to find damage. Higgs still keeping it going as a solo, though, on the right, but he's running out of builds. Less than 10 left. He found himself the sweet spot on the side, but there's somebody else on the other side ready to knock on that door.
This is crazy. Cold and Rapid, top 6 now, almost a top 5 here. Ultimate low, but he's running low on material. There it is, a good cutoff, but left camera peak, we all know, is not favorable at all. So look at how they switch the things around here. Meanwhile, Higgs is still going as he finds paper there on the low ground too. He's got material, he's playing the storm here, and he's just a disruptor in the lobby.
Yeah. Now Higgs thought he was smooth sailing, high ground pressured him, and that let Cold and Rapid notice, hey, there's somebody else around. They went in for the elimination, and these are the 2 teams that have a chance to take first. But Rapid goes down, Acorn falls as well. Bolts versus Cold down below, but it does not happen. That's I am enough with the flank as him and Teeks flying under the radar on the high ground steal away that game and take their moment.
It's the second time we've seen it happen now. The team on high ground just ever slowly, ever lurking, coming through and sniping that victory.
Oh, get me down, I'm not joking, I'm not doing it. Wait, I'm getting sick, I'm not joking, I'm getting sick, I swear.
What did I say? Anything can happen. This time it's not last place, 14th place.
He's gonna TP too, I think.
Again, guys, I don't know what's happening. But like, there's just like a point in the game.
It's all. It's a. Do we want to follow?
I don't know what's up there. I've never heard that. And it allows these teams to just kind of slowly, they just take a deep breath. They just play out their game, and it all goes their way. But for Tech and I Am Enough, man, it's a victory royale. I mean, there's prize money on the line. With 2 games left to go. Maybe they can break into the top 10.
I know you might be down right now.
I know, it's kind of crazy, right?
But you won't be down once we win FNCS, isn't that right?
Isn't
that right?
Just fizzle down. Just based on how all the teams on the are kind of playing, right? You maybe expect to see a lot more plays using these shockwaves to kind of go up and
Wait, can I see
the
the front of your face?
I feel like a lot of the time, some of these teams on high
How much y'all put on me and how much y'all put on Thea for this next one?
I
don't care.
Their opportunities perfectly. They know exactly
You get paid
when to go ahead and
$3,000 per
down
stream?
and take
You are
that
not
face
fucking
off right
peeing.
now, and it's just
You are
been
not pooping,
working
you are not
out
peeing, you are not
so
eating, you are
much.
not
It
drinking.
works
All
out
you are doing is
perfectly.
making sure that they enjoy the fucking stream.
Honestly, that was the best situation for them to be in, holding high ground there.
Wait, you want to show your new car?
Cold and rapid on
All right,
low
well,
ground.
chat,
Of course,
chat,
Bolt's
she
on
also-
low ground.
okay,
Higgs
I
is a
bought- all right,
solo
fine,
on
so
low
say-
ground as well.
All
You
right, bro.
really don't have
I'm a
to worry
simp,
about
and I bought her a
anyone
brand new
kind of
Audi
looking
right
up
there.
at
This
you.
is a brand new QA. I bought this one I think.
On the low ground.
I
They were
threw
kind of
another
safe to
shockwave down
just
the second I
walk
landed,
on through
and I
until
got
the very
fucking
end.
190.
But of course, they did get the final elimination. I do not want to discredit their win there. They played that so well and took advantage of what was going on in the low ground.
I love it. Another piece of key information here. Peterbot Pollo did fall in that game outside of placement. And the implication is quite big. So,
20.
let's take a look at the
Jordan
standings.
Hicks.
Return. Prepare for shock. Welcome back. Are you prepared for shock? Good, because these standings will go crazy. In the last game, I kind of talked about it. Peterbot, Pollo, they fell outside of placement. You know, Viv, a little bit of a tough game for them. Kelly, we kind of talked about this a couple games ago, but you know, sometimes they kind of go crazy. They have these crazy games, and then maybe it's overconfidence, maybe it's cockiness. I don't know. But then we kind of have these games like this, Kelly, and it kind of scares me a little bit.
Yeah, you know how I was joking before how Peterbot and Pollo like to go a little silly when they already know that they're qualified? They might need to step back a little bit, reframe where they're at in this game, because the first two games just look so good. That's exactly what we expected out of them. And then these last few games from Peterbot and Pollo just having these like rough late games, and it truly isn't like they're making that many mistakes, Vivid. There's just so much going on in the low ground right now. It's hard for Peterbot and Pollo to keep up.
Yeah, and as you can see right there, after that game right there, falling short of placement points, they do drop down into third place, and we have not only a new leader, but also somebody else that is in contention right now for those qualifying spots to EWC. Acorn and Bolts have kind of been holding on to that second place spot, but Cold and Rapid jumping into first place now with 310 points, and what a run that they have been on ever since game number 1 happened, right? Go all the way back to game number 1. They were on the higher ground. They fell short, 12th place. Ever since that game, they have consistently just gotten better in placement. They went from that 12th place in game number 1 to 7th, 5th, 4th, 2nd, and then a repeat there in this last game to another back-to-back 2nd place. They are playing absolutely out of their minds. As soon as they kind of gave up the idea of higher ground, they've just been dominating the low.
100%, and they're doing this play that I love where they kind of stick to the side of low ground a little bit back. That allows them to not use too many mats, and you can see here that they're very low on that. It allows them to play a little bit safer, but also get great peaks once they do kind of push themselves to the front, going from that side to front, and that's where all the action is, and they're just able to get so many elim because they're farther away from everyone else. I love the play that we're seeing here from Cold and Rapid. It is some of the safest ways to play in-game, but also with the ability that we have from Cold and Rapid, they're still able to get those eliminations. They're coming at it from both fronts, and I'm just so impressed.
Evolution, man, right? Like the meta within the actual meta of the tournament, these guys have it figured out. And with 2 games left to go, they very well could be, we could be looking at the winners of today. We also wanted to highlight here, 2nd place now, Acorn and Bolts, right? They've been holding on to 2nd. They've been looking at Peterbot and Pollo ahead of them, just thinking like, how do we catch up? But they've stayed consistent themselves, right? Even just taking a look at some of their placements, they've not had a single game outside of top 8, Vivid. What?
Yeah, I mean, they're just playing out of their minds. Their average placement right now is 4th. They are doing so good. And honestly, you know what? Listen, you have like the best IGL on your team in Acorn, Bolts, incredible fragger and everything like that. This hasn't just been done, by the way, as you know, staying alive is like that healthy duo. I mean, we've seen some solo clutches out of Bullets, but whenever these guys are able to go ahead and find it into the end game as a duo, they just do so well. It is crazy to see the consistency of Acorn as a player across not only multiple years of competition, but now multiple game modes as well.
And once again, to just kind of talk about what I was talking about with Cold and Rapid, they just play these end games so well in the low ground. You can see that once they're a little low, they'll move to the side or maybe even go to the mid ground where they can kind of take these little quick peeks to the teams that are on the low. And then once they're healthy again, that's where they push for the front, turn around, and then just let everyone fall into them. It's such a smart way to play these end games and kind of allow to control a low ground that is so uncontrollable in a mode like Reload.
The chaotic nature, man. It's all about finding like that serene calm within the chaos that is the game mode and the meta. Like, and again, these teams are just figuring it out, right? You've got some that is clicked, some that are holding strong. Man, for others like Clicks and Higgs, right? We kind of continue to kind of go back and forth. This game again, Higgs was left by himself as the solo, but still a 4th place with 4 eliminations, right? Finding those clutch factors, being a solo, saying, look, even if I'm alone and I'm solo, I have to get points. I have to clutch up for us right now.
I mean, it's not being necessarily shown on the leaderboard right now because they are in 5th place and they are trailing by quite a lot of points, almost 100 behind Cold and Rapid. That game from Higgs was definitely a standout performance of the day, potentially. He was a solo from 16th and survived all the way down to 4th place, right? That was 39 points that he picked up by himself in this game. keeping them in contention, keeping them in top 5. But is time kind of running out, Kelly? We only have 2 games remaining.
Also,
Somewhere
for him
around
to do
here.
that with the loadout that he had, where he had, what, a gray pump
it's
or gray
close.
sentinel and a green AR, and to still be able to last that long and
Where?
to still get eliminations. I mean, there's a reason Higgs won the solo series, and we're seeing him do that here as well.
To that second place spot, but Cold and Rapid jumping into
Peter.
first place now with
He's in third place now.
310 points, and what a run
Click.
that they have been on
He's
ever
in
since
fifth.
game
You're
number
so
1 happened,
good?
right? Go all
For now, yeah. I mean, I'm just gonna end if it fucks up again.
How are you gonna know if it fucks up?
It made a noise last time, but like I didn't look at it because I was just like,
Directly
I always make
EWC, there's
noises.
no more need for
Is it like
qualifiers. We're
the-
good, we're safe.
Yeah.
If not,
It
we're
makes
looking to
like
go to the next
disconnect
qualifier. So for
No, it
now,
just makes
get
like a
ready
little, like,
because
buzzing.
game
Press
number
end
7 is
stream.
upon us. Casters,
I just
over
gotta
to you.
click one button though. Yeah, it's always open.
You
I
know
just
what
Yeah,
they
it's
say,
awesome.
time
Minimize.
flies when you're having
Yeah.
fun, and so
I don't see
far,
anything.
these 6 games have been out of this world. We're going to be here on game number 7 with 2 chances left, Monster. It's truly anybody's game.
Once we
Yeah,
play
our
like
time's
with the
flying and
balls, once
theirs is
we're
running out.
being
I mean,
ourselves and
there's
shit,
only a couple of games
and once
ahead
we
of
learn
us.
shockwaves
The
better,
standings
bro,
are closer than ever.
this game
We
was gonna
talked
feel so
about the
much more
risk
comfortable.
taking from Peter Bot and Boy,
Not gonna lie,
really
the
loosening up their
shockwaves
play
is
style.
literally, like,
Even the
it's
last
so
game
bad.
being
It's the
hyper
only reason
aggressive,
we
almost
got
I don't-
forcing the
that I
fights
don't,
there,
like, gnome
staying
good is
inside the
so
zone, and
bad.
it did not play
That's
off,
what's fucking us.
unfortunately. So
Yeah, but we
we'll
also
see if they can
didn't
actually
put in-
find those early game elims here, Jacob.
Yeah, or
Truthfully.
at least some placement points. 16th, 10th, 16th.
Yeah,
Those are the last
I
3
just- I
games
shouldn't
that
have been
they played.
wasting
They gotta
time at the
return
club and
back
shit
to
every
that
night.
championship
Been plotting.
form that they're looking to
fiction,
compete
but,
at. Game
like,
number
drinking
7
and
is
stuff.
here. Will they
Seeing our
return?
results.
Let's find out.
No, let's go.
Exactly.
I think gooning was better than drinking, but it's whatever.
Gotta love some Fortnite
You're
here.
buzzing.
Game 7 is
Do
in
'em
front
both.
of us. The
Yeah, fuck
Reload
it.
Elite series is truly heating up
I'm
now.
having
And
fun.
if you're just
Even my
turning
feelings
in,
this is when
like-
people are
it's
being
different.
fucking idiots.
If there's 8 games,
Yeah.
right? It's
Hey,
not
we can
your
still do this,
traditional
too.
6. We have a
I don't know
bit
what
of
the
a
fuck
longer
we're doing,
stretch.
guys.
We'll
These
just
games are
fucking
so much more
play.
faster pace, and the action never stops. These are fights that we've seen now. Everyone here, Jacob, has figured out the early game dynamics. We all know the strengths and weaknesses, but the real question is, who is going to pull through now in the final moments?
Yeah, I like the way you kind of said that because that kind of hit me right now. 8 games instead of 6. Wasn't really thinking about one thing, and one thing truly is the mental game. How long you're playing throughout the day. It's the same time span, but you're running through games, and then once you start to set down on yourself, then things can start an avalanche. But you start to feel that confidence, it could be a whole different story, and you're seeing the same continued fight from Boom and Base, the same uncontested fight over at Steamy Stacks. Cold and Rapid, they don't even necessarily loot the entirety of the POI, which is why you see later on in the game more and more teams coming over here for loot, because what Cold does is he gets his loadout and then he just runs for eliminations.
Look at this, Jargo and King talking about teams catching early game fast elims. Got this one happening right there, and Josh is down and out. Yonzo here just trying to pick up the broken pieces, figuring out what all went wrong here. He's on the side of the mountain too. What a desperate spot to be in. Pinched between Arc and team as well. And look, they're going to be happy, content to just keep farming them out the sky most likely.
Oof. Yep, just on the tail end. I was even thinking right now, even if King and Jargo don't get the elimination, he's rotating into somebody else's territory regardless. So this is going to be tough. And I think Jargo and King kind of have the right thing in their mind. In earlier games, we have seen players kind of chase around the solos. They assume, which is right, Iamzo is boxed up right there. As long as they don't push Iamzo out of that position and continuously get the elim on a Josh, they will respawn there over and over and over for 3 free points as long as they can close out that elim.
Take a look at this though. Yellow Demon tries to make a big play, but no, Rapid too quick on the trigger here. Turns things around, and it just shows you what happens when you are in top form. And we talked about the mental game. They are feeling good right now, and I got to give them a lot of credit, because when you looked at game number 1, how things just went south, all of a sudden they are figuring things out, and the adjustment coming out of that first round is really showing off. Peter Bot and Boyo, we doubted them a fair bit off of that last game aggression, but look at this. They're clawing back into it. 2 more elims picked up now.
Yeah, and it's basically both on that same player as well. When you got something that's working, you don't need to fix it because it's not broken. It's Clicks and Higgs. Again, you see them stretching out. But this time around, instead of going for elimination, Higgs setting up to try to get that drop. And one thing that we're talking about is the eliminations. Cold and Rapid have been farming a team over there game after game after game. Acorn and Bolts, I mentioned that they have not done that one singular time. They haven't even been rebooted at all in this entire tournament. And it's 11-point difference. Again, Monster, it could come down to eliminations.
Good rule of thumb right here. So when you have any advantage, you press on it. Shadow and Virgo breaking the norm here. Remember, they were hiding game after game, and this time they're like, wait a second, we have an opportunity to turn off some big eliminations, and they take full advantage of it, and they find Paper here. There goes the finish. And you know, we were giving them that description of, hey, this is a team that's just keeping a low profile, but it seems like now it's time to pop out and play the game. Paper though getting targeted by Lawrence there, and oh look, caught by Stiff. Back into the hands potentially of Virgo though now. He falls his way into the warehouse here. We'll see who ends up securing the elim. There it is. Virgo does get it in Shadow with the finish. They didn't even expect that, Jacob, but look, gifted with a second one now.
Yeah, and that's for the first time today. That stat showed up about Acorn and Bolts not rebooting at all. Paper and Rezi was that second team who have not rebooted, and then now Paper goes down twice. All good things do come to an end as Peterbot gets another elimination onto Vlex, just keeping things going for them. And honestly, with how much of a lead they've had in this tournament so far, coming into Game 7, the first time on the day not having that lead, and honestly, everything is going sideways because even Bolts finds himself getting elimination early, and you're seeing that, I wouldn't call it desperation, but every single trick is now being unleashed in these last two games because you don't want to look back at a tournament like this saying, hey, I wish I would have done something different and have those regrets.
Yeah, Bolts and Acorn was a team that was being super non-confrontational for their first 7 games, but this one just seems like you couldn't avoid it. Bolts find himself at 13 HP off the respawn here. Just an AR in hand. What do you do? What can you do here?
There's not much because you can't even wait for the zone. You have such little HP. Gotta hope to find some bandages or something, as Yamzo does go down for the first time here in this game. Josh, though, able to get alive. And I spoke about earlier about how Cold and Rapid don't loot their whole POI. Josh and Yamzo were one of the few teams that have consistently rotated from their contested boom and base drop to the back end of Steamy Stacks to try to pick up that loot. And now their position, though, is going to be given away.
Let's jumping back into kind of Josh's perspective here. Very strong loadout. Ambush possibly looking to kind of take shape here, but Yamzo is way out of position and hurt here as well. Acorn falls now too. Okay, wait a second. This is terrible. We already know Bolts barely had anything to play with, but Acorn getting caught out. The entire plan just seems to be crumbling here.
I'm not going to take credit for that curse. It was the quick stat curse, man. Both of the teams that have not been rebooted all day long are having struggles in the 7th game. Bolts finally finding a moment here, not only to get rebooted, but you see him at the back end of that dock. He's going to start his fishing journey. That's something they do in their actual BR mode as well. So again, a lot of those tricks coming out. Acorn finally hits the ground, gets a shotgun, even a chance to heal, but they're hot on the heels. Jace with a monster shot to get Acorn's HP down low, but neither one of them really have any HP to regain outside of Aloe, so Acorn is going to go down to the zone itself.
He thought about it, tries to make a fast escape there, use the shockwaves, but Oliveira has 3 med miss, so even if he wanted to, he's got the battle on his side here. Definitely favorable terms right now for Oliveira and Jace. Meanwhile, Bolts is just sticking to the strategy of keeping a low profile right now, staying alive for as long as he can to see if Acorn can just manage to find his footing here so he can bounce back in this game. On the other side, completely different story, right? Slurpy Swamp finally back in control for Peterbot and Boyo. They're up at 3 elims. They have plenty to work with, and this time they are converting on the points for the elims. So easily here and now, you're watching them just close the gap.
It's kind of what they do best, especially during their Major 3 win. Almost a perfect scenario in terms of eliminations and actually winning the game to come out on top in that tournament. Just not wanting it to come down to that in the last and final game of the day, and that's why you see them consistently trying to pick up the pace. If they're going to win or lose, it's going to be at decisions that they made throughout this tournament, rather than lack thereof, as Pollo continues to look where Vlex is out, spots him out. He continues to try to create a little bit of distance with the shockwaves, but they have mobility of their own, crash pads, and they're immediately beeline like a fridge to a man. They're sticking.
Yeah, Pollo is precisely the reason why you don't want to come to Slurpy Swamp. He is on you like white on rice here. There it is. There goes the finish. My gosh, 4 elims now. And you know what they're going to do. They're going to stick around, and they're likely going to just try to do their best to farm this duo right here. I don't even think they want to finish it, right? They're going to let them get to the edge of zone. They're probably going to push that first box they see. This is a team that is, highly tactical when it comes down to making the fight back into the tournament, right? We know Peterbot's championship mentality. He will never give up.
Yeah, and they have launch pads on top of their buildings. They have the Flowberry Fizz. So even without shockwaves or crash pads, which they're going to have them, but they can easily make it in towards zone with little to no worries. As we jump on board Shadow and Virgo, 254 points. With those 2 eliminations so far, they're just not only putting themselves in a position to where they have that extra loot, but they're just rising up that leaderboards as well. But unfortunately enough, 3rd place right above them is Peterbot and Pollo. So every elimination they get, they just kind of have to match.
I'm gonna watch it go down here for Bolt and Acorn. This is... Oh, whoa. Look at the loadout. I see a golden fish in there.
Who needs a pump when you got a golden mythic goldfish? It one-shots builds, man. If you play your cards perfectly, I think this could work out for Bolts. You're seeing the abundance of extra med kits, so he has no plans to move to zone as of now.
For someone who came in with a great AR, we were literally questioning life at that point. How is he going to come back? He's got the mythic fish. I think his stars are aligning here for us, y'all. So if they come back, we know why. He's just blessed. We'll see. Paper, Resi getting back to it. So from a team being never rebooted in the game, remember, this is the first game they do fall early. Has it pushed them out of the game? Doesn't seem like it. They seem to really gather themselves back into this fight here. And I appreciate the fact that they're still in the running right now. When you look off to the side, though, Clicks and Higgs in a much better position here. Loadout's looking exceptional. They can make a lot of moves here.
And you see them even trying to steal away elimination. I'm just seeing again. Vlex is it's just unfortunate. Again, this is just kind of the way the Reloaded Elite series is going to work. It's the way Reload works in general. As this game continues on further and further, Zone 4, Zone 5, Zone 6, for example, reboots are still on. You can get back into the game, but probability is a whole different story.
We can go into the port south.
Peterbot just back to back on Vlex there. The finish, the knock, to pick him up. I mean, he's just making it shake right now.
Nice. And on our loot, too. In his extra void I could get and max out.
Gaming the system here to catch those points that he needs.
Yeah, they went back.
Just fly his way back up. Look, 286 down in the bottom left. They're at 7 elims now. Right? This is what they wanted to do last game. They didn't quite find the execution. But this time, give him a second chance. You say 3rd time's a charm. He doesn't even need it.
Yeah, and you kind of saw in that replay as well, that big launch pad that they do have. They see King and Jargu rotating right next to him. And instead of competing for position, they immediately drop down below saying, hey, we're going to take the spot we want. You can have whatever's left over. But they inadvertently put themselves into a target for a quick couple of seconds. Multiple teams spread over in that direction. Thankfully, they got settled. The med miss smoke does go down, so Pollo's going to have a chance to heal up here. Zone hasn't moved yet, so they're just actively trying to get ahead of the curve.
Come up.
Yep. Like what we're watching on play here.
You come back up, man.
Genji's Ager Ritual right now against Twisted Mind, Bolt, and Acorn. Might be setting ourselves up for a really big fight here. Keep in mind that Zone 7 here is closing. There's no more coming back here. This is do or die now. Bolt and Acorn, great rotates around the outskirts here.
Yeah, I'm on you, I'm on you.
Look at the material count, Jacob.
I didn't jump for something.
And he catches the throw. I was just going to say, you got
that
to do
works.
something big.
Look back, look back.
Bolts just whacks him.
There's nothing.
He had, but no. It comes
Yo,
to crash
retard, shoot the other time.
Acorn's down
There's
right
more
now.
kids back there on the med kit.
And it doesn't come in
Careful,
time.
100 rifle ruins our game.
Second place is now down and out of the game. Monster, I was thinking for a second, almost laughed to myself. He doesn't even have a shotgun, but he tried to make it work. He even re-picked up the goldfish. One hit the wall to actually get the elimination, so at least he's able to get points for his efforts in this game. So huge
dying.
plays being
What's
made
the
by
math then?
Agers as well. He gets the
Up
knock
here,
on the acorn. He sees a team making a desperate
five.
play and quickly capitalizes to take advantage.
2 med miss still, by the way.
2 substitutes, bro.
They were just too close as well, right? Like things just lined up for them so perfectly there. But hey, you live, you
Clear
learn.
this kid.
It
Grip
was a
him, grip him,
good
grip
try,
him.
and that
They'll
is
die.
by far their poorest performance here so far. So everyone
shit.
gets
Nobody
one.
fits this? No, right?
That's going to be their game. It's going to be a game 8 race for them
We're
now.
elevated on top of Oakster.
For everyone
jumping.
else still here,
Okay.
Jacob. I
Just
mean,
move left from
the
here.
moves are on. Eonzo
Bring
and
like
Josh
here,
still
here.
trying to fight their
Elevated.
way back into the conversation here. Curve and Sin doing the same as well. Big 7 elims. Look at that. They are very much in the battle here.
Yep, 21
I don't
points
think we
through
just run this.
eliminations.
Yeah.
Still need 3
Nobody's
teams
tight.
to get down though, so they can start collect those plays.
Come here.
Tight right now. They just jumped in,
Come
be
on,
honest.
come.
Rapid. They already know what's in front of them. One of the best
Careful,
teams
on you.
that we've had.
Box.
One of the most consistent on the day.
Fucking heavy now.
322
bad.
points and
Yep.
counting. You see
Money,
the 3
money, money.
shockwaves in there.
Watch your back wall, your back wall.
Just in
with you,
case,
with
but now Bold is getting pressured. Agers and Ritual, they get the
49,
wall,
49.
they get the control, and they get the elimination on the Cold. Now
straight back,
Rapid is
everybody.
left by himself.
Definitely
We
there.
already have
Good.
second game
Yeah, I'm
down
gonna
and
shotgun.
out, and now we
Shotgun
have
us,
first place playing it out as a
I'm
solo.
delaying it, I'm
All
delaying
the
it.
replacement points have come in.
Might get
Five
shot
on
down.
zero.
I'm talking us, I'm talking us. Don't storm, storm, storm.
Solo this far
Storm,
out, like
storm,
15
storm.
duels
Not with you.
up. As we know,
Okay.
it's just
Can't build here,
chaos
okay.
in the end game. It is incredibly difficult
Take it through.
to get to that
Benny,
placement
Benny,
point threshold. And Shadow has the same problems here. We highlight this team's ability to stick together, keep a low
Yeah.
profile, but no, it seems like that has not
Break
worked
through.
out for them so
Okay.
far.
Yeah, I'm on.
Yeah, already, like I said, second
Keep
place
alright.
out.
Here.
We got
I'm just
first
breaking
place
front,
as
breaking
solo,
front.
I'm second, I'm
second
second
place
today.
as solo. So this is a chance to start to pick up
Yeah,
those
we are.
points and really close the gap.
How many shots
for
do you
our
have?
last and
2, 3,
final
3,
game
here.
of the day as Jargo and King, they
We're
solidify
bumping
their
jump.
high ground, but there's
Break,
a team
break,
down
break,
below. They're trying to pressure, and that's where they use that chance with the Flowberry Fizz to drop down ahead, reconnect themselves to
in
the
the
front
middle, but
side,
I'm not-
and reclaim
I'm
that
not-
high
I'm not.
ground.
I have 2 shots still.
Fizz coming
We're gonna
clutch
shock
right
and
there,
play med miss,
allowing
by the
them
way.
to not take any of that fall damage. Use that momentum.
Repold,
to
repold,
really,
repold.
you know,
Break,
build
break,
a
break,
nice
break,
foundation.
break, break.
Rapid though on your screen right now is by himself here. He's got a lot of material, but he seems to be
Kill these
trapped.
fences,
I
down
don't love
here.
this spot that he's in right here, and I don't think he does either. Yeah, there
Need
it is.
hard.
He backs
I've none,
off
I've none.
a
5 and
little,
what?
little too
Okay.
close
We have
to
none.
all of our likings here.
Oh, this game's
I
dead.
have splashes as well.
Stay ahead, just stay ahead, don't fight.
Gives himself a little bit more
I'm not, I'm staying ahead.
mobility
Yeah, stay
in
ahead, I like
final
that.
moments. Lawrence and
spraying anyone?
Batman
Yep.
Joe go for high
20,
ground
put down
though.
layer.
And they're the
Got
new
corner
guys
wood.
up
Here,
top. Meanwhile, Shadow's playing deep in the zone off the med miss.
Yeah, this
I'm going up one, I'm going up
$1.5
one.
million up for grabs
Alright, there's not
throughout
really
the
much to do left.
qualifier process. They want a piece of that
Playing
pie.
this side.
Yamzu and Josh want it as well. With a couple
Backwards,
big
yeah.
eliminations here at the end, they can close that gap,
Honest?
but at least give
Okay.
themselves
I
a
missed.
shot
I got hit, I got hit, I got
first
hit.
place. But
Yeah.
for Batman, Joe, and Lawrence, it's about rising up the ranks. They've already seen teams go from last to inside of the top 15. They want that to be them. Peterbot and
got it.
Boyle want to reclaim their first place spot, and you see them pressure that team outside of the zone. He's able to get out safely, but for Peterbot and Poyo, the damage has been done. Huge flank onto them. Poyo taking most of that damage, but they quickly reposition.
This is Shadow's moment right here, too, in the bottom right. Look, he finds himself at med miss, and he's inside the storm. He has barely got anything to work with. He's gonna have to give it up. He might actually just fall here. Meanwhile, Peterbot still fighting through, too. He finds another Elam here. That's a refresh for him. They're at 8 now. They're back in it. Top 10 situation unfolding here. Clicks and Higgs flying in from outside the zone. Where did they come from? Boyo's down and out, and it's up to Curve here, who actually dropped his teammate. But Peterbot has to sacrifice Boyo potentially right now.
Yeah, that's all you can do. You can't be the hero, especially with only one build, but he's looking back, finding elimination opportunities. Unfortunately enough, he gets taken down by Clicks and Higgs, who get their 3rd elimination of the game. Slow and steady wins the race, and they're hoping that's them, but there's 4 teams left. All of the teams fully intact as duos, so nothing is going to come easy, but right above them is King and Jargu. You see them using their mobility to try to climb up the side of this mountain. One goes down, Josh falls, so there's only 2 duos still alive in this game.
No way. Are we going to watch Tex and I Am Enough go with the back-to-back victory royale right now? We'll just have to find out. Clicks is going to fall here from the high ground pressure. Down comes Tex, and Tex is just seemingly feeling himself here, and they find their 8th elimination in another victory there.
Are they the first team to go back to back? We have Peterbot and Poyo with 2 wins already, but they're the first ones to go back to back. They want some of that prize pool. I talked about 1.5 with only 1 game left. We have to throw it on over to Zeke to let us know what things are looking like.
Guys, I don't even know anymore. I don't even know. Okay, all right. Yes, Jacob, I believe that is correct. That is the first back-to-back, which is insane. Okay, we saw something happen in EU, a little similar, but not quite. Theirs was cooler, I'll admit it. Wow. I cannot believe it. Tex and I am enough. They push height there in like the final few zone. Like we saw height change like 5 times, okay? But for them to push at that perfect moment, oh my gosh, led to them getting 8 eliminations and the victory royale. Guys, they went into this game in 11th place. We're fighting for qualification. We're fighting for prize money. This has been a massive shift in their game. Vivid, they've got to be over the moon right now.
Yeah, I mean, this is a crazy resurgence from this team right now to go back to back. They've, pretty much got a large majority of their points just in these last 2 games right now. You can see it right there. They actually were able to, get to a total of 230 points. And Jacob was kind of talking about the timing on this pushing for the higher ground. You saw how many of these eliminations from all of the low ground teams kind of got flooded into a single spot on the other side of that hill that kind of dropped off. They just knew that the higher ground position was going to be amplified as how good it was because of where everybody else was on the map. Beautifully well timed out of this duo.
That was played just so well. And, we like to say better late than never. But what I want to say to this duo right now is please stick together. You guys have so much potential. And I know that there's going to be more finals coming up. It might just be too little too late to claim your spot in EWC right now. But you guys have just so much more to grow. And I truly think if they stick together, they're easily going to walk away in the top for the next finals we have.
My, oh my. Fortnite do what Fortnite do, and it's cause chaos, be unpredictable, and provide entertainment. Oh my gosh, 1 game left to go. When we come back, we'll begin to prepare ourselves for the last game. We'll take a look at the standings, set it all up, and one last ride before we say goodbye. We'll see you in just a little bit. Fortnite fam, welcome back to the Reload Elite Series. One game left to go before we say goodbye. The top two at the end of this game will move on to EWC. Let's begin setting the stage for this final game. So really quickly, if you're just tuning in, you missed out. I Am Enough got himself the Victory Royale alongside Tech. 2 Victory Royales back to back, which is crazy. I wanted to just kind of put this into perspective because I think sometimes it might be difficult to be like, okay, yeah, like they just went up placement, whatever. As we turn our attention to the standings, these guys went from 11th place up to 6th place, okay? Jumping up 5 placements. Now, I know you're thinking like, well, Zeke, yeah, they're not qualifying, so it doesn't matter. It does matter, right? Because if we just look at the prize money, I wanted to break this down. Going from 11th place was $1,000. Up to 6th place is now $4,000. Guys, this is like a lot of money. So this is incredible. Please, if you have time, find these guys, celebrate with them. This is incredible, but the job's not done because now we have to take a look at who's trying to qualify. Friends, Peterbot and Pollo right now, after that last game, have now moved back up into that 2nd place spot. They did get a 6th place with 8 eliminations. Viv, why do we do this? Why do we have to have it like a picture finish? Like, you know, like I'm starting to get stressed out because I'm starting to think like, what if they were to be eliminated outside of placement and that's it, they don't get to qual?
I mean, it's just how we do things over here on NA, man. We love to entertain. We love to go all the way down to the last game. Doesn't matter what format we're playing, but this was really scary because, I mean, yeah, this was actually a very huge game for Peterbot and Pollo. 6th place, 8 eliminations. You know, that kind of performance after dropping out of the top 2 is a huge bounce back for them. Honestly, worked out perfectly for them because Acorn and Bullets had a pretty bad game in regards to how they've been playing, right? That game for Acorn and Bullets was an 18th 1 elimination, so they kind of do drop down. But everybody up in that top 3 right now, Kelly, is still in contention, very close.
They're definitely within contention, and this is reload mode, so I don't know how confident Peterbot and Pollo are, but it's that duo, so they must be confident. But we know what this duo does when they are put into the final game of a tournament series where qualification is up for grabs. I don't think Peterbot and Pollo are necessarily going to be changing up their incredible drop spot, but I do think that we might see them go a little bit more aggressive onto Acorn and Bolts. I don't think they're going to focus on Cold and Rapid, but I do think that there's a possibility that we might see the typical aggressive Peterbot play. And I mean, we saw them go more aggressive in that last game, and look how much better they did.
Guys, we got to turn attention. So obviously, Peterbot, Pollo, great stuff. Cold and Rapid, though, currently lead in 1st place by only 6 points, okay? We wanted to break down their performance over these games on the day because, man, they've had just a fantastic showing for today. Vivid, why don't you talk us through this?
I mean, yeah, it's just going to be all about how well they have done throughout today. We kept talking about it, you know, throughout game number 1 at 12th place, and then after that, it just continuously got better. Game number 7 is not included on this graph, but game number 7 for them was back to that kind of 12th place. So yeah, 2 kind of bad games right there in games number 1 and 7, but everything else has just been utter domination. I mean, so many top 5s for this duo right now, and it's just why they're in 1st place right now. They're just playing so well.
I would love to hear the comms from this duo. Hopefully one day we get to hear from them because I can only imagine what Cold is talking to Rapid here in this moment as a solo player, clutching so many placement points in these final moments here. And I mean, honestly, it just speaks to Rapid there. Even though he went down in 12th place, that still is what is holding them up in 1st place. Just surviving even a little bit will get you those points, and we can see just how close 1st, 2nd, even 3rd is. If Rapid can even just survive a few more placements, that could be the difference maker from 1st and 2nd.
Yeah, I mean, let's just start to look at even just this top 5, right? Because if we look at this breakdown, 270 is not that terribly far away from 320 points, right? I mean, any of these top 5 could look to strike up and claim one of those 2 spots. I mean, even just look at the last game we had, Acorn and Bolts in game 7 fell 18th place with a single elimination, right? Peterbot and Pollo, we saw them have middling games, right? 2 games outside of the top 15. Anything can and anything will happen in this last game. I mean, even look at like someone like Clicks and Higgs, right? They are in that 5th place spot. They just had a 3rd place with 3 eliminations. I think the only kind of area they're lacking in is those elim points that are so crucial, but they also had a 2nd place 13 elimination game, right? So this is literally going to come down to the wire. We don't know how this is going to go.
I mean, yeah, you're talking about the eliminations. It's just very, very hard to keep up in the elimination category when you do look at the top two teams. Cold and Rapid picking up 42 eliminations, 44 for Peterbot and Play. The fact that they're kind of entering the 40s and some of our other teams are kind of barely entering the 30s, just where that separation is being found on the leaderboard right now.
Listen, for me, for Higgs and Clicks, to see them playing hip-to-hip and staying alive, that was the big difference maker for me. Clicks being able to support Higgs as a solo player, or as a duo, I should be saying. That is why we got to see them kind of stick with our 5th place spot now in the leaderboard. So much still to be changing. There's so much more like shifting over their meta if they do want to get that 1st place spot. I don't know if we're going to see a victory royale out of them today, but obviously it's Clicks and Higgs. If anyone can come out with a win, it might be them.
Oh man, Fortnite fam, I hope you feel the stress the way I do, because we've got basically 5 teams fighting for 2 spots. And one of those teams is Peterbot and Pollo, and that could very well dictate who else gets to go through it, who doesn't. So much on the line here, and all eyes are on EWC. We must qualify. If we can get through now, we don't have to worry about it. There's no more pressure. I'll just take all the pressure. It's fine. It's fine. With that being said, for the last time, lock in, Fortnite fam. This is game number 8 of the Reload Elite Series.
It's the calm before the storm. We're just inching our way towards the final moments here now, Jacob. And what is your prediction? Who's taking it?
Oh, I don't know. Before this tournament, you probably would have heard me say Peterbot and Pollo, but the way it's shaken down, we could see Acorn and Bolts have another phenomenal game. Cold and Rapid could lock it up. We got Shadow and Virgo, who've been flying under the radar, that could really use this to put themselves on the map. I think this is a good opportunity just to say, I love Fortnite. I love everybody competing. Thank you guys all for tuning in. I just can't wait for Game 8.
I know the community loves it as well, as everyone's sitting back at home. The watch party's going on right now. Here it is. It's game number 8.
Guys, don't be sad it's almost over. Be happy it happened, because so am I and Josh and Yamzo. A different approach. Instead of taking 2 different sides, it's Josh going right out of the gates, getting aggressive. First Elim, and already closing it on the Chargu. That's not just an Elim monster. That's an early game wipe.
Fully sent back to the lobby. You cannot lose your duo in those critical moments. And just like that, Yamzo and Josh have had enough. Pollo, Peterbot sticking to the trusty and true strategy of their drop spot. You know, I saw the rumors lingering. People saying, oh, he's of course gonna possibly land on Cold up top, but no. There's no reason to. Why put it all at risk like that? Peterbot knows better than anyone else that all he's got to do is play this game mode to the best that he can. And that's just stay active and find his way into that end game.
Yeah, and just kind of put in perspective, even if you're out of point range for first place, there's still thousands upon thousands up for grabs. Clicks and Higgs, they're trying to take matters into their own hands. They jump onto Yuz. Instead of as solos, you see they do it together. Higgs goes and approaches the box. Clicks puts pressure from far away, and that lands them 3 more points. Now they're only 1 point shy of Shadow and Virgo.
Rapid and Cold on the other side, still doing exactly what they do best, and that's finding Aloe Vera in another elimination here. They've managed to just continue to earn themselves consistent points against Jace, Aloe Vera, and anyone else who's kind of stepped into their territory. And this is so critical, right? Opening the gap, widening themselves away from Peterbot, Pollo, Acorn, and Rapid is going to be so important here.
And I feel like this Cold played a year with Peterbot and his mindset. If you think Peterbot's just going to sit down and have a quiet game and maybe be happy qualified, you are crazy. So they're just getting ahead of the curve. You know they're going to come online. You know they're going to go for eliminations. So instead of waiting and going Elim for Elim later on in the game, let's say, hey, let's pick off these teams that are around our side of the map, get our early game eliminations, build ourselves a cushion so that way later on we don't have to make the risky plays.
And Rapid is so smart. Notice he chased down Aloe Vera and then cut him back off. He already knows what he's going to come spawning in from. And this is them really trying to min-max the situation at hand here.
Ager's doing the same thing on the whole north side of the map. Does look like he took down Osid, cleans that one up. That's their first elimination of the game. Ager's closing the distance, getting right on back, but this is looking like a literal foot race to try to cross that top 2 finish line. Yuz gets right back into the game, and Rapid goes right back on the chase.
This is crazy. They're like ping-ponging these points back and forth right here. And now they find the conversion onto Yuz. Meanwhile, Peterbot Boyo just silence. Right, the calm right here, but no, this is not good. Boyo's gonna floor you. Peterbot actually has to go running here from sitting curve. Something went clearly wrong just now.
Yeah, they were looking to get aggressive. They thought they had an isolated fight. It just did not work out for them. Luckily for Peterbot, though, he's been on it in terms of disengaging and trying to survive. Rapid gets another elimination onto Aloe. I kind of feel bad for Aloe right now, just kind of getting stuck out there. It's not so much anything Aloe can do either. His teammate needs to create distance. Otherwise, he's just going to keep spawning in the same spot over and over and over. Clicks and Higgs roll up onto Slurpy Swamp. They get the rebooted Poyo down. So now they know Peterbot is somewhere around here and they have a chance to farm.
They are looking for it, and that is the replay from Higgs on how he ends up shutting down Boyo. There it is. Just continue to track him down. Higgs wants nothing to do with this launch pad here. He's going to go on and remove it. It's just one less, you know, opportunity for Boyo or someone to kind of recycle that and get away from them. It seems like they're just trying to condition the area the best that they can at the moment. Ritual, Agers on the other side, keeping up the activity here. Back onto Rezi on a low ground, and of course, Paper.
Just a little bit of a risky situation due to the loadout of Ritual. He can't necessarily just push into the box and hope for, you know, a shot or two to land. He does have the Ranger. It does deal a good amount of damage, but you have to be accurate. But he drops in. He's willing to risk it all. He has to try to get that Shockwave, but it almost looked like he dropped the Shockwave right away after picking it up.
Yeah, that was a complete mistake. Just try to switch out for the Flowberry Fizz. Okay, so he wanted to drop it for the Fizz, and that's what he ends up doing. But look, that's actually two different duos. For a second there, I was like, oh yeah, this looks a little weird. Like each of y'all are fighting different teams, and maybe they didn't quite recognize that. But either way, we're still back in it. Acorn and Bolt on the other side, just going back to being absolutely passive here. Instead of going for early position deep in the zone, now they're playing this like if it's a top tier FNCS end game rotation right now. Going back to the old trusty dead side rotates here. Just trying to stay out of harm's way seems to be the strategy at the moment.
Yeah, and kind of looking at that leaderboard, you can see they're 15 points away from that second place spot. A little bit more of an extension in point gap between them in first place. And realistically, if you're a team that's outside of top two, you don't need to win the tournament to go to the EWC. You just need a top two finish. So getting second place would be a win in its own mind, barring anybody and, you know, their egos and wanting to get that first place spot. Hey, sometimes you just got to take what you can get. And for Acorn and Bolts, if they could somehow manage to edge out that second place spot, I think they'd be just as happy.
It's actually pretty hilarious. It's like, yo, Peterbot, Boyo, throw caution to the wind. Get out there, have fun. You know, put it all on the line. And if they get sent back to the lobby, obviously Acorn and Bolts will be able to benefit from that. But here we have it, a very close competition nonetheless, guys. Money is on the line. There's actually so much on the line here besides the, of course, qual placement points. All these qualifiers are going to be, you know, opportunities for the pro players. So every single fight does matter, even here and now. Jumping back to Peterbot and Boyo, though, not a single point earned here. The first fight they took clearly didn't go in their favor. Boyo forced out of there and then sent back several times by the hands of Higgs here. So seems now they're trying to get their footing.
Yeah, chance to refarm at the building next to them. They feel like they've probably done enough in terms of early game skirmishes up until this point to give themselves a chance. They're hoping at least at this point, all they have to do is beat any team below them in terms of placement points, just kind of match most of them. That would be Acorn, Bolt, Shadow, Virgo, Clicks, and Higgs. The hot streak of Teaks and Enough as well. So even though, you know, the point just gets larger and larger as you go down those placement points, there's still all threats to steal away that spot.
Back on over to Bolts and Acorn here. That rotate paying off dividends right here as they find themselves one of the first to the new zone now. Still plenty of material to work with, and this is more or less the optimal situation they want to be in. The only problem I can see is that Peterbot and Boyo are nearby, and, you know, they're kind of on the hunt right now.
Yeah, they're ramping things up little by little as time continues to pass. We jump on board Teaks. Enough, such a major first up the ladder. Talk about prize money from $500 split to $4,000 after those back-to-back wins. And they're not done just yet. You go up another placement, an extra $2,000, up an extra $2,000. There's still a ton of money to be won. And you got to think of the flip side for Clix and Higgs. They're working their way up that leaderboard as well. But for them, it's not about the money. It's about the accolades. It's about going to EWC. It's about getting time to rest in between some of these qualifiers as Higgs keeps the aggression going. That's mopping on the other side that he's trying to break into the box on.
Yeah, definitely. And as we all know, we don't want to see them finish fourth either, right? So there's a lot at play here, and he's kind of playing a little too close to the sun. Cold and Rapid on the other side, though. Jumping back to the 6 eliminations, what we watched them do just, you know, not even 5 minutes ago was earn themselves so many points, and now they've almost developed somewhat of a cushion here. Higgs and Clixto on the other hand getting back into the fight, taking out Mopping here. Do keep in mind, Mopping and Regular did manage to find themselves a victory royale in multiple end games here, so that's an excellent set of eliminations there, well earned for Clix and Higgs. I'm gonna go on and keep them in the conversation. They are also fighting their way up now. We've seen several teams now get close to 80+ points earned in a singular game, so really does tell you, kind of show you that anything can happen here. 4 elims now for Clix and Higgs, and they're setting themselves up for a really strong end game now.
Yeah, last game wonders kind of what they're looking for. Cold and Acorn again. Jason Allo, literally all the way from Steamy Stacks to Slurpy Swamps, has Cold and Rapid on their heels. It's like a fly at a picnic. You shoo them away. They just keep on coming back. That's their 7th elimination. Placement points haven't even come in yet, and they've extended their lead almost by 21 points.
Oh my gosh. Rapid going for the edit course here. Really trying to put it on the table, but no. Clix and Higgs kind of fight back here, pushing back, giving them a little bit of resistance there. Now they just let their guard down. I mean, that would have been kind of interesting to see play out, but all that for nothing as the zone doesn't even end here. It pulls to the opposite side, so a huge commitment now from Rapid. He must be regretting the fact that they just burned through like 300 or 400 metal there.
Just hoping, I'm hoping that elimination they got shortly before that gave enough of that metal. But the most precious of the material, yeah, it's the only thing I'm thinking where you would get that much confidence. But they rotate out. Clix and Higgs starting to rotate out. Mopping Regular fresh off the respawn from Mopping, beginning to start his rotate on out. Hoping that there is some scraps left behind, whether if it's heals or some sort of a shotgun, because you know how difficult this game can be without a pump in your inventory.
Yeah, most definitely. Meanwhile, Acorn and Bolts haven't really moved an inch. Sitting nice and pretty here. Kind of bunkered up and on top of the launch pad. I didn't even realize they were kind of holding that one right there. So they're ready for a quick escape if they have to. There it is. They're setting it up to go in and bust a move out the side there. And this is the last chance now. This is everyone's last opportunity. This is game number 8 here of the Reload Elite Series for anyone just opening up broadcast here today. Look at Peterbot's loadout.
Mythic, Slurp Juice, full fizz, full shockwaves. And if you guys heard that sound, the timer beeping down, reboots have officially turned off in the last game of the day. So now, if you are down, you are 100% out, forced to watch the rest of the tournament side by side with us. Welcome to the couch. We'd love to have you. But now we get to see which teams outlast. We still got Cold, Rapid alive, Peterbot, Pollo, Acorn, and Bolts. Even got Shadow and Virgo, and of course Clix and Higgs, our top 5.
Top 5 looking strong right now. Setting up for the photo finish here. Clix Higgs eyeing up the competition up top. There's no threat though. Off they go with the shockwaves. 347 for Cold and Rapid after they were fed an incredible amount of eliminations they picked up in the early game as Steamy Stacks. Peterbot and Pollo not as lucky. They had no one at their drop spot. They had too strong of a starter performance, and pretty much all the competition moved away. It's kind of slowed down ever since.
I like that quick reposition from them. They're not ultimate high ground by any means, but they are elevated 3 layers up. allowing them to get a good vantage point of everybody around as he jump back on over to Higgs. And one thing I noticed, he's carrying that hunting rifle. It's essentially like a pseudo double pump of its own, but if you hit the headshot, it's absolutely disgusting. We're getting all the tricks out. A mythic goldfish in the inventory of Agers, and we know how that can turn things around. It can also one pump those builds. So if they're going for a little bit of piece control, the pre-piece onto anybody around them, that makes it that much easier.
Yeah, and imagine you're inside of metal. It's the last thing you expect is someone to just insta-destroy your build like that, especially without the sound of the shockwave following up behind it. So we'll see how it ends up playing out. Zone pops, far east it goes. Here it is, rapid, cold. Pretty much the last ones on the edge of the zone here, forced to go with a big Flowberry Fizz into the shockwave there. Rapid ends up sliding just past some enemy territory, finds himself on the inside. Don't know where Cold landed though. It seems like he might have just missed the mark somehow. And this could be start of something bad, but no, Cold finds his way down. Peterbot and Boyo struggling to get through. A lot of pressure coming in here and up. Peterbot goes forced to do an early shockwave there, and they're just starting to gas out. Peterbot says, forget about it. I gotta go for height here. Needs visual. He needs to regain control of the situation here. And that mythic AR, look at the damage it can put out when he pretty much finds the headshot there. It is just devastating.
Yeah, the damage just continues to ramp up as well with each shot hits. Now Drew and Chris are in that line of sight, but Rapid and Cold did find a way to reunite. You said it yourself, a little bit of separation. Cold even got his shields knocked down to nothing, but once they reunite, it's like smooth sailing on the high ground. 323 points, only one elimination, a much slower pace that we've seen, but it's time for them to lock in. They don't want to see that second place spot slip through their fingers.
Well, as we both know, placement points wins games, at least so far. This is the most crucial moment of the tournament here and now. They are, again, very wide away from at least, you know, the amount of points that we know first place is holding at the moment. So there is quite the fight still ahead of us.
Yeah, even got Bolts down below. He's rotating with Acorn, but it's right close by. Clicks and Higgs, another huge threat in this lobby. Rapid and Cold, they don't like that layer, so they instantly waterfall down below the low ground. This is something we've seen in a couple of those previous games where they both found success, but they also got taken down early. And while all this is going down, nobody has had a chance to look up, contest, or put pressure onto Peterbot and Froyo, so nobody is going to know what's going to hit him if he continued to ride freely.
Don't count out Bolts there. Don't count out Acorn. You saw them just finding their groove right now. 3 more eliminations. Rapid, Cold, still at 7. Top 12 now. Placement points is going to start getting given out. Peterbot, Boyo wasting one of those med miss already there, showing that they were desperate to stay maximum HP, not looking to let their guard down at all right now. Even Peterbot here, just going and capping off, using that Flowberry Fizz, reconnecting back to these old builds here. But this is not enough. They gotta find their immediate competition and somehow get them out of here, or turn this into a huge win. But so does Bolt and Acorn here. I'm thinking this is gonna go down to who can get this victory royale here.
Yeah, and for Bolt and Acorn, they're below 18 points to start this game. You cannot go placement for placement with Peterbot and Poyo because eventually it'll become mathematically impossible for them to catch up. So they got to come online and find eliminations. It's Rapid and Cold. Quick replay of how they're shaking out. This is our first place team. Cold goes down. Rapid's in a struggle, and he's going to fall just as placement points start to set in. This is truly a chance for Acorn, Bolt, Shadow, Virgo, and even Clicks and Higgs to take that second place spot.
And now we're inside the top 10, and somehow Peterbot and Boyo only have a single elimination, but we just said it. It's so much more important to make sure you get those placement points. This could be Acorn's game. This could be Peterbot's game here and now. Bolts, Acorn gets to the front side of the zone. Acorn actually falls short. Bolts gets his third fist off, though. He's going to manage to heal up. Peterbot is taking way too much zone here, and that's a small mistake on his side. So look at this. No perfect play at the moment.
Mathematically, I don't even know what the equation is, but if it's going to happen, it's going to be off the back of Bolts trying to clutch. Peterbot and Poyo as well. They're fighting for the first place spot, but Poyo does go down, and Peter follows.
Peterbot and Poyo went down.
Going to get. Bolts is giving himself a chance. Another elimination. Siphon keeping him up, but he falls as well. Everybody is down.
I don't know who got second, but it's going to be incredibly close here. And just like that, it's up to everyone else. Curve still in the game though, playing for a dub here. 11 eliminations for Curve and Sin, and it is just chaos here in the end game. The last team standing is down at the bottom, and Curve's up top. It's Lum and Stiff who find themselves at 9 eliminations there, Jacob. Up they go as they try to find themselves this victory royale, but my gosh, what a series it has been. This is going to be a crazy close finish for everyone. Who's going to the land? We'll find out later, but 10 elims for the dub there. What a game, Jacob.
Oh my god.
My heart. My
Peter
heart,
got
my
still
heart can't
cold.
take all this excitement, monster. We saw first go down, second go down, third go down, and in the fashion they did it, it was all within placement points, so I don't even know. My math can't do the math.
Well, we are just gonna have to find out, of course. Game number 8 is now wraps. Zeke, who better than to throw it on over to you?
Guys, I'm freaking out. Hold on. I
What?
see like once. Okay. All right. It's
Oh my
fine.
god.
That was an insane
Shit, I'm pulling it off.
back and forth. Okay. This was basically like a three-way battle. Okay. Holden Rapid, Peterbot Pollo. They were fighting it out. Clicks and Higgs as well. We'll get to that first. I do want to celebrate Stifferoony and Lum FV. Congratulations, you guys. A big victory out here, especially in game number 8. That is incredible. More placement, more prize money to be had. Congratulations to the duo.
Cold
Man,
and Rapid.
There's so much to unpack in that
Cold
game, David.
Rapid and Peterbot and Palo.
I mean, yeah, we were trying to like
Qualified.
watch every POV, trying to, you know, pick up on little things, see if we can see how this game was actually going to pan out at the top of the leaderboard. I don't even know. And then amongst all of the chaos, yeah, Lum and Stiff, they're able to pick up the win there in the very
Clicks and
final
Higgs
game.
wasn't
Like Zeke
able to
mentioned, to go ahead and earn themselves some extra prize money. But Kayla, we all know what we want to see. We want to know what actually happened on the leaderboard.
You know what? I'm just gonna keep my words short. Zeke, what we got?
Okay. We'll get to the standings in a second. Don't bring them up yet. Okay. So first place went through with 351. Second place was 343.
Ooh.
And there was a 342. Single point separated second and third place. Let's bring up the standings. It is time. Cold and Rapid overall walk away as the #1 duo. But look just the next tier down. Peterbot and Pollo by a single point beat out Acorn and Bolts. I cannot believe what I am seeing, okay? In this last game, Peterbot Pollo getting 8th place with 1 elim. Acorn and Bolts walk away 6th place with 4 elims. Had they gotten a single additional placement, a single elim, it could have been Acorn and Bolts. A single point, Vivid. How does Peterbot and Pollo get away with this?
I mean, they get away with it because they earned it. They played so good throughout the day. Yeah, in the middle there, right? If you're taking a look at games 4, 5, and 6, they were a little bit slow, but because of how well they did in all of the other games, they just had such a lead. Those 3 games effectively did not end up meaning much. And look at this, actually a mistake towards the end, right? Just flying all over the place, trying to kind of make something happen, and maybe a little bit timid there from the duo, picking up 0 eliminations, not finding the refreshes that we're used to seeing them actually find in the end game. But maybe it was all calculated. They knew they just had to stay alive, pick up enough placement points to just barely go ahead and qualify.
And we saw how close it was from Peter to get eliminated actually around zone 8 there. He was getting absolutely sprayed and still was able to shockwave himself directly to Pollo, recover, and then heal back up. I swear, regardless of what is going on with Peterbot, if you put an exotic in that man's hand, anything is possible.
We got to celebrate Cold and Rapid, right? 351 points, beating out Peterbot and Pollo. This is the duo that won on the day. My gosh. I mean, you know, we kind of broke down their stats just a game ago, Vivid, a very consistent day. What I think is really kind of, when you look at the stats, right? So a 7th, a 5th, a 4th, and then 2 seconds back to back. Elims sprinkled throughout, but they never dropped outside of the top 12. They had 3 12th places across their 8 games. And even in those 12 places, 3 elims, 4 elims, and finally 7. This is a terrifying duo. They took consistency to a way that I didn't even know could happen in Reload. Given the chaotic nature of it, they made Reload consistent. How, Vivid? How did they do this?
I mean, they're just so good. That's how. We know Cole, we know Rabbit at this point in time. Teaming them up together, it's always going to be scary. And, you know, when you kind of take a look at the standings, right, how close it was between first and third place, 351 points, all the way to 342 points there in that third place. Because of how aggressive they were in that early game, they pretty much got all of their eliminations, 7 of them, in that final game from the early game. I mean, you take away 3 of those eliminations, and all of a sudden they drop straight back down there into the mix. They actually tie for third place, and they would actually lose that tiebreaker. So straight up to how many eliminations they were able to pick up in the early game was the difference maker right there in the final game.